certain things that they didn't want to get because they said that it hurt some people and all this kind of thing here. And we got to get out of that spookism. And the reason why we are scared of things is because white people have been taking caution on things that weren't meant for them. But it has nothing to do with us. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that can hurt you is physically is this doggone cracker out here, and you see he's doing a good job of that. So you don't have to worry about nothing spiritual. And so basically, we try to teach people to get out of this old spooked out way of dealing with spirituality, because like I told you on the last time, that is employed by a dollar broth to basically basically keep a person scared. You see what I'm saying? So we want to get out of that particular mode of thinking. We want to get out of that also too. And also this particular ritual here is a very good one. It's done by a Jew guy from Canada. Is the guy who did it, and all right, and stuff, because he had been studying this stuff for years, so he's well versed on what he's doing. He's a great scholar, and he did this particular ritual and all. And now this is. He had a whole lot of other stuff in this particular ritual where you had to stand a certain way and you got to do a certain amount of way and do all this kind of stuff. That particular stuff on the ceremonial tip was we don't necessarily have to go through that because our word is power. So all you got to do is just say it, and you can jumpstart all the damn gestures and stuff like that. I would say that if you had a group of people and you wanted to go through a certain ceremony, then it would be nice to get all the little gestures in between and stuff. And if anybody ever is interested in that, I'll give you the little gestures in between each one of the sayings that you can do all of this particular stuff and all. But as far as your own personal use, it's not necessary, because what we're trying to do is to get it to the point where you might want to recite these things every morning before you go, or you might want to recite it twice a week, once a week. And anytime you just basically think about it, because the whole deal is it's like studying. You're trying to work it into your subconscious, which I'm gonna deal with a portion of the lecture today. Is this particular subconscious that we have to deal with and working it stuff and all. I would suggest, like they had a lot of Enochian stuff and other stuff like that. I found out that he just took a whole bunch of different books and put them together and made this big book for $19. But the main thing, when I looked in it, I said, oh, this is a nice Christ ritual. And I said, okay, this is the best part of the book. And that's what I bought the book for. I paid $19, but then again, $2, you know. But that's exactly where it came from. That's exactly where it came from. And so that's some things, too. But what happened was I was doing the one out of the, do you still have that one, the Magical Primer? And when I got up to Philadelphia, I said, well, I got another one in this book, and let's see, can we repeat? And it went off so good, and the people was like, oh man, that's the one you needed to have been saying the whole time. I said, well, in that case, I'll just go ahead and take it out of there also too. So let's see, we got these two here. These two are my guests, cause she's hooking up me some little things out of town. In the whole 9 yards, so we you know. These are agents that come to check you out, right? Yeah, this is the. Well, this is my guess. Yeah, this is. These are $2. Yeah, that's my yeah, it's a Hebrew Christ ritual. Where you go? There you go. I said I owed you one to this. That's that particular ritual. You know. Now, I would suggest when you get these things. Now, what is the obligation? The obligation is when you receive something like this, is you supposed to take this and Xerox as many as you can and pass it along. But you know not to pass it along to people that's dead. You understand what I'm saying? Because they say by casting pearls to swine, hell, they can turn it back on you. Next thing you know, yeah. Next thing you know, it'll be a whole. People calling you devil worshippers. It's like my friend down in Florida. I got. Yeah. We got a lot of trouble. It's food, man. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I hear you. Amen to the food, man. But like I said, when I was in Florida, like I got a friend down in Florida, and his mother heard my tape to his mother. I am the Antichrist incarnated, the ultimate devil, you know, but she's wholly sanctified, so. We understand that whole, we understand that whole 9 yards. Also, too, like I say, I'm always working for the rent and lights and stuff. So anybody in the midst of the conversation, if you feel free to give a donation or whatever, it would be truly and duly needed. So you know, we do accept them. I got the rent due tomorrow, but I also got I'm working on my lights and stuff. So you know, did you want one of the? You did the $2 thing, and you know. So is anybody in the thing? So you know, I want to get that brother something. You know, they're gonna pot right here. You know, that whole thing, and I do appreciate what the people did last week. What the people did last week also too. Now, let me get my notes out, and we're gonna deal with some things. This thing is very scary. Some information that keeps coming on this whole concentration camp bit and all, and we got to keep updating this thing damn near every lecture, because I'm telling you, it's just almost like every week we get some more information that is much more severe than we even think, and that's going to be the first part of the lecture also too. The first part of the lecture is going to be dealing with that also too. So now we got our water, we got our water and stuff now. Also, there was a book called Egyptian Mysteries by Arthur Versailles. Did you ever get that book? Oh, you was lucky to get a copy of that. Long time ago, you was very lucky to get a copy of that. The green color, awesome book. The book is unbelievably awesome. And I begged people to get the book back in. I begged people to get the book back in 1992, and especially on the first part of my video, I would tell people need to get this book. And even when I was speaking about the book had already gone out of print. It just took them a little while to sell out, because the only place that was selling it was Oxford. It is a great book, and it's one of those kind of books that you can always look in, because the more you go into the back of the book, the more harder it gets, if you notice. And it goes into all that hermetic stuff and alchemy and all that kind of stuff. But the book is one of the best books ever. And so I only had one copy from 1992. And then I had about 4 or 5 people that took advantage of the book and went out and got one. Anyway, I said, well, hell, what I was going to do is just go ahead and copy the book. But my copy had gotten so rotten as far as weak, until I said, well, hell, if I was to copy it, it would just fall apart. So and just lo and behold, I was able to go to used bookstore and find another copy. So that means the other copy I can go ahead and copy now and make into a whole book. And if it fall apart, it'll make a difference. I got an extra copy and stuff, you see. So I'm going to be working on this book to try to copy this book. It's about 100 pages and all. So, you know, you can double space the page and all that. But what I like to do is do the graphics on it and stuff. You know, some people just take the book and they put both pages down and copy it, and they sell you the book this way. What I do is I copy both pages, and I cut the pages in half, and I do the same numbers, and there's a way you can put them on the Xerox machine that you can actually make it the same way as the book. You front and back, and it would be the difference. So that's the only reason why I'm hesitant, it takes a little while to do it. But now since I do have 2 copies of this book, I'm going to go ahead and copy that book, Egyptian Mysteries by Arthur Versailles, and it is an unbelievable book. As a matter of fact, I was thinking that trying to write the author just to get him to publish the damn thing again. He has a new book out called Theosophia, and it's dealing with the goddess Sophia and a whole lot of stuff and all. He wrote another book called The History of Magic, the Philosophy of Magic and all. But truly his best book is called Egyptian Mysteries. Unbelievable book and all. So I feel that we need to get a lot of this particular material available if we can and all. I found this little thing here that I'll be putting together. See, I'm a plagiarizer and a copier too, because I figure what we're doing is we rescuing our shit from the cracker. And what happened is when I went to New York, and like the brothers Hakeem Bey and all of them got tables full of the stuff. And what they did is they went all over New York and books that they know that people ain't gonna buy. They just go and make little small pamphlets and make books out of them. And they were selling these things and all, and that's the way they was able to get all this information that was out of print. If you go in front of the Mart on 125th Street, is that 123rd or 125th Street, right across from the Apollo Theater, they have these books, and what they do is they just go out and get these books and just print sections, and they take the best stuff out of them and just have these pamphlets and stuff. And so we have to start doing that type of stuff and making it available. This is one I found, and this is one I found, and and I just happened to run up on this one about 2 weeks ago. It's something. It was a pamphlet that was printed, and it was called "Lucifer's Between Two Worlds." So if you know what Lucifer means light bringer. Has nothing to do with no satanic thing. It's talking about light bringer, and in here it's dealing with Sirius and dealing with Kim, the Black Land. So basically he's dealing with the combination of Sirius that I'm going to deal with tonight, as well as melanin, because they're showing you the different matrix. Anytime you see these things, and you'll see these things in different books. There's a book called Jesus Christ, S-U-N of God. You had a couple of them. Yeah, you'll find this book is full of these matrix. Anytime you see these diagrams, they call them Mandela's matrix. These are dealing with the black dot inside of you. Pentagrams, hexagrams, vesicas, and different things that's dealing with the black dot and stuff. This is a vesica right here. And a vesica is nothing but two circles drawn, and in the middle of the two circles you get the vesica, which means the womb, or a symbol of the vagina. And so you see even Christian church have these vesicas on it and all. That's a sacred symbol and all. As well as the pyramid is a symbol of melanin. As well as all these particular symbols, every symbol basically is a symbol of melanin. And basically they were saying that one way to tap into the subconscious is not only do you have to keep studying things to get an understanding, but actually certain symbols will trigger certain types of memory that you've had in previous lives and memory. And so we're talking about archetypes of the collective unconscious. So the certain symbols and stuff will trigger that, especially some ancient symbols that our people used to study in mass in 1,000 years ago. And you might have been studying that symbol, and you walking around here and all, and the next thing you know, you see this symbol, and it brings back this particular memory. That's the reason why symbols are very important. A good book that is called Myths and Symbols of Ancient Egypt is a book that explains myth and symbols of ancient Egypt by Clark Rundle. It's a book that's always printed. You could always get it. It's always printed. You know, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man, Albert Churchward. If you notice in there, they'll show you the swastika. The swastika is a symbol that's on every culture has a symbol of the swastika. And that's why you know that the white Jew has got to be a fake Jew, and he gets mad at the swastika when the swastika is, in fact, the first Hebrew letter. The first symbol of the Hebrew letter is in the form of a damn swastika. And it was a Jewish symbol as well as an Egyptian symbol, which you go all through the temples, they have the form of the swastika. The metaphysical part of the swastika represents the black dot and melanin. It's called the whirling cross. It's called the whirling cross and all, and it represents the black dot and melanin also too. So that's one of our sacred symbols. And once we go into Hitler today, also we'll touch on a little bit of that. Hitler was a member of order called the Order of the Black Sun, and so therefore Hitler was into an esoteric. He was into the occult world or the esoteric world, and by him being the white man and just being halfway crazy, he thought he was the Christ because he read the Book of Law. And when he read the Book of Law, he said, "Oh, I am the Christ." And he figured that, you know, the Christ, when they say, you know, the ones that say they are the ones that say they are Jews but are not Jews, well, hell, like I said, he was over in Germany, and in Germany, when you grew up around these particular Jews, this European Jews, they were very arrogant people. So they would be equivalent of the way the damn Korean treats you now, or the damn Arab treats you now, or how the white man used to treat you before he's gotten advanced. You know, white people act very nice now. That's because they're advanced in their particular ways of doing things. But you know, so this is the way that they grew up with these particular Jews, because these Jews was Arab, because these Jews had a culture. They had somebody else's culture, but let alone they had the oldest culture of white people that was given to them in Spain. So therefore, which we'll be going to be dealing with next week, is we're going to go into just what Moorish science is. Okay, you know, there's several people speaking on Moorish science, and they're doing a great job. So now we're going to find out is we're going to go even deeper to find out that anything that you see in Europe that they didn't get out of Egypt when Napoleon went in there, if it was in Europe before that time, that was Moorish science. That means the Moors gave them to them because they had 16 universities. So we're going to go through and we're going to give you the different things that the Moors actually invented. Also with the manuscript of the Necronomicon, we're going to get into some things also too next week and all. Next week. So these were some things. That we're going to deal with next week. So Hitler, when he came to power, he figured, well, the Bible say that you're not the real Jew, so hell, we're just going. That's his way. So I'm going to. That's his particular. That was his particular way. Also, I said that book is out. Adolf Hitler, Black Magician, coming from England, School Press, put out by Gerald. What's his name? Gerald Schuler. I think his name is Schuler. Adolf Hitler. Used to be called Adolf Hitler, the Occult Messiah. It's called Adolf Hitler, Black Magician. Now, so let's go just get some things going, rolling, and all. Okay, get some things rolling here. Let's pour some water to the gods. And, well, I just get the little part out of the book, which is, this book, like I said, is a valuable little book. Jean Gonzalez Whippler, her particular book, and it has a list in here in the gods that correspond. So we'll start off with this, just to get the pace going and all, and then we'll go into, I guess I'll say some of my own like I always do. And let's pay homage to them at first. And I'll also, too, come to find out that when I was in Philadelphia and all, one of the psychic sisters was there. They like cigars for some reason. You know, they say always light a cigar and burn a cigar. You know, which is symbolic of that tobacco. Which tobacco was sacred among the Native Americans as well as the Native Africans, because you know there's an African tobacco. Right.
The native one, connect. This is what they smoke.
Right. Right. So they love cigars. As a matter of fact, you know that smoking would not be so bad. It's not the tobacco that causes people to have cancer. It was the paper. All the stuff, all the chemicals and stuff is in the doggone paper. And stuff like that, you see. So it's the cigarettes. The reason why the cigarettes were so deadly, it was because it was the paper. People had been smoking for doggone millions of years, as far as, you know, the peace pipes and certain things and all, but it was the doggone paper is what was killing people and all. You see, they were just grinding up the tobacco and stuff, and they're saying, well, they have to treat the tobacco. No, they treat that paper. And yeah. So they always blow cigars. Yeah, exactly. Issue or Legba and all, and so cigars is very sacred and stuff. So they like that also too. If you're gonna feed yourself now also too, which I got to start getting the habit. I was doing it real good last year. You know, we just put it on a plate. If you want to put it on your altar, that there, you just put it on something and all. Let's let it smoke for them. And that will be a part also too, which is something I got again. And I was into the practice of it last year and all, and then I got out of the practice of it, and it's feeding the ancestors. And basically feeding the ancestors, yes, you can feed them what you want to feed, because you don't find no Asian that a lot of them that don't give a certain amount of portion of whatever they have to the ancestors. That's because, remember now, the original Asians were black people, and so they're just following what the people of that land was doing before they got there. So it's good to feed them also, and like I said, the best thing to feed them is also is fruit. You know, fruit is a good thing too. Like I said, get you some rum, and rum is a good way to clean out your house. So you know, you take the rum and you put it in your mouth, and you spit it in four corners of the house, and spit it on your rug, and spit it in every room, and then you take a sip yourself. And this is a way to clean out your house also too. They deal with that down in Haiti, and the more powerful the rum, the better it is. Also, the people who didn't get the money ritual last week, the one that came from Haiti last week, we'll say that money ritual again. For anybody have tried to set up the money ritual yet, you know you need the parchment paper. But I would also add to put either write Ishu's name on the top, as well as Ogun. Erzuli's name and Oshun's name. Write it on the top of each parchment paper also too. So we'll give that particular ritual again also too. But I advise you to do that. Also too. So I can talk all day, but which is good. Hell, it doesn't really make a difference. You've already did it? Yeah, well, just go back. You can always go back and put the name on there. Just write it on the top. You know what I'm saying? You can take it out and put it on there again. You know, like you said, just do. That's her number's 5, right? So do it on the 5th day at 5 o'clock. Yeah, that's cool. Friday is her day. Good Friday is her day.
I don't know what you said, right? You said if you do the ritual, you have to have a bill pending that you have to pay. You can't do it like that.
No, that's just the way they said if you had bills to do it. If you don't have any bills, just tell them what the hell you need. Everybody needs some money. Not so much that you get a damn yacht, but then again, on the other hand, like we stress, it is impossible almost to live now, because now, if you go to the supermarket, like I said, I used to go to the supermarket, and 10 years ago, for $30 to fill up your basket. You see, $30 now will get you one little basket of food about this big. That little thing you do. If you put everything in that basket, it's going to come up to $20, $30. Food is entirely too damn high. So it's just high to live and stuff. And so hell, shoot, the best thing that ever happened is to get some damn food stamps some kind of way, because even if you manage and stuff, and I'm talking about food is high between me and my mate. You see what I'm saying? It's too high. Now, imagine if I had 2 or 3 head of kids and stuff. You see what I'm saying? I'd be one of them niggas you see, you know, you see the judge be before the judge and all. Judge say, you going to feed these kids. I say, shit, I'm hungry my damn self. You see, but I'm just saying it's impossible almost to live now, because that's the system they keep you. And you know how it is. Anytime you get on top of something, here goes some other stuff breaking down. You know what I'm saying? Here goes some other stuff breaking down and stuff. So that means in order to live, that means that if you do get on top of some things and you don't have a lot of money, that means that nothing can ever break down. Nothing can ever go bad. You see what I'm saying? So it's, you know, it's almost unbelievable. It's almost unbelievable, and especially in a city dwelling. You know, and we can't just, you know, like I said, down in the country, a nigga just go get a fishing pole. You see what I'm saying? I had some friends, man, you know, many days, and she say, well, hell, there's 5 niggas out here. Y'all got to catch some fish. I mean, among all 5 of y'all can catch some fish, so they ate that way. We can't do that here. Okay, right. You know, they had a guy that was fishing with, he was fishing with real worms, and he was fishing with something that he wasn't supposed to be fishing with. Now, and they locked it. He was a foreigner. He was some guy from Mexico or somewhere. And they locked that guy up, man. That guy stayed in jail damn near 2 months. In jail for fishing with some kind of bait and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So this is that insane. And also, let's do this. Okay, Kether, Ashe Shakma, Ashe Bina, Ashe Chesed, Ashe Gebera, Ashe Tipperet, Ashe Noxad, Ashe Had, Ashe Yased, Ashe Malkuth, Ashe Osea, Ashe Aset, Ashe Tahudi, Ashe Mayat, Ashe Minivis, Ashe Muntu, Ashe Mintu, Ashe Mach, Ashe Patah, Ashe Sut, Ashe Ra, Ashe Amin Ra, Ashe Abra, Ashe Hedheru, Ashe Harsefi, Ashe Anubis, Ashe Aset, Ashe Nepti, Ashe Neptert, Ashe. Okay, I'm just making up some in between, but when I think about them, I guess it's to put them on there. Yima, Ashe Odin, Ashe Frigda, Ashe Balda, Ashe Laki, Ashe Thor, Ashe Freya, Ashe Freya, Ashe Sith, Ashe Nerthris, Ashe Aether, Ashe Nereus, Ashe Rhea, Ashe Zeus, Ashe Apollo, Ashe Aphrodite, Ashe Hermes, Ashe Artemis, Ashe Demeter, Ashe Brahman, Ashe Vishnu, Ashe Bravini, Ashe Ramachandra, Ashe Shakti, Ashe Shiva, Ashe Indasuda, Ashe Sita, Ashe Hanuman, Ashe Lakshmi, Ashe Jinsiya, Ashe Buddha, Ashe Hare Krishna, Ashe Dhammawallawedo, Ashe Papagede, Ashe Marasha, Ashe Bridget, Ashe Adam Gurdi, Ashe Ogu Freli, Ashe Ogu Shengo, Ashe Azuli, Ashe Legba, Ashe Edawedo, Ashe Zakta, Ashe Ife, Ashe Oduduwa, Ashe Olafi, Ashe Obatala, Ashe Orunla, Ashe Oshun, Ashe Ogun, Ashe Shengo, Ashe Elegba, Ashe Jiminja, Ashe Oya, Ashe Orisha Oku, Ashe Newt, Ashe Apit, Ashe Tyert, Ashe Samson, Ashe Dagon, Ashe Kuthumi, Ashe Sanat Kumara, Ashe Thunderdog, Ashe Thunderbird, Ashe Patah Unra, Ashe White Buffalo, Ashe Gopi Girls, Ashe Raheruka Hudi, Ashe Harpacross, Ashe Sut Nessi, Ashe Sut Nubit, Ashe Jinsia, Ashe Kakshidi, Ashe Jacob, Ashe Jacob, Ashe Baal, Ashe Baal Shem, Ashe Mintu Sivara, Ashe Mentep Sing Sing, Ashe Ramanatu, Ashe Cthulhu, Ashe Hastar, Ashe Nilahotep, excuse me, Shib Niggurath, Ashe Dagon, Ashe let me keep on going on. Raziel, I say Camiel, I say Samuel, I say Buviel, Ashe, Lachmiel, Ashe, Enoch, Ashe, Elijah, Ashe, Masra Muhammad, Ashe, Nobudu Ali, Ashe, Marcus Garvey, Ashe, Malcolm X, Ashe, let's see, Atan, Ashe, Medura Atan, Ashe, Melchizedek, Ashe, Metatron, Ashe, Gabriel, Ashe, Buviel, Ashe, let's see if, Tayamat, Ashe, Iowa, Awas, Ashe, Mu Awas, Ashe, Ovas, Ashe, Vesh, Ashe, Bess, Ashe, Bass, Ashe, Sekmet, Ashe, Sachet, Ashe, Selket, Ashe, let's see, well, we'll deal with that right now. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe, okay, I said I already did that, Ashe, okay, now, let's deal with the ancestors and all. Hemmitt family, Ashe, Shaw family, Ashe, Davis family, Ashe, Ashe. So now, 1, 2, 3, start calling out your ancestors. 1, 2, 3, you know, Ashe, 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 Ashe. To all ancestors known and unknown, Ashe. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe. A special one for Tupac Shakur, Ashe. Anybody else we know that passed recently that was popular? Well, whatever. To all the gods known and unknown, Ashe. Okay, we got that out of the way. Got the cigar burning. And let's get right down to it because I got a lot of stuff, so might as well just roll with it. First of all, I'm going to be speaking next week. Like I said, it's going to be called The Necronomicon and Moorish Science. I'll be speaking next week. So for those particular people who want to come back through and all, we always have a good discussion and all. I feel like this and all, hey, you know, we ain't got nothing else to do. Shit, you know. So, you know, just come and roll with it. So now, first thing I want to deal with is the particular civil war in Africa. Now, this is amazing. You know, they got this civil war in Africa damn near with what, about, let's say about 20-something countries fighting each other all over Africa. And since 1990 or 91, then they had all these civil wars breaking out. So we know doggone well that that was already something that they did to it was done on an outside force. Like I said, the book that used to come out, Covert Action in the World Report, used to talk about how they should show how they each city in each country in Africa was being destabilized either by the British, the French, the Americans, and Israel is a real big one. That bastard over there and all. Israel is a real big one. And different interests of the European powers was coming in and was destabilizing countries and different things like that for mineral wealth as well as everything else. But the main thing is the reason why these particular civil wars was also going on, not only was mineral wealth, because we know they've been doing that since colonization and even before that. But the reason why these particular civil wars was going on, we find out, is that they had to have an excuse. So if anybody in the near future would come in and say, what in the hell happened to all the people that was on the continent that's depopulated now, which damn near they have wiped out just about the majority of the continent, spite what you think, because they show you certain areas, and I said before, and a lot of areas is based on tourism. You don't go and see the continent because the continent is a huge continent, and it would take damn near a year to cover the whole thing, and all, and a great deal of money. So what the deal is they just show when they have certain spots that they don't touch, and certain tourist attractions that they don't touch. But for for the most part, most of Africa has been wiped out. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about millions upon millions of people that's dead. You see what I'm saying? Well, they had to depopulate. The first wave was with the AIDS thing. We do know that. The other part is with the Ebola thing. We do know that. But the other thing is these particular one is depopulated because the World Health Organization, which is the main one, have melanin camps. I'll explain this to you. They have melanin camps all over Africa. These huge melanin camps that's done by the World Health Organization. And what these things are is this. They are able to take mass quantities of bodies and they extract the melanin out. Then they take that particular melanin and they ship that melanin to the United States. And the United States has melatonin laboratories, and they make melatonin out of it. As well as the United States has a few melanin camps. That's we know this based on the amount of black people, 12 million black people being missing since 1990. How can there be 12 million? Like I said before, even Jesse Jackson had hit on a number, it tapped into a number in 1988 that there were 60 million black people. So now if they give you a lower number on a low number of 30 million and shit, or 40 million, they give you this low number. They've been saying 30 million and 20 million since the 60s. And if they give you this low number, that means that they can count mass numbers of people in the population. They can count mass numbers that they can kill. So if they say 30 million people, and most black people still think we got 30 million people. You understand what I'm saying? But we done had more babies in the last 5 years than we had in all the damn 1970s and 60s. But yes, we still 30 million. So if they give you that small number, that means that's so many million people that they can pick from and kill. So they said it was about 60 million people, and if by it being damn near 60 million people, this means that they can kill 12 million people and you don't even miss it. And so, but basically the mass amount of these particular melanin carriers that's getting killed is the continent. So that means that they're killing 12 million people here, and that's a large number to us. That means they're killing 15 times as many on the continent, because we're talking about literally a continent that is cut off from most of the world. Even if they go and see, even when they see the continent, only time you see the continent, they're seeing some damn lions and some shit somewhere. Now, how is it that they can, National Geographic and them can be in this continent for years, and they can take the plane and fly over vast amounts of the continent, and you don't see no people? Then when you see the people, you like see 10 or 15 people walking around, and they call that a damn tribe. You see what I'm saying? But you don't see mass amounts of people. You got more people in Europe that you see. If you was to go to Germany and go to different places and just ride around, you would see a heavily populated city, cities and states, which Europe is the smallest land in the world. So then what we're talking about here is, if you see this, we're talking about that Africa being such a place that's cut off from the rest of the world. And then not only cut off from the rest of the world, Africa is cut off from most of Africa. If you go 30 miles down the street, you know what I'm saying? You got they don't have a bridge or a road there. You got to get on a goddamn airplane just to go next door. 10 miles, just to travel 10 miles, you might have to go and get on an airplane or some kind of thing and all, because they don't have a highway system, and they made it that way in colonization to never make this thing modernized to the point whereas you can get in a car and drive all over Africa. You can get in a car, get in a train and drive all over Europe. You see what I'm saying? But you can't in America. But it never all over Africa. And the reason is because they destabilize this particular country, and that's the way they can keep it cut off from the rest of the world. And even within Africa, they can keep certain portions cut off from the other part of Africa. You see what I'm saying? So this is, and then based on ignorance and everything else, they can actually destabilize these particular countries. So the bulk of the melanin carriers that's being killed is being killed in Africa, and then and also you have a great deal here, but the melatonin laboratories here are in America. So and then probably in parts of Europe, but you have melanin camps there where they can actually take this particular melanin out of the body. Like I said before, it's basically there's the main melanated parts, and there's different parts of your body that's main melanated parts and stuff. So we're talking about literally invasion of the body snatchers and all, and our people are no different than damn cows and chickens and the rest of things like this. So now, so these are some things that's actually going on now. This is the interesting part. This is the interesting part. They said, like I said before, recapping some things, they got enough melanin to keep enough melatonin pills that they have made that last for 1,000 years. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is the key part, too. The leftover body parts are meat, because it ain't nothing but meat. The leftover body parts. Now, this is the key thing. The leftover body parts, both, and especially here in America. I don't know about Africa, because the whole thing is they don't want to. I don't know what they do in Africa, but the leftover body parts here in America is ground into ground beef. And this is where you get your hamburgers. This is where you get meat products for a certain amount of chicken, like the chicken patties and stuff, hamburgers, bologna, weenies, hot dogs, processed stuff, hot dogs, lunch meat. You see what I'm saying? Different meat products, like they got these meatloafs, like you see a damn turkey with no bones and shit. You see what I'm saying? Like they came out like you know, they came out in the 80s and stuff. Turkeys with no bones and stuff like this, meatloaf, different types of meat products with no bones and stuff. This is because it has meat substitute, and the meat substitute is black bodies, as well as some poor whites. Now this is the reason why we know this is this can constitute for when my brother was working for Aetna Insurance at that time, the biggest insurance company in America, and this can constitute when they said, well, there was a little retarded boy that was like a you know, he couldn't even speak. He was retarded. He never had sex before, you know, because he didn't even know, he couldn't even talk. You know, he just got drooling and shit, would come down with AIDS, and they said, well, what did he come down with AIDS? So they say he came down with AIDS from the fucking hamburgers. You see what I'm saying? Then you understand. So we was wondering, they were saying that animals in digestive system, that book. And so now we understand, well, now we can understand a direct link. Well, we were still trying to say, what is the link with AIDS? How can a person come down with AIDS from the meat? But we understood about what Strecker said that you can get from the bovine virus and the Visma virus. They put it together and you made AIDS, which is the biological warfare. But basically the meat and all that they were coming down with and stuff is basically some of the people that they are killing has AIDS. So therefore when they grind that and put it in the doggone meat, then you understand that in actuality, you can come down with this particular AIDS just by eating meat. Some people say, well, is it just black people eating this? No, white people are cannibals, period. And they've been eating us, so therefore it's just like business as usual. You see what I'm saying? So they're talking about this meat product they're talking about is all over the place. And this is what they're doing now. They're feeding the leftover parts. They are feeding people. They're feeding and they're putting it all in the meat products. You see what I'm saying? So so that's one other reason, you know, also too, is we might be eating some nigger we knew in first grade. But Bill Clinton, one of Bill Clinton's duty is to eat a certain amount of, the president's duty is to eat a certain amount of the black person's body. Also, we'll understand why is this so prevalent, because it's always been prevalent. It's always been prevalent and all. Now, I got a book called, the out-of-print book called the History of Evil. And it's a book put out by Richard Cavendish. This one, though, is the one put out by Richard Cavendish is the one that was out of print. He has the one called Black Arts that you can get, but the other one you can't get. But I'm going to explain some things. So Bill Clinton and different presidents, once they become president, they have to eat a certain amount of black bodies. And this is a ritual as well as a Masonic type thing also they have to do. They have to do also too. But one of the reasons why this is going on is because of vampirism. Now it's interesting because we figured that vampirism or the vampires is not real, but you know, in the book Psychic Self-Defense by, what's the girl name? Dion Fortune, she talks about vampires and werewolves and all of those particular things. But it's interesting that in 1994, these big, huge volumes of books came out on vampires and vampirism. And it was not sold in fairy tales. These was actually books, occult books, on vampirism. So they was actually telling people that this whole phenomenon of vampirism is real. And we're talking about books, mass volumes of books with damn near 600 pages to a book. And none of this stuff is a damn novel or explaining some fucking stories or some Dracula thing. This is all of the art of vampirism. So we're talking about a real phenomenon. The European blacks from the Moors that was in Spain, the Irish, that you had a black element in Ireland, Scotland, the black Russians up until the present day was hunted down and eaten for medicine and different things by the Europeans. And this constitutes for your whole Dracula story, which is a true story of how the Europeans ate our people for medicine. You see what I'm saying? And that's what you as far as vampirism. So it's interesting now that the same time in 1994 they would come out with these mass volume books. I mean, damn near every month they came out with these particular books. And I'm like, what in the hell is going on? Why are these people so fascinated with vampirism? Now it's interesting because there's a company in Stone Mountain, Georgia. They put out a lot of books. This company has about 20 or 30 books. The name of the company is called White Wolf Game Studio. So it's White Wolf Book Company. And their whole thing is to take all mythology and somehow fuse it in with this vampirism. So all their books is talking about vampires. They got a whole section at Tower Records on all of this vampire stuff. And this company is in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Stone Mountain, Georgia is this company that puts out this particular books and stuff, which I'm going to read. This is one of the books called the Book of Nod. A Book of Nod. And this book here is fused in with, and I think the book is basically telling the truth. This book is fused in with not only the history of the world as far as the Egyptians and the black man and black woman, but it's also saying that throughout history we had these vampires. So the whole key is when you look at this particular book, and this particular book you will see will be in some type of game section or a comic section, you're going to bypass it. But I'm saying that for a whole book company to write this particular stuff and fuse it in with all kinds of sacred rituals and symbols and stuff, it means in actuality they are now putting out the history of a race of people that were vampires, that I explained some part of that last week. You see what I'm saying? So White Wolf Publishing Company, and the name of this book is the Book of Nod, which I'm going to read you a passage in here in a few minutes to explain something, exactly what I'm talking about right here. They bear witness to what's going on here. And it said that in 1994, the reason why they put out these vampire books is because it made it possible. It was a milestone for the white race because it meant that the convenience for the vampires, that they did not have to eat physical bodies anymore, that now they had processed physical bodies known as melatonin. You see what I'm saying? Known as melatonin. So therefore, they were saying that it's more feasible for a person to be a vampire out in the open now. You see what I'm saying? As of years of being these people is eating our particular people. Now, some people say that's some crazy shit this nigga is saying. But how is it the book of Enoch that is left out of the Old Testament, the book of Enoch said we have become food for the sinners. They're talking about the ancient black people, the ancient black Hebrew from northern Ethiopia. We have become food for the sinners. Or they're talking about actually the book of Enoch, which is the Tahuti, which is talking about the Egyptian, just talking about the black race. So they said we have become food. So we're not just talking about something that we can talk about. There's something that's new that this brother's coming up and he's saying a whole lot of stuff and all. For all you people is so doggone spiritual. You see what I'm saying? I think you're so spiritual. Why is it the book of Enoch says we become food for the sinners? You see what I'm saying? Also, the one I had, the book of Enoch, because there's two. There's the one by Lawrence, which is, did you ever order any more of those? It's kind of hard to get now.
When I ordered them, they said they were out.
Oh, out of it. This is the one you want to get. The one you want to get is a bigger one. The black one, but the one I had that had commentary, the book of Enoch, the one I had was by R.H. Charles. That's the one you want. You're going to have to order it from the Kessinger Publishing Company. You know, the one that put out all the out-of-print books. The R.H. Charles book. Now, it's interesting if you are having problems with New Leaf. There's a black guy I know in Philadelphia. He has a direct line with Kessinger. What happens is you can call Kessinger and tell them that you want to be one of their book distributors. So they will send out a newspaper of all the out-of-print books, and they'll put your store name on the paper of the books that you can order from what you call it. So we're going to tap into that. You see what I'm saying? Because now this particular book by Isaac Mayer, it's called the oldest book in the world. It's dealing with the Peri M. Heru, which is the Book of the Dead. There was a book put out by Isaac Mayer, the oldest book in the world. It's called the oldest book in the world. Now that book is out in Kessinger Publishing Company. There's a book of Enoch. There's another Apocrypha. There's another Apocrypha that's out in the by the Kessinger Company. And there's a lot of out-of-print books and stuff, out-of-print books that we can get, as well as the book called Who Is This King of Glory by Alvin Boyd Kuhn. Another book of his is called Lost Light by Alvin Boyd Kuhn. also too. So that particular, the one that we want to get, that R.H. Charles book is real good, because they're talking about Enoch looking into the future, and he says the particular kings of the mighty kings that's ruling the earth now. He's talking about white people. He said with all their concrete mountains. That's talking about skyscrapers. So we're talking about this, and all of this stuff is left out of the Old Testament. Out of the Old Testament and stuff, you see. They don't even mention this particular stuff. And the reason why they didn't mention it, because he was so hard on white people until when you study it, you'll know that it's not talking about you. The book of Enoch is so hard where they don't spare nothing. Because this book is an apocalyptic book that is, if you really study it, it's also dealing with stuff that's, it's dealing with UFOs you can find in there, which we'll deal with also today. It's also dealing with things in the future such as, such things as prophecy, certain amount of prophecy also too. Which reminds me, that book that you need to get those three, they got 3 of those books back there left. The Millennium Prophecies by A.T. Mann. Did you ever get one of those? Yeah, because see, that particular book, Millennium Prophecies, and his other book is called The Divine Plot. That book came out of England, and it was a bigger book. It was like $15. They condensed it as far as they cut it down in size, but it's got the same amount of information. And he's the best person I know that took every prophecy from around the world and put in one book. Nostradamus prophecies, and then he has a timeline. So you can basically go back and through the years up until now and see certain things that went down prophetic. You see what I'm saying? And that particular book is a great book to get also to take advantage of. That Millennium Prophecies by A.T. Mann, which he also explains certain prophecies of the book of Enoch. That would also be a book of prophecy also too. But they say we would become food for the sinners. So now getting back to what I was saying, that they celebrated by putting out all these vampire books as a how-to guide to be vampires, for the simple fact in the first time in history they can be vampires because they didn't have to go and just snatch bodies and eat bodies on the cannibalistic style that they used to. They can get it all in one damn pill. So this was like a milestone to them. That's why Newsweek had the melatonin thing. U.S. News, Time, and every other report. As a matter of fact, now they have out a complete book, a little small paperback book on melatonin that they just put out. A little small $4 paperback book that they just put out on melatonin. Very key. Now, why am I recapping this? Why am I still talking about this? Because as I go on, these are the things that this is the hour in which we are in a crisis. So then we got to get this in our head that in actuality that we are living in a time whereas no different than the damn Jews in Nazi Germany running from the concentration camps. You understand what I'm saying? And this is the way we got to start thinking. You see what I'm saying? And especially when we saying, well, everything going to be all right and stuff. Like the Minister Louis Farrakhan, now he got a tape out I'm getting from California, getting from New York, where he's saying the white man is all right, the government is all right, and the government is all right, and the Jews ain't that bad, the government ain't all that bad. Surely this is a man that is damn near turned coat, as his name supposedly said and stuff. So what I'm trying to say is but then again, on the other hand, like I said before, we got revolutionaries that's waiting on the damn war, but when they realize that the war needs to be fought, it'll be over. Because this stuff is because the damn genocide is going on now. So we got all the revolutionaries saying, you know, and see, they even attacked me saying, well, you talking all that spiritual shit. I'm about revolution. I'm saying, but if you was a revolution, you need to be doing like me. And I'm not saying that you don't supposed to get no guns. I'm saying if you was a real revolutionary, we need a nigga that's stockpiling guns to get a nigga off our ass. You know what I'm saying? We need somebody in the food division. We need somebody in the water division. But also, remember now, the government is not just one damn department of fighting. They study everything. So we need to know what's going on, who's getting killed, and all this kind of thing. You see what I'm saying? So the revolutionaries just talk about fighting. And they're saying that's all bullshit, but hell, they came on TV last year and told you that the government spent almost $1 billion in the last 20 years for psychics and shit. And half of the psychics was coming up wrong and stuff. But that's how important things was in the damn prediction. You see what I'm saying? So now, hell, if you're a revolutionary, follow the cracker. He the best fighting machine that's been on the damn planet. Because that's all he know how to do is kill. But even him, he just don't have things that's just based on fighting. I mean, this is a complete study, whereas we always at war, you got to know what the damn beast's doing, and that's the problem with the revolutionaries. They're waiting on the shit to jump overtly. The white man knew since the 60s that this war would not be fought on an overt style. Because they basically know overtly, if we rise up, our energy alone would kill them. They saw that with the Million Man March as far as the things that they were supposed to do. They didn't get up off the ground. You see what I'm saying? And that's the only positive thing that came out of the fucking march, is you marching to crack a door and have enough energy to live. You see what I'm saying? And then they say some niggas didn't even come back home off of that shit. So they got people missing from the Million Man March didn't come back home. But I'm saying for the mass parts and stuff, they marched in the white man door and was able to live. That's the only thing positive came out of it. I mean, you know, because I'm quite sure you don't tell me that I'm a grown man and the only way I'm going to feel good about myself is get on a damn bus to go to D.C. to listen to Farrakhan do one of his worst speeches. Hell, he's done great speeches, hell, right there at Wheat Street Baptist Church. And not say nothing, and you saying that that's going to lift you up. I mean, that's a sad representation of a black man. We done degenerated that far that it's going to take a bus ride for you to feel good about your damn self. You understand? When all you had to know was the cracker was the devil from a long time ago. And you can isolate all that shit. But we going to do better. See what I'm saying? Hell, I don't need to take a bus ride to D.C. to say that, fuck, I'm going to take care of my family and shit. You know what I'm saying? A few times in the jailhouse, I should know, get tired of that shit. You see what I'm saying? Damn, you know. But the key is what I'm trying to say is we are at war. Now, going back to what I'm saying is that, what I'm saying is if we are at war at this particular time. Now, it's interesting now. Y'all hold on to this because I'm going to bring this thing right back home because I found out some other great information on what's going on. I found out this information, and it came to me, and it was right before my eyes, just like it was right before my eyes at Vine City when they cleaned out a whole neighborhood, which we'll go back in. But you all bear witness with me and all because I found out this particular information, and I want to give this particular information to you. Stuff that's happening right here. And once I start saying these things, you can go and do the research and bear witness. And that's how the spirit works. I'm not a person that's up here teaching nobody as we're using each other's energy. I say something and you might come back and say something and I go, shit, oh, that's it. So even confirmation and bear witness, just like the sister that came in and said that, the sister still here that said that she knew some people in the project that was missing or whatever type thing. You see what I'm saying? But also, like I said last week, it says that your magical fluid is indeed the elixir of Awas. Awas is another name for Christ. It's the god Heru. Another name for that is Awas, a tall black man in his 30s with the face of an African king. That was the person that Alistair Crowley saw in 1904, which they recognized was the actual black man. Well, yeah, he thought that he was Heru, or he thought that he thought he was Uncle from the Kunsu. You know, for this reason, you must beware of vampires. They will try to take your sacred substance from you. Now, the book that you want to get on this vampires is one called Vampirism by Summers, if we can find this particular thing. The footnote is the vampirism. They said that these particular vampires will take your energy from you. The elixir of Awas, when you say the word elixir, that's an alchemy term that's talking about melanin. Talking about melanin and stuff. This alchemy term talking about melanin. So anytime you see the word elixir, that's talking about the combination of different energies that's in you. That is dealing with that. Another one say you are Nephilims. Nephilim that you know, the Nephilims that you know, is in this particular book, Breaking the God Spell. You got some of these, right? Which is the Hebrew word for giant, which means those who came down. The Nephilim or the Nephilim that they're talking about is nothing but us. Nothing but us. They said that you are Nephilims or Nephilims, these gods from past times and stuff. And again, you reincarnate over and over to find your struggle for enlightenment. And you are always constantly battling against those secret societies who seek to enslave you and steal your magic. The word magic is another ancient word for melanin because it works. The magic works from the battery that is melanin, which we're going to get into in a few minutes. But that particular, another word for that is melanin. So you are Nephilim. Nephilim is a Hebrew word for the gods that came down. You know, you got Elohim, you got Sahuz is the Egyptian word, is a Camite word. Nephilim means giants, but it means those who came down. Those who came, the fallen angels or whatever, exactly. Those who came down, which it says again in this particular book. Fortunately, this is Zechariah stitching in the introduction of this particular book by Neil Freer. He says, fortunately, we were studying the Old Testament, basically in college, and he says, that was commonly translated, the word giants is the Hebrew text for the word Nephilim, Nephilim. And so young Zachariah Stitchin stood up and asked, excuse me, teacher, but why do you say giants when the word Nephilim means those who came down? Whereupon the teacher said, sit down, young Zachariah Stitchin, you don't question the Bible. Also, they say anything that is too weak for you to question ain't worth you having in the first damn place, including God, if you don't understand the real meaning of that and stuff, because that's the devil. We talked about that last week. So now, this particular Nephilim that they're talking about, they're saying stealing your magic, is talking about these secret societies of these vampires that used to eat you in mass. And like I said before, there was never a hanging where they didn't have a barbecue grill or something in the back of the hanging. You see what I'm saying? And they even got one picture where they burning the damn black man. And you was thinking they're just burning him out of me. No, they was eating that mug after this shit was over. You see what I'm saying? This is real deal. But in this particular book, the Book of Nod, it talks about these particular vampires. And it says this. He said, we mean this, the undead, the damned, the kindred, the blood-sucking leeches of hell. So you know they had that show that came on called Kindred. Came on last year about vampires. And so they throw you off because you see them sucking the blood of white people. Hell, if they suck the blood of their own people, they damn near die because it's poison. The kindred is a symbolic thing of talking about black people. You see what I'm saying? Talking about black people. This shit is real. It's as real as you come. Why is that? You say, well, produce facts. Produce facts. Well, they said it's a system about facts. They said that, hell, half the facts that the white man had 100 years ago, he's not disproved them. Half the facts that he did 20 years ago in medicine, science, and in history, he's not disproved them. Even stuff that he knew 5 years ago, he's constantly disproving that. So a fact today is not necessarily a fact tomorrow, but if you notice, things of ancient times and different things that they hear from you is always facts and is always stand up. You see what I'm saying? And a part of the occult. Like I said, if you get the book, Dion Fortune's book, she talked about vampires and werewolves. And they made movies out of these particular things in the 1930s and stuff for the simple fact that Hollywood needed a cadre of different ideas. So they used the occult world and they watered it down to fit the people and made like it was horror. Beginnings of horror was the offshoot pages of occultism. And you thinking it's horror. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which is nothing but an offshoot page of the Yaku thing in the island of Dr. Moreau, which we also explained. So all of this particular stuff is real. You see what I'm saying? This stuff is as real as we see. So we based on these particular facts, but the facts that we are based on is not necessarily true facts. Truth is truth, and a lot of things that when we look in the occult and stuff that seems strange, you say, that's some crazy voodoo stuff. That's because it's strange because they hid it from you all these years. But it doesn't necessarily mean that stuff is not true. And when you get into truth and stuff, you'll find out there's certain things that has always been. You see what I'm saying? So, always been. So it says these kindreds, these blood-sucking leeches from hell, do more damage in the world in one night than an army of Colombian drug dealers do in their entire lives. Murder and corruption and destruction follow them wherever they go. You see what I'm saying? Follow them wherever they go. And they go into all of this particular stuff about these particular vampires, and they're saying this stuff is real. You see, this stuff is real. And so a lot of the intelligentsia that they want to understand more about themselves is people that hang out in basically record stores. So Tower Records has whole sections of this particular stuff because they understand that that's particular radical that can bear witness to this particular stuff. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, he wouldn't be listening to Satan's music. He'd be somewhere in some gospel shit somewhere. You see, supposedly. So basically, they're teaching their particular people, and the name of their books, the book part of Tower Records is called Outpost. And they got all kinds of stuff called alternative studies and different things, and they're teaching their particular people. So they put these things in comic books, and when black people come in and look at these particular books, they say that's some crazy stuff to go along with these old rock and roll heads and shit. We don't even understand. This is the way they teach their people. You see, this is the way they particular teach their people. Collars, K-A-L-A-S, the word O-J-A-S, Ojas, and the word Shaktis. These are certain energy fields that exist within melanin, lunar fluids, particular fluids that exist within melanin. See, melanin is studied and stuff. We haven't even got to the basis of this stuff because there's so much stuff that melanin comprises of. You see what I'm saying? And once that all comes together, it's the same as an atomic bomb exploding, and that's how powerful this particular stuff that we're talking about. That's why your thoughts, if you put the battery behind it, can project and do what you want. That's why I was saying those people who need to get this Christ ritual that we did last week, it's interesting that we have them, like I said, the people who was here last week, we got these particular rituals for $2 and stuff, and like I'm going to go back over it in a few minutes to tell you what you need to do when I go into the subconscious part of our program, is there are certain things in melanin that exist that they said that is needed for vampires. Vampires need this particular stuff that they need to survive by. And they've been doing this stuff throughout Europe. So we're talking about black people. It was in Europe and stuff. There was huge populations of black people. Now, you know the Moors was up in there for 700 years. You see what I'm saying? And all those particular people are gone now. That's because they ate those particular people. And they have been doing it, like I said before, the whole dark-skinned population of the American black man is gone now. That's because those people have been eaten. You see what I'm saying? They just got so sophisticated at doing it now. You see, until now it's all in one pill, so they don't have to do it. So that was the great celebration was about. Now, the entire community of Vine City that I told you, and I mentioned it last week, is totally gone. And all you got to do is just drive around in that area, and you'll see all kind of abandoned and torn down houses. That entire community is gone now. That's because that particular entire community has been taken into concentration camps. And lo and behold, it was all before me. And I understand how were they able to do it. Now, I said like the Matrix book, I think it was Matrix 3 told you that in 1991 a train derailed with shackles on that particular train. And I told you that my friend that went down that was working on the railroad track in Valdosta, Georgia, when they took their break, you know, working on freight trains, when they opened up the door because it was cold, they go in and eat inside the boxes, the box carts. When they opened up the door, it was full of shackles. He said, but it wasn't shackles like they transport into a prison system. These shackles was welded into the train. So we're talking about the same slave ship type of setup, but it's in these particular trains. And lo and behold, it was all before me, and I saw how this thing goes. Anybody that's familiar with the west end side of town? The west end side of town has a street that separates it from the middle part of town and the eastern part of town, and that street is North Side Drive. There is a train track that's on North Side Drive that goes from somewhere in Buckhead through North Side Drive and through the West End. That means if you had to go to Stewart Avenue, you cross under an overpass. So some people who live on that side knew if the train was on the track somewhere near North Side Drive, near the colleges and stuff, if you just go and take the street all the way down to, and you couldn't get over to, let's say if you wanted to go to Fair Street and go to the other side, all you would do is just take the street down to Stewart Avenue, the street that goes to Stewart Avenue, which would be, that turns off, it would be Abernathy, and you can go over go under the overpass. You see, so we know there's a train track. There's a train track that's on the whole north side of town. Now it's interesting because that train track goes right through Vine City and Simpson because there's an overpass on Simpson. And then lo and behold, we know now that the people that they have taken out of Atlanta for the last 5 or 6 years after they closed down all these projects, they were putting them on the trains. Okay, we know that they come and they get these trucks and they scoop the damn homeless up because half the homeless be downtown and stuff. But mainly, that train line separates the whole west end side of town from the northern or from the eastern part. But and so it's interesting. So we know that they cleaned out a whole community. They put them on that same train line that you will see somewhere in the west end or whatever that still runs. Now this is the interesting part about it. This is the interesting part about it. Most train systems that run, they run on a regular basis. You hardly ever see any trains running on that damn track on a regular basis. You know, you might see once or twice a year or once a month you might see trains, but I know basically most trains come there every day. Why is it you don't see too many trains running on that track on a regular basis. That means that they're only using that as a coastline to put bodies in these particular trains. Now, what is the area? Anybody familiar with that area? If you take the North Side Drive up to Marietta Street, over in that area of Marietta Street and Howard Mill Road, you will see all of this construction part. And this construction, you know, they got like coal fields and different things, but it goes all the way into Simpson Avenue. Yeah. It goes all the way to Simpson Street. It goes all the way to Simpson Street. You see what I'm saying? That whole area, somewhere in that area between Marietta and Simpson, in that area where they don't have any houses, got all these construction companies, that's where they're carting our people and putting them on these damn trains. You see what I'm saying? They're putting them on these trains and they're transporting them out to these concentration camps. The other coastline that takes this part of town, which is Auburn Avenue and Edgewood, and the black people on this part of town, is a train track that is right over here somewhere near the King Memorial, you know, because, you know, basically beside most of these martyr tracks, you have the train track. And that train track leads and goes all the way up to Edgewood County Park, on into Decatur, which is full of black people. You see what I'm saying? So you basically got north, south, east, west, because I'm quite sure that train track goes all the way up Martin Luther King Drive, the one that would be coming, that would be the line of the east and west line. And so what we're talking about is the train tracks that is used in Atlanta is these are particular train tracks that is used basically to cart our people off. Now, if you notice, the reason how you can tell a lot of things is the reason why things get past us and we don't understand things is because when we see certain amount of things going on, we just say that's construction companies, can companies, recycling companies. And up here by Edgewood County Park, there's wood mills and different things like that. So despite having the city right outside of the city or within the city, you got all these construction companies as well as Howard Mill Road and that whole 9 yards. And that whole 9 yards, you have that whole particular area is all based on some type of industrial thing, which also, might I add, which is a part of the whole part, is Holcomb Bridge Road runs across there in that particular area of Howard Mill Road, which I told you before that the cloning center for Emory University, that clone bodies, is on Holcomb Bridge Road. So somewhere in their construction part, and there's a part of Simpson that they don't have houses on it, it's got all this construction and these particular mills and different things, that's where they're carting our people and putting them on these damn trains. Very interesting, this particular part that is actually happening, and you can actually see the particular train track. And it was right before my eyes the whole time, because if you, like I said, just take a ride and go through Vine City and see that whole particular part is all wiped out. What's that, sister? You talking about the federal pen or? The whole intake correctional thing. You know, all that is in the same area. And I remember now this correctional center that they have, when they built this correctional center, it has a whole underground system. So that means that they can take them underground and take them right to the particular port where they put them on these particular trains. And that's interesting too. We know that, and it's interesting because the person who designed that particular thing was a black man. And that whole underground center that you have there is in actuality, that correctional institute, that center, pre-trial or whatever, goes underground, and they can cart our particular people off also too. So now what we're talking about here is there's certain things that is in the actual melanin. And this particular thing that is actually in the melanin is the stuff that these particular vampires need. And the vampires is basically the elite groups of white people, because they also have population control. They don't care about poor people, or they don't care about a certain population of white people, for the simple fact that, you know, they say, hell, more money for us if we wipe out some of our own people. And the elite groups of white people, you know, they've always known about this particular stuff, that you eat these particular Negroes. You see what I'm saying? As well as the movie showed you that Handmaid's Tale, where they were shipping people off and putting them in concentration camps. You see, the movie explained that particular part too. That they were dealing with that. Now, also, I want to say that the movie Extreme Measures, anybody saw the movie yet? Please, you got to go see the movie. The movie is Extreme Measures. Now, this is very serious that we need to go see the movie. We say about these movies, but here's a movie that comes out where they actually document what's happening to black people. You know what I'm saying? Because now, how many people saw the movie? You remember the first movie, they had two people naked running. Now, if you get my tape, if you get my tapes that I did last year, somewhere, and it was almost like a deja vu, because I said, God damn it, I know I said these things because it's not that I got a psychic vision, it's just that a sister reported to me that they roll up in Carver homes, and they took these particular people that were sitting around and all, and they jacked them up and put them in these vans. And one guy got out of the van, you know, one brother got out and he was running naked and tried to get on the MARTA bus. But when he got on the MARTA bus stopped. Stopped, and the bus driver got off, and as a result, they went on the MARTA bus and got him, because that's a part of the whole same system. We know that's the part of the whole same system, because when they cracked heads in the AU Center in 1992, who brought the damn the National Guard into the AU Center? Who brought the National Guard in the AU Center? MARTA bus. So that whole transit system and all is all set up that way. You see what I'm saying? It's all set up that particular way. You see. So now, on the movie, these two homeless people are running naked because they got away. That's why it's imperative that you see the movie. Also, to get more out of it and stuff, because we know they don't put as much in the movie as they do the book. The name of the guy is called Michael Palmer. Who wrote the book, his name is Michael Palmer. He's a medical doctor. When I went out to, I know Barnes & Nobles probably have it, and Barter's bookstore. When I went out to Media Play, they had his whole collection. And his name is Michael Palmer, who was a medical doctor writing on things that is actuality real. You see, this is a guy that actually experienced all these things. He knows that even if he's not doing it, that his contemporary in his circle is people that's working on all our people. So he said, well, shit, this stuff is so horrific or horrifying that I can write it in books and get paid, and people will just think it's a horror story. And I can get paid, and nobody will ever think that in actuality this shit is real. So he capitalized off what's really happening. And so he has about 4 or 5 books out of different things that go on inside of the hospital, on how they're killing people, experimenting on people, and doing certain amount of things with inside of the hospital. They won't let you go on and stuff. And there's different things. So what he did was it took all his experiences and he started writing these novels. So he has about 4 or 5 novels out. But the one based on this particular thing that we're dealing with here, as far as them turning people into meat and experimenting, you know.
There's an article in Harvard Magazine about this guy who had this rare disease.
Mm-hmm.
And he was commuting from LA to some other place in California. But they used him to get, they extracted some cells from his body without telling him. He made $1 billion industry off of this.
And you know, it's funny because one of this guy's books is dealing with that same one. He has about 5 books out.
When he went to court, the court said that he didn't own his body, so he couldn't get any ritual.
You see, right, well, that's letting you know. And so this guy here, for this particular one, Michael Palmer's books, he's probably been writing since the late 80s or early 90s, and he's got 4 or 5 novels out. This one, the one that we're talking about with them actually they're taking homeless people up and taking them underground and doing certain amount of things. This one was made into the book. His name is Michael Palmer, and the one, Extreme Measures, the book is out, so I'm quite sure the book has enough stuff. So we also need some warriors to get the book. It's only $4 for the book and all, or $4 or $5.
I just want to say, but if we see somebody running down the street naked, we're not going to stop and help them ask what's wrong. We're going to think they're crazy.
No, well, yeah, that's what they can count on that. See, first of all, they can count on that.
Me and my mother, we saw somebody one day just running down the street naked on, Ralph David Abernathy turned to Cascade, and they had these big old, like, dog catchers.
Ain't that some shit? Now, you the same sister that told me. Now, it's interesting. You the same sister that told me about, was you the same one saying that one of your friends is missing?
One of my friend's father.
Right, is missing, right. So this is another thing. Somebody running down naked, so you just figure this is some old crazy man escaped. You see what I'm saying?
Also, I hate to interrupt the lecture, but I was watching the news. And they were talking about melatonin. And I said, well, let me cue up my tape thing because I want to see if this is real. And they had this physician come on and said they were getting melatonin from human cadavers, which is a dead person.
That's right. Yeah. So they're saying, you know, and they say that and all because it didn't mean that they were getting it from, some dead person, the conventional dead person you think in the morgue. They're just talking about from people, and also it just means that they just getting our people and killing them, and basically they got to die to extract this thing from them, so they're dead anyway. So this particular guy, Michael Palmer's book is out, as well as you must. I mean, this is key, because now it's one thing. I'm going to say something, and then a year down the road, like take for instance, we've been saying about the dope thing, about them putting dope in the black community. We've been saying this for 10 years, but it took them 10 years to come out with this stuff, and now it's millions of black people done went to jail because of the crack thing. But it's one thing for us to announce something 1 month, and the next month, this shit come out in a movie. That means that in actuality, the times is so desperate to this particular stuff is catching up, where they're moving at a rapid pace. And that's why it's key and crucial. It's key and crucial that you see this particular movie. You see, before it leaves the theater.
What kind of work do they have brothers and sisters doing, like in the camps themselves?
Well, see, these particular camps, as far as work, hell, they got more black people in prison here than in the history, than the whole world right now. And so as far as work and stuff, they got the prisons for that. What we're talking about, these particular concentration camps here, you don't come out alive. They must kill you immediately for the simple fact they can't afford somebody even escaping. So therefore, we're talking about basically research based on melanin, research based on cures for disease. So now we're finding out that just damn near 50% of all things that they so-called say they use human subjects, medicine is used from human subjects. You see what I'm saying? Used from human subjects. So that's very key that we actually understand what's going on, and that's why you need to go see this particular movie that came out 2 weeks ago. What's that, sister?
I was at Greater Hospital, and one of the employees was trying to explain to me why you couldn't get to one part of the hospital from
Okay.
instead of elevators, and they explained it to the employee that the architect made a mistake.
Yeah, right.
Designing the new structure of the hospital.
Right.
So you have to go over.
Somebody gonna make a, now wait a minute, what kind of damn mistake? Now it's one thing to make a mistake to say, you know, something is slanted, or they didn't put in a certain amount of light fixtures and some shit, but it's another thing to make a damn mistake to say, here's a big ass wall or whatever, you can't get from one damn side to the other. That ain't no mistake. Now we do know that one brother said that by studying masonry, we're not talking about Prince Hall, because we know that that's a damn Jack and Jill social club. And any Prince Hall in here want to challenge me on it and say y'all know some real goddamn knowledge, speak now, forever hold your peace. Because that's just a social club and all. And all. You know, that ain't got nothing to do with no knowledge whatsoever. That's, you know, that's no different than the damn deacon board. An advanced deacon board with some handshakes and shit. Let's be real with this thing here now. But the key on what I'm trying to say is there's one guy that was studying masonry and understood based on several symbols that they do have with medicine, and you know the one with the caduceus and the staff and the caduceus, which is the medical association. But there's other particular symbols that they deal with medicine. He said that on Grady Hospital, all the medical symbols was turned the other way around. Whatever way they were supposed to be, they were the opposite, so it meant this was a symbol for death. Now, it's interesting because I had a friend that got into the Nation of Islam, and he decided that he wanted to go amongst where all his people go to get operated on. So he didn't go to Emory and all, he went to damn Grady. And he made that mistake and all, and he just went in for a routine operation for them to, I think that part he had a little bit of cancer in his gum or some little old spot or something on his gum, and all they had to do was insert something laser and some laser thing and pull this part out, or they could have done it inside his mouth. They cut his whole face and stuff and then stitched it back up, and the brother ended up looking like Frankenstein. I mean, the job was so bad that they said that the average person that's in a house wouldn't do this kind of shit. You see what I'm saying? In an age of plastic surgery. You see what I'm saying? And it just messed it all up. So basically, we know that that's a butcher place and all. And they said that all the symbols that's on these on that particular part of Grady is turned the other way and all. And the only reason why they fixed it up is they had to fool people when it came to the Olympics and stuff, because the place looked like a refugee home and stuff, so they had to fix all that particular part up and all. But that is a particular one what they're dealing with here. Now, what I want to get into, like I said too, I'm dealing with these particular rituals here of assuming the Christ form. And basically I'm selling these for $2 for the people who need one. And the basic premise of this particular Christ form is it not written in your law that ye are gods? But the Christ who is to come is in what all of us, as the A.E. Waite's Kabbalah tell you, that's Kabbalah, which is the esoteric or the mystics of Hebrewism, is the Christ who is to come is in all of us. So now when we're dealing with this particular part, the key is that the reason why you don't believe you're Christ is because you have been given what is called a certain amount of pre-training or preliminary training of the falsehood. And so what happens is we can give you this particular knowledge. You can understand this knowledge. But the problem is with this knowledge is it can go into your consciousness, but it hadn't entered into your subconscious. So what happens is all the foolishness that you have learned from a year old up to now is still in your subconscious. So that's why you can come here and get pumped up and then go back out in the street and basically live a life like you the Brady Bunch in 1972 when all this shit going on. So the reason why all these people are getting killed, because subconsciously we're in the 1980s. You see what I'm saying? Or we're in the 1970s. And so they can come and do certain amount of things and they can come on the TV and tell you. But yet it's not in your subconscious. It might be in your conscious, but if it's not worked into your subconscious, you don't get it. You know how sometimes somebody tell you something, they tell you shit over and over, and it might take about a year till you finally say, oh shit, now I get it. That's because it took that long to enter into your subconscious. You see what I'm saying? Into your particular subconscious. So what we want to deal with here is dealing with certain things into the subconscious. That's why when Jung understood, the reason why Jung, there's a book called Gnostic Jung. You weren't able to get that one either? Gnostic Jung. Which book did you get on Gnosticism? You got that allure of Gnosticism. Huh? Okay, you need to get any stuff like that. And also, too, I got to stop and say this, too. When it all came down, we asked the question, how are we going to get out of this? We have established that certain thoughts is things. You change your way of thinking, and if it just take a group of us to think a certain way, we can get out of this thing. We can make this thing crumble. So how do you think a certain way? Through understanding, and wisdom and understanding comes through knowledge. So that means we got to get to the point where we set aside at least 30 minutes a day or an hour a week or some part to read certain amount of knowledge. That means in order to read this kind of knowledge, you got to have the damn materials. And so that means is now, I need to stop and preface this because I see when we come in, now it's not enough for me to get some doggone money because I've already realized I'm going to be pro. That's just the bottom damn line. But I can get some goddamn rent or whatever kind of shit, you know, because I sacrificed for that thing. Like I said, I gave up $1 million job. And so some people say, well, why can't you do things to make the kind of money that you want? Because what happened with me is psychologically, after I made it and I went to New York and them crackers gave me all that money and said, we're going to give you this $500,000 to do this. And when I walked away from that, psychologically, I can't go back into that now. I can't do it now because the simple fact that I was already there. It's another thing if I never did that. But so now I can't, so now when it comes to making a certain amount of money, and there's certain things that I can do, I mentally can't force myself to do it for the simple fact that, I had to literally take some time out because she called me to damn Xerox these things. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, just to give it to you and all, but the point I'm trying to make is, psychologically, I realize there's a certain amount of things, I'm just going to be that way. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to make no sales pitch. But the key is the only thing, your only weapon, just like Leonard Jeffries say, is you're going to shoot with ammunition. And your ammunition is not necessarily guns, it's your mind, because your mind has a melanin in it, and it's the type of stuff that can move the mountains. So therefore, we're talking about it's crucial that you get these books. That's the reason why, take for instance, let me just stop right. That's the reason why a man can come to town. We got all these people into consciousness. This man comes to town summer of 1994. Says he's Allah. My name is Solomon, and Allah, I'm Allah. And the first Allah was 99. I'm 100. And he says he's Allah and all of this, and he is God. And he came to town one day in 1990, well, 2 days in 1994, and after he got through, he had 20 or 30 people following a motherfucker with no teeth in his mouth, a damn stranger that they didn't even know 2 days before, following them, calling him God. And it's been damn near 3 years, and he said he's going to do all this. I'm saying, if you God, why the hell are we still suffering? You see what I'm saying? And they calling themselves God. But the reason why they can do that is because the simple fact we refuse to read and study to know thyself approved, as the Bible says. Blessed are those who read. Our people perish from what? From a lack of knowledge. So now we got to the point where some brother asked me, he said, well, hell, man, I wonder if all this stuff, this science that you're talking about, all these books and stuff is real. We know that in actuality the white man would never put out real knowledge. I said, no, the white man understood. The white man kept knowledge 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. You couldn't get a certain amount of things. But he understood there was a certain amount of things. They kept people in ignorance, black and white, long enough till there'll come a time when and give them a substitute like money, false pride, education, and different things until long enough, if they keep you on that lower level, when they can put out all these books and stuff, you will kick and scream not to read this shit. You would reject it. So what I'm trying to say is it's key now. We need to get this particular stuff. It's no excuse. Now I'm saying I'm saying it's one thing to not have no money. We understand. That's what we're dealing with. But if you got some money, it's key to buy the books, even if you don't read the book now. When you get to the point where you say, I want to study, you need a certain amount of materials in your house. You see, materials in your house. My library is huge. I mean, every book, I got books and most of the books you can't even get. So the thing about it is, I buy these books, and I mean, I got tons and tons of stuff. But the key is not don't buy this stuff just to say I'm going to go home and read this book like a novel. You got to have a certain amount of materials in your house so when you retire to study, you can have a certain amount of things. So what I'm trying to say is it's key right now that the light and the knowledge is the stuff that's going to do this. Once you start thinking a certain way, this stuff starts coming faster. You see what I'm saying? Coming down faster. So in order for you to think a certain way and stuff, it's not a matter of how you personally feel, it's what knowledge that you have. And the key, what I'm saying is most people can get over on us, like I was talking about to Solomon, is because they can come up in here and they can tell you a certain amount of things and you follow them, but they'll never tell you that there are no secrets. And all the knowledge that anybody got, you can get right now based on just going in and studying. Now, we know that some of the books is written and some of the stuff you got to take with a grain of salt, but your spirit will automatically tell you what's right and wrong. You'd automatically know when to crack a line, because he done lied so fucking much until you know when he's telling a damn lie. So that's not the point when you read the books. The white boy is the one that's writing the books because they made him the custodian of the knowledge, because they knew simply that this particular white boy, they knew that in actuality we wasn't going to be able to print no books or do the kind of research and stuff because they got all the shit hid. So now all of this particular stuff has been coming out where the government say, let it all out since 1985. This stuff has started flooding the market. And now, but they knew that they can count on you not damn capitalize on it because they know that you ain't going to read nothing. And the point is, it's one thing, and there's no excuse to say, well, I can't understand the big words. We got videos now, audios, you understand what I'm saying? There's so much things. We even give a list of movies. So these are things that we need to actually start dealing with and all. I think a hymn done came out of my pants here.
Do you think that eventually that they're going to begin to suppress this stuff?
They're already starting to suppress this stuff. Just like she can tell you, we will tell you things in here, and I'll mention a few books that just came out a month ago, a year ago, and she'll go to order the books and they're already out of print. Like there was a book called Practical Sigil Magic. It was a book that came out of the first of 96. Shit, I told the people they need to get that and all because that graffiti that they dealing with, the people was dealing with is actual symbols. Hell, by the time they vote on something, by the time I told the people to get the book out for 6 months, they'll come back, the book is out of print. So they're taking this stuff off as fast because they're trying to get the stuff out to their people. They did that one? Oh, did you? Okay, there. Right, okay, right. So they must just put it back in print, you see.
Nothing they do is the library, certain books you can't get anymore. It's just listed in the library, it's never been.
Right, you see. So there's certain amount of things. There's certain amount of things that we need to actually capitalize on. So now what we're talking about here is this. I want to read something to you. I want to read something to you here. And what it's dealing with here is that the magic that they're talking about is not necessarily so much of putting on certain amount of robes and certain amount of things and certain amount of ceremonial things, although that is a part of it. Even meditation is a part of it. They're saying, but in actuality, the real magic is the ultimate science, and the stuff that you need to understand is working with your subconscious and the way you think. We got a problem with the way we think. You got to realize, dealing with black psychology, even doggone Nathan and Julian Hare, as well as Naeem Akbar, told you years ago in actuality that we are born crazy. We're psychologically crazy people. There is no end, just like there is no end in the way the white man thinks, because he is a damn beast. There is no end as far as psychologically how crazy we are. We are schizophrenic beings and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Schizophrenic beings and stuff like that. So what we're talking about here is there's certain things, and all right, I'm too hyped up to read. I'll just go ahead and just tell you what the shit is talking about here. There's certain things here that you got to get into the subconscious. Now, because your consciousness is crazy, it's schizophrenia. You this person one day, that person the other day, and that person the next day. And the reason why stuff don't fit is you don't get it into your subconscious. Your subconscious is the real you. So what happens is this. Basically, because you don't have a certain amount of things into your subconscious, whoever gets there first gets into your subconscious. So education got there first, it's in your subconscious. The goddamn church got there first, that shit is in your subconscious. And so no matter how much knowledge you receive, until you delete those files, you can't put the right thing in. That's what Albert Pike, with his racist self, wrote the book Morals and Dogma, say the first thing we do in an initiate, he want to come to be a Mason, and their stuff is real masonry because they got all our stuff. They say the first thing they say is, well, brother, the first thing you need to do is your cup is runneth over. You need to empty out that cup. Now, just because something is ignorant, it's still a certain amount of knowledge, because you learn all kind of ignorant things. It's still a certain amount of knowledge, and it's sticking in those particular holes that's reserved for you to get real knowledge. So it's like a garbage can. You got to pour that shit out to get the real deal juice. So so what's occupying your mind now is stuff that you believe to be facts. And like I said before, that was only facts because it could be wrong facts. So you got a certain amount of facts that you learn basically from a year old on up to now. And they say by the time you're 2 years old, you basically set in your ways. It just materializes and comes out in puberty on certain pathologies that you learned when you was 2 years old. It just that it manifests in puberty where you can be, you are able to express the shit more. You see what I'm saying? So the key is a certain amount of things that you have learned since you were 2 years old. And these are particular things, certain religion, certain family values, certain things. And remember now, all this particular thing that you have learned, that you think that is sacred to you, don't constitute for a hill of beans if it ain't real knowledge. And basically, real knowledge is illegal. You see, or it was illegal, but it's still illegal if you started capitalizing on it and they start taking these things off. You'll see how fast this stuff will go out and how they would shut you down. You wouldn't be able to get it. They just know that basically the masses ain't going to capitalize on it. So since the white man makes the mistake of thinking that it's the masses that he has to control, he don't understand. It's only the ones in this room that need to get this stuff. That's why we are here at this particular time, in this particular dispensation of time. So certain things that you have learned and stuff, that ruins you and you can't get a certain amount of knowledge. And what we're saying was like, I got a certain amount of friends. And because they went to college, like I went to college, but like I said, I had to take damn near 4 years to deprogram myself after damn near 8 years of college. You see what I'm saying? So by them getting this particular amount of education, what happens is that's in their subconscious, so anything you tell them, it might sound good and they might bear witness, but it's not going to be anything that they're going to take serious. The reason why I say this, just like the political game. That's why right now you can talk all this stuff here and you can tell the people right now that the people in concentration camps and all this. And basically, the majority of the black bourgeoisie, if they can't think of some kind of way to alleviate this in politics, which is a fantasy, you understand what I'm saying? They would never be able to do anything. If you notice, if you see the people that's supposed to be our black leaders, they cannot talk outside of politics whatsoever. Then the clergyman and the preacher, he can't see anything outside of the fundamental religion that he was taught whatsoever. Why is that? Because that is occupying within his subconscious, you understand what I'm saying, at that particular time. So therefore, whatever you tell him, until he empties that stuff out, it's not going to make a difference. So now, how we're talking about how we have to learn a certain amount of things spiritually is we got to work on our subconscious. So working on those subconscious means that there's no way around it. You're going to have to study. It's not going to be it's not going to be people that follow in the groups. Now, basically, people that follow in certain amount of groups, they're supposed to be in those groups. So those particular people they are not at that stage of development that they can think on their own to be independent. Like I said, I got a friend, he was in the Nation and he got out the Nation. The brother's a brilliant brother, and there's nothing wrong with him. He had to go back into the Nation because he could not function outside of that particular environment. He had to be into an organized environment. So what we're talking about is nothing negative. It's just that he was not at that stage. He was not mature enough to step out on his own. So now we got people that's coming to these particular lectures that's interested in stuff and can think for themselves. But the one problem you don't have is you got the freedom, but you don't have the materials. That's why it's crucial that you study something. I don't give a damn what it is, as long as it's something. If it's one damn book, then wear the pages off of that. But it's crucial that we do this particular stuff right now. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the way, because not only are you doing it, you are actually, like I said, you're tapping into the particular subconscious, and you are remembering. Now, like I said before, I got this ritual called Assuming the Christ Form. And it's got several things you do. And basically, I took the actual ritual part out as far as the things you do physically, because with us, only thing we got to do is put it into the subconscious. And that's what symbols are made of. Symbols are made for you to put certain things in the subconscious that you knew eons ago. And when you get that certain symbol that you saw 1,000 years ago when you was incarnated on the earth before, it can tap into something. So the reason why I said about this particular Christ ritual is the one, if you just studied it and just recited it every day, if it becomes familiar with you, it can work into your subconscious and you will understand that you are Christ. And that's how the Christ is going to come out of us, is us understanding the concept that we are God, because we got years and years of praying and worshiping in another deity. So now we're getting to things that actually work. You see what I'm saying? Actually work. And you got years and years of doing that particular stuff, you see. So the reason so the government has this particular power that sticks in the actual subconscious. And blacks that think that government is the only solution, or religion, or a certain amount of education, is because they can't get beyond that. It's the same subconscious thing that they say, well, why in they say, well, hell, a person in the projects know that they can go to damn IHOP. They don't have to go to McDonald's. You know, that's humiliating to a grown motherfucker. But they can go to IHOP, or they can go to some other place here. Ain't nothing wrong with being a waiter. Hell, they got all the little white college girls being waiters and shit, and moms is following them down. And just like Sinbad said a long time ago, especially with the damn sisters, sisters could be damn flipping fries. A nigga come up and say, hey, baby, what's your name? It's different with a brother. Brother flipping fries says, you better get the hell out of my damn face. So what I'm trying to say is that they say, well, why the brother and the sister in the project is always stuck in this particular realm? It's because they're looking at a brick wall and they can't see behind the brick wall, because that brick wall is in their subconscious. So therefore, it don't make a difference. It ain't got nothing to do with the environment, because now the environment is inside a world inside their head. You see what I'm saying? So they can't see beyond that particular part. Now, the government know damn well that this particular subconscious is the thing that he's dealing with, and they understand that there's a brick wall in the masses of our people in poverty's face. So therefore, it ain't going to take nothing as logical as saying that, you know, we're going to cut out the welfare. In two years, you got to get off the welfare. He knows, basically, based on science, that 2 years down the road with these people with a brick wall in their subconscious, they know 2 years down the road it's going to be the same damn people. It's going to be just as dependent on a damn check 2 years before. So therefore, that means they're going to have mass people in the homeless and a lot more people that they can justify putting in the concentration camps, because you ain't going to have a damn place to live. You see what I'm saying? So he understands these particular things. So this is the type of stuff that we actually have to tap into. Now, there's a movie that you need to go see. It's a movie called Regarding Henry. Harrison Ford, 1991. He was a man that was a pompous lawyer that didn't give a damn about nobody. Ruthless mother. Didn't even speak to the doorman. Apologized to his daughter. He's always one of these self-righteous people. I mean, he's rich. Rich elite person. Pompous, rich, and just this evil person based on he was trained from these military schools and these particular breeding schools and stuff to be this particular money machine and this great lawyer, and he was a total asshole or a snob or a smut or whatever you call him. It took him to get shot in the head, and he forgot all of his conscience and the new stuff that was put on him when he got shot in the head. Who was the first damn person that came to his aid and helped him be the person he was? A black man, Bill Nunn. So therefore, because Bill Nunn was his teacher from adult, because he lost all his memory. So because Bill Nunn was his teacher from an adult, he took on what Bill Nunn put into his subconscious. And when he finally gained enough memory back to go back to what he was, because he never truly automatically remembered. He didn't like the world that he came from, although he was a rich person. You see what I'm saying? So that meant they had to wipe out what was in his brain. And Bill Nunn came through and was this humble brother, you understand, and taught him basically how to be black. And so when he came back to this rich lawyer, he said, I don't like none of you crackers. And he found out how fucked up his life was. You see? And ended up quitting damn, what, a $500,000 a year job. You see what I'm saying? If not kickbacks, $1 million. So the key is it's a key movie that you need to go see, and they make these particular movies. It's a certain thing, and Bill Nunn was the man that actually turned him around, a black man. So in actuality, he was black, and it was interesting because they showed something. When he went back to being a lawyer, and he went to a party, all these rich socialites was up in there gossiping about each other, and he was over there in a corner talking to the damn maid that was a waiter that was a black man. He had more in common with the waiter. What's that, brother?
Oh, no, I just have a question.
Yeah.
My question is, the subconscious is state of mind.
Right.
Okay, in what frequency the vibration, in terms of vibration, when you put in the alpha, beta, theta state, the subconscious vibrate?
Yeah, so those are particular methods. The alpha state, or the particular thing that you're talking about. And there's particular methods and stuff and all. But you got to realize in the field of academia, it's not an intellectual thing that we have to really calculate because it's more natural to us. You see what I'm saying? So in actuality, it's just a matter of just doing it. Application more than it is the actual science of what's actually going on. It's no different than it's no different than the damn child learning a rap song after hearing it 2 times. You see what I'm saying? And I don't, to this day, I always listen to music. If the music ain't good behind it, I don't give a damn what the motherfucker's saying. I don't learn that until it's got to be repeated and all. I learned We Are the World after the first 15,000 times and stuff. But my point is the simple fact is we got a certain amount of abilities that automatically interact. That's why nobody can explain black talent, whatever. Nobody can explain black humor. It just is. It's just and so since we are such a natural people in the rhythm of things, all we got to do is just do the actual exercise.
Okay, how the Kemetic civilization, the Egyptian civilization, they are so highly educated in mathematics without no going to school.
Exactly. Well, see, one of the keys.
My point is, how did they have access in subconscious mind?
Well, it has. Well, one thing they did is this here too. One thing from Atlantis on up, the access that they had is they understood in order to train a child, you as far as just putting what is called this particular applied stuff on them, basically you get them to open up by showing them symbols of familiarity. That's why if you notice basically the hieroglyphic of the metanetta and everything was done, it was symbolic as well as it was a script. Although they had hieratic, demotic, and the different ones that look closer to Arabic and what you would call...
before we can buy all these books,
no.
We need first of all to understand.
No, let me explain something. Okay.
How you can access.
It's interesting.
How you can be in control. How can you tap?
Okay, I'm going to show you something. It's interesting that you said that because back in June. No, listen. I'm listening. I'm going to show you something. It's interesting that you said that because back in June of this year, I had the opportunity to go to New Jersey. I met this woman. And this woman didn't want to get with nothing, although I went to. She really didn't believe in this particular stuff because she had a training from an Egyptologist called Makimbi Makweti or something like that. She's in all of the. She translated for Diop, and she also is in some of the first books with Maulana Karenga books. They call the Hemmitt. He had some books called Hemmitt, and they had all these particular authors and stuff, and so she was an Egyptologist that was trained out of Egypt, out of University of Chicago. Now the problem is this: she somehow sold a sister that couldn't bear witness on what we were saying. She somehow sold her to say, if you don't understand a certain Kemetic symbolism, you're not going to be able to tap into it or whatever. And this particular woman said a certain applied method. What she didn't realize was that in actuality, that is even secondary when it comes to even spiritual. See, what we're talking about here is the applied method is The applied method that we're talking about here is the same functions in what our people have been doing up from slavery that is genius. That's the shit that the white man has borrowed to build this country. Now let's listen to what we're saying here. We know that if you go to Wayne State University in Wayne State University in Detroit, they got drawers of shit that you pull out of inventions by black people. And basically, virtually, when you go there, you will see that 98% of everything that was invented in this country was invented by black people. They just didn't have the patents for it because half the stuff was stolen from them. Now, how is it that a people that can be the inventors of American culture, up from slavery with no training whatsoever, and can do that in an ignorant state? That is because we are dealing with something that's more than just applied. We're dealing with spirituality. The ability to tap in, but the ability to tap in is more, it's easier accessed through just doing it than to say we got to figure out a certain system. If God, or the great above, would take everything away from you, the key would not be that you would have to spend another 1,000,000 years trying to figure out the system that you lost, because the simple fact that in that case we would have got this shit out of slavery. We'd have had all these books out of slavery. Why is it that they would wait all the way to the year 2000 and we just not tapping into this stuff? If it means only thing we need is to remember more than it is, hell, you already got the training. The 360 degrees is already within us. So the only thing we got to do is just go and just to have a basic understanding. Part of my training was just understanding that everything wasn't invented by white people. I was already halfway there.
Yeah, excuse me. There is two organs in our brain system. One called the pineal gland.
Right, that's one. Right.
Pituitary gland.
Right.
Those two organs have to do with the memory and mind.
Exactly.
It's deactivate. But unless we know someone can help us how to reactivate.
No. Listen.
To get that power. Our subconscious mind is...
Let me explain something to you. What I'm talking about here when I'm talking about melanin, the pineal gland and the pituitary gland produce serotonin and melatonin. What I'm trying to say is that the book Cosmic Doctrine says, the Armed Fortunes Cosmic Doctrine, it means this, that we don't have to have a guru. Hell, there's no gurus. There's not enough gurus to teach our people how to do things. What the deal is we are not necessarily based on that type of system that you got to have some type of instruction. We are just like nature. The earth goes on a certain amount of cycles. Since we are the original people on the earth, we have a cycle also too. So the same energy that was in Egypt and even greater than Egypt in Atlantis and Lemuria that they don't want to let us know about, the same energy that was there, that high vibratory rate, is now back on the scene. That's the reason why you're waking up anyway. Don't tell me that we could have came amongst the people in 1972 and been talking this same stuff and they bear witness. For the mere fact that we are in here is because the vibration has raised to a certain point that we can perceive of it with the actual application of it. So the melanin and stuff is just like anything else. It's cosmic memory, but an ancestral memory. But the key is based on the earth, which I'm going to go into when we go into Sirius, based on the earth having a certain cycle. The earth, everything, the earth, the animals, and everything in nature, and everything in the cosmos don't go on dates and time. There's no such thing as space and time. It goes on cycle. Well, other people can't get on that cycle because they wasn't around when the original cycle began. But since we are the original people, we are people that go on cycle just like the animals. An animal don't have to have instructions on a woodpecker to pecking some wood to put the goddamn babies in the damn tree or to build a damn nest. A spider ain't got to have no instructions to build a spider web. It just is. Now, the only reason why we couldn't do it because we was in a hibernation period, just like that damn bear. I don't care what that bear's talent is, he ain't gonna be able to do jack shit until he get out of the hibernation. So our thing is we are above just the actual learning as the actual mutant that has to learn every type of thing based on a left brain. There's certain things that's intuitive, the simple fact based on cycle. Now, the pineal gland and all that particular thing we're talking about working is a futuristic thing at the particular point, whereas when the Earth cycle goes around, there's a certain timer just like a clock.
And what is the key?
The key is, well, first, okay, the key, well, the two sets. The first key is the cycle has come back around to even get us to the point that we realize that we got to do some work. So that's halfway home. The other part is just taking advantage of what little bit of work is just basically studying a certain amount of things on script and stuff that we wrote down before we even went to sleep. So a certain amount of things you just remember. There is no formula in getting a people to receive this particular knowledge. Otherwise, we would have 8 times as much people that's in here. You understand what I'm saying? It's just that these people are in here, and these particular people came into it because their time was supposed to come into it. Their timer went off. Those other people ain't going to get it until their time go off because everybody don't wake up the same time of day. You see what I'm saying? The same time of day. You don't wake up the same hour. So we're talking about illuminating, period. It's like if you got a bunch of matches that's lit in a room. I don't give a damn how long they stay lit. If you pipe some gas up in there, the mother's going to explode. Well, that's what's talking. We're talking about a certain amount of juice is automatically going to have a response. So it's a matter of it's a matter, and I understand what you're saying here. When I first got into this, I figured, man, I got to find a guru. I got to find a master. I got to find somebody to teach me because I didn't have enough confidence in the self to understand. I didn't realize for the mere fact that I was in it. And 99% of the people was not into it. I was already on the way of doing it. And that's a matter of believing in self. It's just that this system teaches us that we got to have this profound this and that. And that's based on capitalism. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, education would be free. You see what I'm saying? So what it is it's you know, and it's like meditation. Oh, man, I'm not doing it. They say the worst thing about meditation is thinking you're doing something wrong. It's just like all this particular stuff. We thinking that we got to have instructions. The word guru, which is teacher, is a modified word of heru, and you are the heru. So there's certain energy in your body that's going to do what it has to do at a certain time period. That's why you're driven to this particular stuff. Once you tap into this particular stuff, it's like crack cocaine. You can't get off of it. You see what I'm saying? It is just, and so I think what it is we don't have the belief in ourselves. This is good. This is good. Because the reason why you said it, because that needed to come out. You see what I'm saying? That's how stuff works.
I just want to just kind of verify, Bill, what you're saying. For years I've been in Europe. For years. I mean, there was no teachers around, none at all. So when teachers finally came and I started going to priests and getting reading, they were telling me that you already had it.
That's right.
That's right. I still couldn't get it.
That's right.
I still kept looking for more and more. They would all tell me the same thing. So at some point it's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? You have it.
You have it. Take for instance. It's like she's saying, when I first heard Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark, when I first said I heard Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark, Farrakhan, or Maulana Karenga, I said, ain't no way in hell. And I wasn't even thinking, if the thought would have came to my mind that I would even be doing this, I go, I can't do that. It took years for them to get trained that way. You see what I'm saying? It took years for them to get trained that way. I started doing this like a fish to water. Then all of a sudden I'm like I'm doing it 6 and 7 hours. And a motherfucking nigga from goddamn Mullins. Population of 6,000. There's no way based on the laws of physics that I would know all this stuff. That means it's a fish to water, and I'm going to tell you the truth. Let me let you know a little secret. Half this shit here, my sister, I hardly ever study. This shit is just straight up memory. I ain't got to look at it but one time, and I got it.
I see how you look at the books. You go straight to the
I'm telling you something. I'm telling you the truth. This shit is just straight up memory. There's no way possibly I can do this without it being spiritual. I'm just like a person on crack cocaine. I'm telling you, call the house sometime and stuff, and I'm out of it and stuff. I'll be, yeah, right, yeah. I might, you might not get nothing out of me, and then all of a sudden I get pumped up. And then the spirits start talking. So we're talking about the entity that's in us that already knows. That's the key. And they're saying about know the self, you already know it. So we're not talking about an applied method. Yes, and like I always say, when the vibratory rate was down in Egypt. See, this is higher in Egypt. See, the vibratory rate in Egypt is, in a certain vibratory rate back 2,000 years ago, the vibration was so low until you needed 40 years of the priesthood to do a certain amount of things. You see what I'm saying? That 40 years or so, there's no way in hell back 2,000 years ago I could even be teaching nothing. But so now what's happening is because the vibration is so high, you can raise yourself to God just by knowing that the vibration and being on the right track is automatically going to come. There's certain things, certain concepts. I mean, this stuff that I'm telling you, the stuff that I'm telling you that now, okay, the stuff that I'm telling you this now that the man Michael Palmer is getting, that wrote the stuff about the people being snatched up. That stuff didn't come to me by studying. It just is. I just automatically, there's a certain time I'd automatically know something. And then it just bears witness. But there's I give you documentation to back it up. So it's not so much of a intellectual thing. And that's the first thing that that's the first thing that a person that is trained in the Western educational system say, well, if we look at Egypt and we look at all this great thing, that means that we got to have a certain amount of mass training for it. You see what I'm saying? That's the way you taught. That's the way you taught. You see what I'm saying? And it's not a lot of that. It's not a lot of that. It just is. It's just is. There right now, the white man is still thinking of how Negroes can do things without a speck of training, and invent things without a speck of training, and they can't do it with 10 years of physics degrees. And they find out once they get all these degrees, they're still stuck in a system, and it don't allow them to even think beyond that, so they can't create nothing in the first place.
Okay, you say there is no guru, there is no, okay, what is the system for awakening our psychic power or our subconscious?
Okay,
My point is, okay.
okay,
Go ahead.
okay, I understand. Okay, I'm going to tell you what the system. Okay, the system is, first of all, you can meditate, but then again, there's one even better than that. The one is there's a certain amount of thoughts that you get in your head that you dismiss as just some shit you thought of. It could be some profound thing, and you might say, oh, that sounds so wonderful. I sure enough wish that was true. And you didn't know that was true, but you dismissed it as something as just rubbish for the simple fact that somebody that wasn't an authority didn't tell you that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So in actuality, it already came to you. It's just a matter of believing in yourself and having confidence in yourself. I know because I do it myself. For the last 5 or 6 years of teaching this stuff come to me, and I always go into a psychic or somebody to verify anything is true. And they're saying, and every time I go to psychic, say, damn it, didn't you think of the shit? Then it's true. So that's the concept. What you saying?
I just wanted to make a comment
right.
that
Yeah.
in our Christologics class, we're taught that we are gods and we're able to create, and the first step is to have the desire.
Yeah.
So if you have the desire to tap into your higher self and you focus on that, it'll come.
It'll come. Your sincerity is your credentials.
Right.
Your sincerity is your credentials. You understand what I'm saying? So that is the desire that they're talking about and all. That is the desire that they're talking about. Now, see, like you said, and I'm getting to the point right now, I'm getting out of the orthodox way. If a person raised their hand in a lecture now, I'm getting to the point that I have to, now I start to the point where I have to answer it. Because like I've been saying now, I found out that in actuality, we are helping each other more than I'm teaching you something.
Yes.
So in actuality, that's a channel that came because that was on the minds of people. Because some people still don't have the confidence, and they're still thinking, man, this is too big for me to obtain. And in the book, The Lion Path, they say you are more advanced than what you think you are. But it's not a type of thing, you are the guru. And in actuality, you saying what kind of techniques? You say yourself what kind of techniques we need.
Yes, sir.
Then you ask yourself, what kind of techniques do I think I need? And then what it is because that is not something you made up. That's a channel from the inside that's giving you a way to wake yourself up. The spirit automatically knows itself. You just pass it off saying, you know, well, that's just some bullshit. Sometimes you answer your own question. and all, but you just don't have enough belief in yourself because you have been taught that everything is based on a certain amount of system. There is no way in hell that we can ever get the Egyptian mystery system back in its entirety. We're talking about the Romans burned enough books that would wrap around the world 20,000 times, that much of metadata. But what they didn't realize is the priests saw it being burned, and they say, our people don't need it. Our people got it in their damn head and in their memory. And the amount of stuff that we did put out is symbols and stuff is around the world. They're going to get it to the simple fact that the Egyptian mystery system that they talk about wasn't just in Egypt. Some of the I Ching people out of the same mystery system went to Asia. Some of them went to Europe. Some of them went to South America. Now they went around the world. If they had 80,000 damn priests in Karnak Temple alone, that means, you mean to tell me if they got 80,000 priests in Karnak Temple alone, that's kind of crazy for all of them to graduate and just stay there in Egypt. That meant in actuality 80,000 priests in Karnak Temple alone spread around the world. You see what I'm saying? So we can see that when we talk about the Shaolin Temple and the martial art thing. That means there was some priests in Egypt that was fundamental, his specialty was martial arts.
Excuse me, let's talk about the facts. If my car won't crank,
Mhm.
and I have a dead battery,
Right.
I'm going to know this bottle of Coca-Cola to boost me up. I need another battery power to boost me
But that's a man-made object. The car is a man-made object. You are not a man-made object.
Just illustration, for that's a illustration.
Maybe I can help you, brother. Just so happen, we do have a teacher here. See the little brother sitting in the back real quiet. He can get with him, and I'm sure he can help.
Yeah, because he's into the technical side. He's into the. It's on the break. Yeah, but okay. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is this here. We didn't say that you. I want to say this one thing before the tape done ran out yet. But I want to say this one thing here. You said that about a car, but a car is a car. If you say that about a man is but you are not man. You are not that. You are a God. So remotely alien to what you really think yourself is.
My psychic center is dysfunctional right now.
No, it's not dysfunctional.
No, wait, because I'm not in control of it.
No, it's not dysfunctional. For the mere fact that you are here.
I agree with you, Bob, but it's working, but I am not in control. It's not helping me right now.
The key,
I want to know how I can use it.
I'm getting ready to tell you.
That's my point right
The key is, this is the answer. The answer. We starting this thing back up. And basically, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying and all, but I think what it is, I think it's more than how to, it's just what is happening. And basically what's happening is I went through like 100 techniques, meditation and different things, diet, meditation, and the whole 9 yards. And what I found out about the techniques, although those techniques were good, a lot of those techniques are just techniques if you don't, if your thoughts are not a certain way. You got people that's been meditating for 30, 40 years, and they still the same person. And basically, it only became a form of relaxation, or the actual diet only became a form of actually keeping the body fit. But other than, because you know, white people do all those things. But basically, since we have melanin and it's a thought process, and we're talking about the pineal gland, basically, the main thing is the cosmic consciousness and the thought. And so basically you can bypass a lot of things based on what knowledge you give it. See, there's certain levels of initiation. And certain levels you have to do it the hard way based on your non-understanding. So you can be doing stuff and going around in a circle because that particular level that you went in that circle was completed and you're still doing the same method. But the knowledge goes in a spiral. And in order to go in that spiral, in order to get to the next plateau, you got to have a certain amount of a new way of thinking of doing something. It's like working smart and not hard based on when we talk about time is the factor here. So what we're dealing with here is the main thing I have found out that the greatest thing that can make you bypass a lot of things that you need a whole lot of techniques for is you can jump past those techniques by having a certain understanding of a certain amount of things. Now, she asked the question, what can we do? And basically, a lot of times, we got to look at time factors. See, when we looked at a certain amount of things that they did in Egypt, the certain amount of things they did in Egypt was to sustain the civilization in the physical based on they had another couple of thousand years here. And they did it to a certain level, and then it all came falling down because it wasn't meant for them to maintain the physical. They had the white boy that was going to come up and do everything conveniently in maintaining the physical, and we taught him all of that stuff. Yeah. So the next thing is depends on, and so we must ask the fundamental question. We must ask the fundamental question. Then what is the goal that we're trying to get to here? That's right. Is it the goal that we're trying to ask that we're trying to niche out a civilization that black people can live on this particular earth in harmony like they used to do of 2,000 years ago? Or are we trying to end this particular plateau we own so we can go back to another realm of the cosmos which is not necessarily physical? You see, if our history started just in the physical, then the ultimate goal was to get back to the apex of the physical history that we once fell from. But if so that we were gods of the universe, ruling the universe, and the physical part was nothing but a prison house in which we fell, in so many words, when we got trapped in so many words, then the ultimate goal is, although we have made a civilization that was almost complementary to the heaven above, which would be Egypt, Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, Terra, Alchemoria, several names for it. They go back millions of years, despite what the white boy tell you. If we have done that, that was only a temporary phase. So now what are we looking for? Obviously, we know in actuality that there's no way, now just not be funny with this mess, there's no way possible that we can carve out a fundamental equal existence or a viable existence in the physical when we get by ourselves, we can't even run shit right by ourselves. It seems like everything that we even try to do outside of the white man does not even go right. We even have thousands of people that come and compare us to other cultures and say what we don't do compared to other cultures. And we must ask the fundamental question, if we are the original people on the earth and we have all this talent, what the other cultures are doing to sustain themselves, maybe we are not supposed to do that. So if we're not supposed to sustain ourselves in the physical like other cultures, that means we're talking about a plateau that's on another realm that's not necessarily physical. Just like any other scripture, when it ends up in the redemption stage of any scripture, ancient Egypt, Hebrew, Islam, they always talk about a hereafter in another dimension, whereas we go back to our original selves. And the fact is, our original selves is not that of an earth dweller. We're extraterrestrials and we're gods. That's why the white man now is creating all this other false extraterrestrial to throw the whole world off on who the real ETs are. We are the real extraterrestrials. Terrestrial means what? Earth dweller, earth bound. Then there's extraterrestrial, which means beyond the earth. That's what extraterrestrials mean. Well, our history, if you study ancient Egypt, ancient Hebrew, and we're not talking about fundamental religion from 2,000 years on up. That's just a control thing, a ward of the church, or a ward of a certain culture that want to control a certain amount of people based on moral laws. That has nothing to do with real spirituality. Real ancient scripture, real ancient teaching system, metaphysical systems, or what you call mystery systems, tell you that we once were gods in control of the universe, and then we fell on this plateau. And then while on this plateau, we made the best of it. And the mere fact that the best caved in and fell down was because we inherited it. We got rid of that, or we gave it up so we can go into hibernation or go into the cocoon stage so we can have a metamorphosis as the butterfly, which means we would be reborn into a God greater than the God that we fell from, even in the heavens when we was up there doing our thing, which is higher than this. So the key on what we're talking about, we must ask ourselves the fundamental question. Do we want to do a certain amount of things to get in control so we can do tricks and stuff to control our physical conditions? Which, and being the masters of a goddamn ship with a big ass hole in it that is sinking. No. I don't want to be a captain of a ship of the Titanic. You understand what I'm saying? So the key on what we're talking about here, we must ask ourselves, and that's why all of your particular stuff that was borrowed and you see this put into Christianity and all, ends up with an illumination or a metamorphosis that we call apocalypse. So that means that apocalypse or nihilism is good. It means in actuality if a house is raggedy in the foundation, there's not but one thing to do. Put a bomb to the house and blow it up. So we're not talking about a patch-up work. So when we get back into this with a certain amount of knowledge, people think that people want to gain a certain amount of skills that they can sustain themselves on the physical. That's not liberation. That's just a form of resistance, which we do that right now just by buck dancing to the white man. You understand what I'm saying? So we're talking about something bigger than what we can perceive of just trying to just live comfortable. Living comfortable, even if we live the best comfortable, is still on an animalistic level for the mere fact that you got to have a certain amount of things just to live. When in actuality, we are gods and stuff, and we didn't need anything physical to live because we weren't in the physical. Now, that's the real knowledge they're not telling anybody. Yeah, they're not telling anybody. So now, in dealing with that, the mere fact that the earth is corroding itself and being destroyed itself, and people are dying, means that we're going to another dimension. So what we call chaos is actually bringing order to things. You understand what I'm saying? Bringing order to things. And just that we are on the first leg of that. So in your mind, you have a chaos that thing. You're wrestling with the things of what you were taught based on a certain structural way to do a certain thing. And you're wrestling with that. So you are looking for techniques. On the other hand, for the mere fact that you are asking that question and you are sincere about it, you are automatically initiating to that particular part anyway, and how you go about that struggle is in fact all a part of the ritual. It's like the Spirit told me a long time ago, they said, you're going to look back on this little phase that you're trying to get to, and you're going to find out, oh, I was in a ritual the whole time. It's like being in an adventure. And the person got to go through a whole lot of this type of thing, pitfalls, that type of thing, gain, lose, to get the pot of gold at the end. That's exactly what we're talking about, and that's what basically, if you look at the Egyptian Book of the Dead or the Book of Coming Forth by Day, you will see that that's what it's all talking about. You got to get through certain gateways, doorways, and certain things. So in actuality, we are in a ritual within itself. You see, if we just ask ourselves, how did we get to this point to even be discussing this thing when all of the 1980s this would not even be heard of? And then when we look back, there was a series of progression that got us to this particular point that we are right now. The first part was just to realize the history that we did come from something, and that's what your whole Afrocentric thing did in the first leg of this. The second part is that in that history that we looked for, we found out that we was a part of a mystery system. And this is the actual mystery system. Well, what is a mystery? A mystery is not the things that in actuality that you can recognize and can rationalize. Otherwise, that ain't a mystery. You understand what I'm saying? That's not a mystery. That's comfort. A mystery is something that is so remotely unthinkable. You understand what I'm saying? So remotely unthinkable and all, until that would be the only thing that can even what you would call spark a divine thought. Something that you never heard of, or either something that every time you heard that, you thought it was something that was crazy. Something that was crazy. Now, going back to the subconscious, I talked about this Christ ritual, and the reason why I said I give this out, I took out all the other little stuff because I feel like all the thing you had to do was to recite this. If you can somehow get this in your mind and do this over and over and over again, then it will become a part of your subconscious, and it will become a part of the point where you are Christ. Because the only thing it's doing is tapping within. So you say, well, what is this? Some people say, well, this is a ritual. Is this ritual going to make me Christ? No. The key is you're supposed to become familiar with it and recite it over and over and over again till it taps into the subconscious. Now let's deal with this subconscious thing. The subconscious mind is a powerhouse. It creates around us all that it believes to be true, according to the instructions that we give it. So if you give it the right instructions, you just been giving it instructions on how to do one thing: make money. That's it. That's what we are trained from a baby. Make money and how to look good. Something that's always cosmetic. It's not real. So you're chasing an illusion. So when you're dealing with something that's real, it says your subconscious, it only acts upon what it believes is true. So the reason why some people can hear this knowledge and it don't register, because subconsciously they don't believe that's true. They believe that college makes you happy. They believe that money makes you happy. They believe that success in all its forms of the career makes you happy. And until they find out in actuality that is only something to sustain you and actually ultimately to keep you dead, and abandon that by deleting it from the files, they can't put the new shit in. So it's talking about deleting the files, but the subconscious only will create that what you innermost think is true. So no matter how much you hear this until you bear witness that maybe the shit that the brother is talking about might be true. The problem that we have is because my face is not white. You understand what I'm saying? Or because I don't have a certain amount of gray hairs in my head. See, that's the trickster type thing. We would take something from a person that we would think is wisdom-wise based on the age group. But this don't have nothing to do with age group. You can have somebody 75 that can be profound. You can have somebody 75 that's a damn fool. You can have somebody 34 going on 35, my age, that's profound, and you can have some people that's fool. It don't have nothing to do with age. We're talking about spiritual thing and whatever energy the vessel get into and cloak itself to get the job done. You see what I'm saying? For the mere fact that we're not in a particular great palace of marble floors with certain name tags and certain enrollment that we had to go and spend for the convention where we got to spend $100 a damn day just to learn a certain workshop, because it's not coming to you that way, you don't believe it's real. You see what I'm saying? So when you really look at what we do to go through just to get money, workshop just to feel good, and we'll pay damn near $300 for a workshop, then all of a sudden $7 don't really sound that bad. You think about it. You understand what I'm saying? So it depends on so we're looking at the package a lot of things because we have been taught to believe a certain way. Everything around you here and now has been created for you by your subconscious mind and has been attracted to you like a magnet. So your subconscious mind gives you what the hell you want. If you want ignorance, it gives you ignorance. If you want semi-knowledge, which is a certain amount of knowledge that's a byproduct knowledge, that's all you're going to get. Even when you leave this life, you will carry on creating for yourself, for creating for you and serving you. For this purpose, to attract all that you need. It does not reason, it just accepts instructions that are believed. So we're talking about a belief system. That's why you can have a person that can come in and tell a person they're God one day, and he says it the right way and enter their subconscious, and they believe he's God. That's how you can have all these people that can believe the Jesus thing and believe this whole Christianity thing, and it don't rationally make no sense, some of the stuff that we read in the Bible, but because your subconscious has been taught this at an early age and been basically scared into the shit, you can live your whole life in one system. And it don't necessarily have nothing to do with truth. And that's why when we talk some stuff, it's scary to people to hear this stuff because it's not the traditional way on what it's talking about here. And it says now, for this purpose, to attract what you need, it does not reason, it just accepts instructions that are believed to be in your best interest. Before you change the creative pattern, it has to be conceived that a new instruction is valid. So the reason why we can't get to this is because you don't think this stuff is valid, because it sounds crazy. It's not the conventional way of where you hear things. You see what I'm saying? And that's the way public speakers used to get over on me. Like I said, when I was in college, they would have these public speakers would come and tell everybody in the place what they wanted to hear and nothing that they needed to hear. And they would pay them people $10,000 to bring a damn public speaker in, and he would speak for a damn hour. And nobody would learn anything. That's public speaking, saying something well, saying nothing well. You see what I'm saying? That's when Honorable Elijah Muhammad used to say, don't listen, brother, don't listen to how I say it. Listen to what I say. You see? So the whole world thought this man was a kook because the simple fact that he didn't have the oratory skills, that he didn't have the letters behind him with a 4th grade education. You understand what I'm saying? Don't listen to how I say it. Don't pay attention to how I say it. Listen to what I say. You see what I'm saying? It has conceived that a new instruction is valid. So your mind has to conceive that a new instruction is valid. There is the will and consciousness and mind that enters the pictures. That will gets past the barriers of the conscious mind. So they're talking about a certain will. No matter how strong the will is, it is to change something. It has to conceive the conscious mind before a new instruction can reach the subconscious mind. The conscious mind sees facts, in light of the present circumstances and created patterns. That's why niggas say, what all that kind of shit, how that shit gonna pay my rent? He's speaking from the conscious mind. How that shit gonna pay my rent? What is that gonna do? And most of the people, when you come talk that kind of stuff, they're gonna say, is that shit paying your rent? Because they think of things based on what they've been taught, that everything has got to be rationalized based on what you can gain in the physical. And it said in the physical. This is why some people are unable to see a fact glaring at them contrary to their beliefs. You see what I'm saying? Contrary to their beliefs. Before moving on, it says, the ultimate power of the subconscious mind, we ought to spend some time looking at what we call facts. Since your birth, much of what you know is what has been given to you by someone else. Your parents, your teachers, the society, television, and so on. You have been given facts, and your subconscious mind has been acting on these facts ever since. Programming. From now on, you must question these facts to see if these facts are indeed true. Or more important, if they are true for you. See, a fact can be true. You can go and study a course on how to make money if that's what you're about. But if you're talking about liberating some people and you using the method on how to make money, you're going to get some people that's going to get a little bit of money, and then the cracker going to take that from your ass, and you're going to be the same way it is. It depends on what you believe is true for you. As I have already mentioned, it is quite widely known that your character is modeled after your first year or two of your life. From then on, you are set in your ways. Do you remember the idea that I gave you in chapter 1? And it says, now the traditional minds are set. I'm going to tell you what this book is. This is a very good book to get. The traditional minds are set up quite incorrectly. Apply it to yourself. You were brought up by your parents who had a specific view, and you were educated in a system that was too big for you to exist. So you just accept things and ideas as necessary to a part of growing up. Whatever you liked, whether you like them or not, religious viewpoints are forced into your mind, often by people who never even thought about the implications. Religious ideas are still in this day and age to control your everyday life. And you do not think, so. If you do not think so, take a deeper look at the society that you live in. You see what I'm saying? And you will see that it follows a traditional line of appearances. Even if you are not a Christian, or am I not a Christian, it still have to confirm the Christian ideas of dogma for millions of laws that they have dropped down since the damn 10 Commandments. You see, so you're still grappling with this particular stuff. This little book is called The Magician, The Study in Effective Magic by Phil Cooper.
Yeah, but there is a
now,
I was expecting when you read that our subconscious mind is 95% receptive, but is not submissible. It's a 15% submission. Wherever I impress in my subconscious mind,
it does, but you
give it right away.
But the only reason why it doesn't give it right away is because it's not a matter of what you know to put or what you do to the subconscious mind. It's the fact that this society is not even going to give you the stuff to impress on the subconscious mind. So we're not just necessarily talking about the organ that works. We're just talking about the materials that they give you is falsehood. The guy named is Philip Cooper, The Magician. Came out in '93. Very good book. A very, very good book. Let me see something here. The Magician, a study of effective magic. And this is what it says. Magic is the ultimate science. Magical temple and the psychic laboratory. Magical temple and the psychic laboratory. The magical mind and the gods within. So they're talking about everything they tell you in this particular book, or they tell you what magic is supposed to be, is based on your physical body, the inward mind, other than some technique that you're trying to receive some energy from the outside. This is the storehouse of energy is in the inside. You understand where I'm coming from here?
Didn't he say that there is a 3 levels of mind, conscious, subconscious and superconscious.
Right.
Okay.
Right. 3 levels: conscious, subconscious, and superconscious. But the superconscious only comes by what you put in the subconscious. Actually, the superconscious is already with you. You just have to go to the doggone doorway, which is the subconscious, just to receive that particular part. You understand where I'm coming from? Now let's go on, because I want to deal with some things here. Now, this particular lecture here, also I want to deal with a couple of things on Hitler. Hitler, in fact, was a messiah that would be turned backwards. So everything that the messiah is supposed to do, Hitler did, but he was just backwards with it. He did it in the physical, but he was thinking of a new world. It's just that he was crazy. Hitler destroyed Europe. That was good. So actually Hitler was our boy, because Europe, when he got through with Europe, England and Germany and that stuff was desecrated. Russia had lost over millions of people. Just like they killed 100 million of us, their result was that they got their ass killed in World War II. So because them being world oppressors, they had this particular person that came and oppressed their ass. In spite of him hating Negroes, he didn't even get that far. He just oppressed white people and that type of thing here, and stuff. Hitler had a vision of a paradise. Hitler had laid out a system that he was going to build. Just say if he was successful with Germany, white Egyptian temples, a whole crystal city that they showed on the Discovery Channel. They got a 3-part series of Hitler for $49 of the whole Hitler thing, and at the end of the 3rd series, they showed his particular view, and he was talking about a brand new, something that looked like Egypt or Atlantis in white marble stone, and the temples and all was all built out of Hemmitt architecture. Wasn't none of these skyscrapers and all the stuff. Everything was built just like doggone Karnak, Dendera, and Warit, or what you call Waset, which is actually a Luxor temple, and that whole 9 yards and stuff. And so there's a movie that came out on HBO called The Forbidden. It's a movie with this girl, something Bassett. What's her name? No, not the black girl. Jacqueline Bassett. And in this Jacqueline Bassett. And the movie is called The Forbidden. But when you find in the movie, when they started, and it's funny how human behavior acts when a person starts getting oppressed. When them Jews, when Germany turned on them and started taking them to concentration camps, the Jews acted just like niggers. They had groups of Jews that in order to stay out of the doggone concentration camps, they just turned in other Jews. And one guy, he said he was sitting beside this guy. He said, "I'm a Jew." And he thought the guy was a German, but the guy was a Jew he was talking to. He said, how do I walk around in Germany when they're taking people to concentration camps? He said, I just turn in any Jew I see. He said, that's what I do. So basically, he sells out his race. You see what I'm saying? He sells out his doggone race. And the reason why this particular Jew was hiding out in Germany, he had a time to escape, but he was one of these rich Jews, so therefore he didn't give a damn what happened to the poor Jews until Hitler turned on his ass. Movie real key. Everything is always revealed in a certain amount of movies. You see what I'm, a certain amount of movies. So we say this, and like I said, also it's key that when you say the movie The Stranger Among Us with what's your girl? Melanie Griffin, and she was talking to the Orthodox Jew, and which is he wasn't an Orthodox, it was the black Lubavitch Jew that we laugh at in New York, this copying us, and we thinking that they studying the damn Torah. She went in a room and they were studying the Kabbalah, which is mysticism, and they say, shit, we study 13 hours a day. Now here's a fake Jew that ain't going nowhere. You see what I'm saying? That ain't going no doggone well, but he's studying 13 hours a day, and yet we can't put a gun to a black person's head to study just 30 minutes. Not only that, just pick up a book whenever you get the time. You see what I'm saying? And that's the kind of thing that we're talking about here also, too. So now what we're going to do is, this is a recap of the first lecture I ever did on the Dogon. Yes. Now, since then, that was June of 1992. Since then, we have had leaps and bounds based on the understanding of extraterrestrialism. But we're going to start from the beginning and try to get our heads a tail and try to understand what the white boy is actually doing, and then actuality, our understanding on what the extraterrestrial thing is also about. And last week I talked about the Adala broth actually creating the earth. I'm going to talk about Ogu creating the earth, which in actuality is supposed to be an evil realm. But then again, on the other hand, we're going to go into Sirius, which is actually the model point of what was on in the heavens and operating in the heavens long before the earth was even built, even made for actual prison camp. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off and all, because we want to get some of these things back into your subconscious. We're going to start off again by showing you some actual footage from the first video of the Dogon, but in actuality what we're going to also do is not only we're going to do that, we're going to actually give you some newer insight on things that have occurred. This serious thing I have studied probably more than anybody in the doggone world, I mean, for years and all, and I have sought for everything that I can find both in the country, out of print, and overseas on this whole serious thing and all. So since 1992, I have done leaps and bounds, but we're going to recap some of that stuff to tell you to get a certain amount of books and stuff that's still available. Since then, some of the stuff is going out of print. But we're going to recap some of that particular stuff and go into this particular extraterrestrial thing and try to understand what is one of the main meanings. When it was first given the extraterrestrial thing, what happened was it was under the premises that somebody was coming for us, and we was always looking for years. We were looking for a certain amount of things, a certain extraterrestrial to come for us. In actuality, it's the other way around. We are becoming the extraterrestrials that the doggone white boys are saying. In actuality, that is coming. Now, it's the difference between that and the ones that's being abducted, because a lot of that abductions and stuff is not necessarily ETs. That's the government doing those, because they have had a certain amount of extraterrestrialism, a certain amount of things since Hitler and since World War II, and that is totally different from what we are doing and all. So what it is they got a whole lot of people fooled and stuff. They got a whole lot of people fooled based on a certain amount of things. Oh, so you got the blackboard up here this time. Yeah, we'll see. We'll put it right in here and see what the deal is. Now, like I said, one of the Bibles, and it's interesting that we're talking about this because a lot of things are spiritual. It was 20 years ago this year that the book, The Sirius Mystery, came out by Robert Temple. That took him 15 years to research. It was 20 years ago in 1976 that the actual Sirius Mystery came out by Robert Temple. And it took him that many years to research. And so that it's ironic that we are actually dealing with that particular part now. And basically, that's some hoax shit. That's actually, the NASA thing is like the American Cancer Society, where you just give thousands and millions of dollars a year to pay a group of people salary that has nothing to do with space at all. And that's why every 10 years they'll come out with a few damn reports just to keep people from funding things. That has nothing to do with extraterrestrialism or whatever in the conventional way of what you think space is. You see them things, what you think space is. The white man knows it. The white man knew it before he established NASA. He knew it because he had damn near, at that particular time, he had at least 60 to 70 years studying the occult. So he knew that. So the whole thing with NASA was a hoax type thing to throw people off so they can get money, like the American Cancer Society, like the AIDS Society, and everything else is just to pay another person's bill. You see what I'm saying? Like I said, with the Apollo 13 and all your Apollo missions never happened. It was filmed on a stage at damn Universal Studios in California. Or wherever, they might have been in whatever, but whatever the deal is, it never happened. Hell, if the white man went to the doggone moon, you know damn well if the white man went to the doggone moon, anytime the white man colonized something, his ass stays forever. You ain't never see, you know his pattern. Anytime he ever went somewhere, you can't get that mug out of there. So if he would have colonized the damn moon, you would have a Motel 6 on the damn moon right now. You see what I'm saying? So that's some bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And it's just like Delbert Blair said. He know that the Russians went out in space and they got their ass blew up trying to go to the moon. And so after that, they went into what is called, it's not cryonics, which is freezing people. They have that. They have something called cryogenics, where they can take a picture, they can take a picture, go to a forest, take a picture, take that picture back to the lab, put something on one side of the picture, treat one side of the picture, go back to the forest, and the part that they put this pesticide on, all the trees will be dead. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's crucial that anybody that works in an office has got pictures of their children up in the office around white people. Please take those pictures down, because if a white person don't like you, and it don't matter what you did to them, it's just their nature not to like you, because sometimes they can't take your energy. So therefore, when you away, they can take your picture, go Xerox it, go home, put something on it of your little baby, and your baby come down with all these damn disease and come down with stuff and die. And they can do that with pictures. That's why the Native Americans won't let you take their pictures. You see what I'm saying? And no ancient people did up until we got colonized. You understand what I'm saying? Because they can take that picture and they can destroy people. So that particular conventional way of NASA don't have nothing to do with space whatsoever. Anytime whatsoever. As a matter of fact, a spaceship is really not needed. But then again, on the other hand, they do have spaceships, but the spaceships are not the physical transport spaceships that you think they are. The only thing that the only ones that you will see that white people are literally getting abducted on is some stuff that the government got from the last from the last 40-something years. And this is the hieroglyphic of the star system Sirius. And now, in dealing with this now, why is the Dogon so important? Because the Dogon tribe out of West Mali the white man wouldn't even be concerned about none of this particular stuff, but he had understand that there was a certain amount of knowledge. I need to move this over some. He understood that there was a certain amount of knowledge that was going off the planet, that the only custodians at that particular time that kept up with this particular things is the Dogon people. Yes. A group of people in the Untouchables have a secret society, and a people called the Zopa tribe, or what you call the Drukpa tribe, that I'm going to explain some things on them too. Oh, I got to go this way. No? Okay. We'll just keep on going there. Okay, let me get the book out of the way. Hmm? Just move it.
Yes, scoop a little bit back. Yes.
Okay, we'll do it that way.
We're right now.
Yeah, okay. Now, let me get this out of the way. I put my pants in my sock. That's it. I keep stepping on my hem.
There is a group of extraterrestrials, they call them the biological extraterrestrial entities. What star constellation they came from? Where?
Okay, we're going to deal with that. Let me go through this particular thing, and then when you ask that now, it will put a lot of things in perspective. The reason why we revisited the actual Dogon, because based on the time sequence, there was not an ancient people around other than prophecies that was handed down that could give a certain amount of knowledge or gnosis on the planet that they can trace back to ancient Egypt, Atlantis, and all of that particular thing. Although you have your Yorubas and different people that's still in there, are still in the society, for the simple fact that they were a part of the greater society, they were affected by colonization, outside influences like Islam or certain things, a certain influence that was put upon them. The reason why the Dogon was able to cultivate this knowledge and preserve this knowledge is when the people came that land and tried to put the Islamic views on them, they would just pack up and leave. And they would keep on leaving until they became a nomadic type of people at one particular point till they got to a certain place that they could preserve their knowledge. They could preserve their particular knowledge, you know. So in the 1930s, Marcel Griot and Germain Dieterlen, which was the group of French anthropologists, ran up on this particular tribe, and they told them all these particular things to this particular day, that despite what the white man says he know on Sirius, he's only getting it from the ancient Egyptian scripts, as well as the Dogon is what they go by. All of the physical things that they know on Sirius as far as the star constellations based on astronomy is fake. It's fake. It's fake, and I'll explain that in a few minutes. Why would this be fake? Now, that means based on, they could pinpoint when the Christ was coming back, because the Christians had lost the gnosis from it, for the simple fact that they copied it from the Gnostic people. The Hebrews had lost the gnosis from it because the original black Hebrew, you understand what I'm saying? Although the original black people are there in Palestine, they stopped practicing the actual faith, so you got a white Hebrew. The Ethiopian Hebrew that is there, although he does have a certain amount of religious ceremonies and religious doctrines and stuff, when it calls the gnosis part of him is gone. Now, what do we mean by this? There's two parts in a system. There's a system of the general mythology. and the worship of the general mythology and the rituals based on the general mythology. But there's a second part of the general mythology as the science of the general mythology, the metaphysical science of the general mythology. And the metaphysical science of the general mythology that can splinter in several systems was lost to most groups on the planet. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, they said when they went into Africa, the white man said the Europeans had these elaborate rituals that was so superior to any kind of thing that they can understand that man could conceive of. But when it came to actually looking at the actual science or the mystery behind the rituals, other than this, what the actual gods bring down, they could not give you the esoteric version of that, because during colonization, the actual priests went underground. And the priests went underground and later on died underground. They said we would rather die than to give them the true knowledge, which is the divine knowing. So therefore, what you have is more of a religious system going on now based on a ceremonial practice, as well as based on what is called a divination system based on the rituals of the deity. But the actual science of how you apply those deities so you can become the same deities were gone. The actual science to map out the circumference or when the actual earth has its actual birthday go into a new millennium is gone. You see what I'm saying? So around the world, you couldn't have enough, a certain amount of people had lost what is called, they had the traditional religions or the traditional systems, but the knowledge that ran the systems, the priests had to go underground. Okay, we're going to do that in question and answer because we got to get rolling. Okay, just keep on. No, okay, hold on. Now, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is keep the train of thought, because I got to get this certain amount of information got to get out. And if you break me, I ain't going to get to be flowing. Yeah, like that, no. So that's what I'm saying. So when you get a thought, write it down, and then we'll deal with that. So now, this is what's going on. So the Dogon were a people that was able to preserve that particular culture. So therefore, since the Dogon had the greatest astronomical science knowledge of what's going on in the cosmos based on the star system, Sirius, that is equivalent to the ancient Egyptians, so therefore they would be the ultimate group that would understand that when we talk about the mythology, or when Nomo, which is in the sign of a Christ, sign of a fish, which is also the sign of a Christ, which is the front cover of the book Pale Fox. But if you can't get that book, because a lot of it's out of print, and you can get some of them, every now and then you can come across and get the serious mystery. Nomo, which was the actual Christ, they understood in actuality, if we're going to find out when the Christ is coming back, and for the Illuminati to understand that that is the Christ energy among black people, we must understand the Dogon's system of Nomo when they do this sacred ceremony called the Sigi ceremony that they do every 50 years. 50 to 60 years. And in the Egyptian part, it was called the Henti ceremony. H-E-N-T-I, Henti ceremony. And the Sigi ceremony, so in the Dogon, it was called the Henti ceremony. The Egyptian. Which meant end of a period of time, or the end of eternity. Or what they mean eternity as far as eternity that we think is, the earth is eternity. It just means at the end of this digit of time on the earth. Based on when does the earth have this great birthday. So the Dogon, by doing the Sigi ceremony, understood, was the only ones that could understand that. Now you get the particular information, there's 3 copies left of the Serious Mystery, which is like a Bible. It's like everyone should own a copy of the Serious Mystery. A lot of the black scholars didn't like it because a white man wrote it. Well, hell. If you look in the back of them same idiots' books, they got a bibliography and all that shit is written by white people. You see what I'm saying? You see? So then again, on the other hand, we talk about ego here, when in actuality we know that the spirits possess them and they become slaves, which I'll get into it later on, slaves to do a particular work for us. So all this metaphysical stuff is not written for them. It's written for them, it's written by them thinking they're writing it for themselves, but the gods are making them write it for us. So everybody should have a copy of the Serious Mystery. You see what I'm saying? a copy of the Serious Mystery. So based on the Siggy ceremony, let me get my paper first. I don't want to. Based on the Siggy ceremony that we're talking about here, we know that once the Dogon do this particular dance, in this sacred dance that they did in 1934, and 60 years from that, when they did it again in 1994, but it was some discrepancies on when it was going to be done. The show that came on In Search Of in 1973 came on and talked about this elaborate ceremony. They said when we walked up on the Dogon, they were getting ready for what they told us was a funeral. They said, but what we later found out, it was an elaborate ceremony called the Siggy ceremony. It is done every 50 to 60 years. Basically, 60 years is the real accurate time. You know, done every 60 years. That is actually the birthday of Nomo. So two Dogon Siggy ceremonies is worth one Egyptian Hemmitt ceremony. The Hemmitt ceremony is done every 120 years. The Siggy ceremony is done every 60 years. Period, you'll have 2 Siggys. You see what I'm saying? And at the end, it's called the birthday of Osiris in Egypt, which is the birthday of God, or the Christ, if you want to say, or the birthday of Nomo. So now we got a direct relationship of the Christ energy when it's coming back. Because we know it's the Christ energy that's going to come into a whole group of people other than one person coming back, because the Siggy ceremony has already been done in 1994. April 23rd, 1994, the Siggy ceremony was done. And key crucial things happened in that year. That year we invoked the entity called Thunderdog, which, might I add, which is a Native American form of the Christ of the Dog Star. At that same year, the O.J. Simpson trial came down that we know as the ancient trial of Hemmitt, where they said when the trial of Hemmitt happened in the papyrus of the Hieratic papyrus of the British Museum, say one thing comes out of this trial of 2 opposing forces of good and evil. We will have a hieroglyphic. We will have a hieroglyphic in that particular part. We will have a hieroglyphic that looked like this all through the papyrus that means separation. That means separation. Even in your Bible, they talk about a time when Jesus or Christ is going to come, and what he's going to do. He's going to separate the sheep from the goat nations. The sheep nations is the one of woolly hair. And God is my shepherd, I shall not want. The goat nations is one of straight hair. And straight hair and all that type of thing and all this. Abnormal, eat paper and all kind of shit. The goat nations and all. The sheep, you see what I'm saying, even the vagina looked like is more close to a woman. That's why the cracker used to screw their sheeps. You see what I'm saying? And they had a law in the United States that you couldn't be caught with a sheep after sundown. That's the law on the books to this day. So we're talking about the great separation of the trial, and we saw that separation on one of the greatest days ever in the history of black America that was celebrated on damn Thursday. Was a year ago of the O.J. Simpson trial, which was what? October the 3rd of 1995, which is 10/13, a 10th month, and 3 is 13, and 13 is an unlucky number for the white man. Might I add, 13 is the number for the star system Sirius also too. You got 12 disciples, you got the 13th man, which is the Christ, which is the star system Sirius, which is the Sirius is in you. Now, so that's one which is the trial of Hemmitt. That is also in the Hieratic papyrus of the British Museum of a great trial that will be held in the time will separate their nations. Well, we know that it was the split down the middle. You seen the thing when black people were jumping up and white people all quiet, because their existence and their reality is different than ours. You see what I'm saying? So now that went on in but the O.J. Simpson trial thing started. It started with the murder in 1994. Also in 1994, you had the white buffalo that was actually born.
Indian prophecy.
Yeah, the Indian prophecy. You see what I'm saying? And since then, they've had another white buffalo, which makes it even greater prophecy. An even greater prophecy. So this is the Siggy ceremony. So since we know it's not necessarily the Christ of a one man coming back, we know that they was actually talking about a Christ people. Because in the esoteric version of everything, Christ is a group of people and a whole race of people other than one person. You see what I'm saying? Other than one person. And they're talking about you coming back. Well, everything has a body. So the Christ at the head of the church, it just meant the remnant. The 144,000, which is a symbolic number. It just means 144,000, a percentage of billions of people. So it's not just talking about an accurate 144,000 people. Hell, that ain't enough damn people to come back when we got more niggas in the United States than that. Got more black people in New York than that. That ain't work, but it's talking about a symbolic number of the first remnant, the light bringers, which in fact is us that we're discussing this now. That's why we're here today discussing this thing, and it has nothing to do with necessarily the techniques. It was already been prophesied in certain laws that when you put a law out, when that law manifests and that law comes to its full manifestation, it's just going to happen anyway, because we were the gods that set this shit down for us years before we went to sleep. We literally carved out things on this is going to happen at this certain time, this is going to happen at this certain time, and this is going to happen at this certain time. But it's not necessarily a date no more than it is a cycle. It's just that the Dogon was able to calculate the cycle based on a date because they were the only ones advanced enough to do it. You see what I'm saying and all, that type of thing. So if we're talking about energy, energy don't go necessarily a date, but it goes based on when that energy gets to its full part. And we actually know that that's happening now. So it can be tomorrow. It can be next week. It can be on into the next year. But I never look beyond right now, because this is what we're dealing with now, because they're killing niggas now. Check. Okay, let's go on. We have the temple of Dendera, the temple of Het-Heru or Hathor at Dendera. And this is the oldest calendar in the world, which is 90,000 years old, that was actually created in Atlantis. And the Egyptologists tore down an old temple in the Ptolemaic period, and they got actual blueprints to build the other temple out of the cracks of the wall. Out of the cracks of the wall of this particular temple. And so the blueprints are 90,000 years old when you talk about the temple of Dendera, which I'll get the outside of that particular Dendera, that particular calendar. The breakdown of the temple of Dendera, that calendar, the great breakdown of that calendar is both in Swada de Lubit's book, Sacred Science, and also, but the best breakdown is in Gerald Massey's Book of the Beginning, Volume 2, which there's a set that is still back there. Gerald Massey's Book of the Beginning, Volume 2, is the greater breakdown of the particular zodiac of Dendera, which is older than any calendar that the white man has. It is based around the circumference of the star system Sirius, and don't have nothing to do with the Gregorian calendar, which in fact is damn near 5-6 years off. 5 or 6 years off. So they're saying, when is the Aquarian age of the year 2000? The year 2000 has been here. It's been here, at least we know the year 2000 was here when the Dogon did the Siggy ceremony. And now what it's called the null time. The null zone. The null zone. There's a guy by the name of Zeusch, Robert Shapiro, wrote a book called what's the name of the book he wrote? Explorer Race. And in there he'll talk about the null zone. And it's the null zone. And in that particular null zone, they're talking about a particular time. It's an end time. There's no more such thing as time. Because in actuality, time, there's no such thing as space and time anyway. But a certain time when this cycle ends up, there's no more such time as the year 2000. When it happened, it can happen today, it can happen tomorrow, but it's not enough certain amount of time that you calculate up to now. Even the white man knows that. That's why he made his move 5 years ago in 1990. 10 years ago with the drugs. 15 years ago with the AIDS. Atlanta child murders. You understand what I'm saying? He made his move that particular time because he understood that it was over by the time that the Dogon said it was over was the year 2000. So we do know that if we're going to look at any type of time when it's over, we know when the Dogon did the Siggy ceremony, he marked the year 2000. So when is the time for us to get serious? The time for us to get serious is what, 3 years ago? Or when you come to the knowledge that now is the time of the alarm clock to say, shit, nothing else matters. Now it's time to just do what the hell we got to do. Okay, I will continue my life doing what I'm supposed to do, just keep bread on the table. That's given. You see what I'm saying? While in the process. So people always get defensive. Well, hell, I got to keep bread on the table. That's already given. That's like saying, man, I got to goddamn take a shit when it's time to take a shit. What the hell has that got to do with the price of goddamn coffee in China? See what I'm saying? That's given. What the fuck has that got to do with what the hell we got to do? That's real. Check. You see what I'm saying? So now, the story is, the Dogon story is that Amma had one son, which is this particular evil son, that was not all the way created. As a result, he came down, his name was Ogu, and he created the earth, which is his placenta. And as a result, she sent her son to be reincarnated as man down here called Nomo. And later on, he would stand up and challenge Ogu and destroy Ogu, and this is his ark, which is the Dogon's rendition of a spaceship. Is rendition of the spaceship. And they said that the Nomos came from the star system Sirius. Also, the Dogon rendition of the spaceships you will see in all of these, you will see is, well, this one is in the book, The Pale Fox. This one is in the in-print book, which is the book where you see these particular space capsules, which is in the, which is the Sirius Mystery, which is also the Sirius Mystery. And so he will challenge Nomo, which in Ogu, which in actuality is the God that's over religiosity, as I said last week. The God which is over, that has a group of people on the earth worshiping him. And a God that's a fire and brimstone that's going to chastise you, because he's too jealous to say, well, hell, if I created this mug and I know what this person is about, why the hell I got to have this person serve me? Not unless that person, you only get jealous of somebody because that person has something greater than you. So we have something greater than the God of what you call the God of religion. I went through all that last week. I went through all that last week. So we know now up until this particular point that any day now it can go. And as a result, we have seen so many things that materialize at the same time. Wasn't it funny that the white man would come out in 1994, the same year the Sigil ceremony, he would come out with a movie called Stargate? Yeah. And isn't it funny that the model that he copied, Stargate, is also coming from The Matrix? The book The Matrix, and this particular book was out years before the Stargate came out. In actuality, there was information that in actuality that was a port for spaceships, but not necessarily in the physical. But that's the way we view things. Now let's go on. Let's go on, because I want to deal with some things here. I told you about a tribe that had a shipwreck in Tibet called the Zopa tribe, or called the Drupka tribe, or the Drupka tribe. The name of the book is called Carl Robin Evans' book. I got a little passage in this little book here, but the name of the book is called Carl Robin Evans' book, called Sun Gods in Exile. Is the name of the book. Is the name of the book. Sun Gods in Exile, and that particular tribe is in. That's one that supposedly had gotten shipwrecked. That had supposedly gotten shipwrecked in Tibet. The Drupka, or the Drupka, or the Drupka, is a secret set of the Thunder Dragon. Was brought to Earth over 12,000 years ago and established in the plateau of Lang, somewhere between China and Tibet. China and Tibet. And it says in a particular part called Bhutan, this particular Drupka religion and all flourished in a part called Bhutan. A guy by the name of Levy, John Levy, is another book in the bibliography other than Carl Robin Evans that also talks about this particular actual tribe. And also, this is also some tribes that we deal with. Also, I should have brought the picture again. I showed you the picture of the black woman and the black man, and they sure did look like Negroes to me. Look like some brothers up here on the corner, and that particular thing also too. Look like some brothers up on the actual corner. In a book called Messengers of Deception, I can't think of the actual guy's name. He also talked about this extraterrestrial government called UMO, and UMO is a modified word of Nomo, which is also us. So the extraterrestrial government everybody talking about is us. Now, also we deal with they said that the Dogon told you that there were 3 planets are 3 other stars around Sirius. And those 3 stars were Sirius A, Sirius B, and Sirius C. That was only seen once by a certain group of people in 1950. In 1950. Now, in this particular book called The Egyptian Revival, which is a guy by the name of Frater Atchett, who was supposed to have been a spiritual son of Aleister Crowley, and he says this. He says there was a particular part that he said that around Sirius there were 7 other planets around Sirius. There were 7 other planets that were also around Sirius, the Sirius star system. Now, mind you, we're talking about this particular information about that, but when we go into the real science about it, it says, note that the divine name Kether, which is the top part of the tree of life, that I'll get a picture of the tree of life in a minute, the tree of life, which this particular part of the tree of life is called Kether, but the reflection is actually behind it. So there was a circle called dark, and it's actually reflecting behind it. They say this particular part called Kether, the premium mobile is in the Egyptian sense is Sirius, the dog star, the star of Isis Sothis. Around it is 7 planets. The nude figure in its symbolism is Isis or Nephthys or Het Heru. Het Heru. So in actuality, they're saying that there's these particular planets and stuff, but in actuality, what we're dealing with here, we're not dealing with something as physical as we think it is. When we go deeper into what we're going to deal with tonight also, too. What we're going to deal with also tonight. Now, the Draconian cult is a cult of the dragon of the deep space that brought to earth the Ophidian cult worshipped by the ancient Typhonians of Egypt under the symbol of Apep, and is used by the Typhonian order. Now, the Draconian I mentioned last week was one of the oldest names. One of the original names of our particular energy or our particular dimension before we came to the earth was called the Ophidian cult also too. These are also things. The Ophidian cult is also one. And all of these particular Draconian and Ophidian was also worshipped in Atlantis and Lemuria. That's where you get the word. The Draconian cult is talking about, even though we have Sirius, and the Sirius is the first part of the first star of the first 7 stars and of the many stars. But Sirius actually is the vagina in the south gate of the mother. So it's like the clitoris, or it's like the mother reflecting itself. The other is talk about the northern hemisphere, which is called Draco, which is actually the northern hemisphere, and the most height of heaven is called Draco, and that's where you get the word Draconian from, which it means mother. And mother is the triple blackness of space that has to reflect herself by giving light, and she reflects herself through her sun, which is the first of 7 stars, and it is number 8, which is infinity, the first of 7 stars, and she's actually reflecting her own light. It's like the Sirius, the male, is only the shine or the reflection of the great mother. Just like we know that man is nothing but a manifestation of the woman. The woman is the negative current, and the man is the positive. And we're not talking about negative in one part. We're talking about yin and yang. One is the apex of the power, and one is the actual manifestation of the power. A manifestation of the power. So you get the word Draconian. Then you get the word dragon. So anytime you see the word dragon, it's also talking about the greatest parts of heaven, but also a symbol of dragon in its purest form is also a symbol for melanin. So anytime you hear the white man talking about dragon, he's, the Asians talking about dragon, that's a symbol for melanin. In Egypt, that dragon was also called Apep, and also a form of the dragon in its crocodile form was also called Sebek, which is a crocodile-headed deity. Basically, in traditional Egyptology that I know of, Sebek always comes in crocodile. Sebek just so happened in the teachings of Raul Nefer Amen also comes as Anubis, which in actuality is all one and the same, because Anubis is also an ancient symbol for melanin. But dragon, anytime you see the word dragon, which you thought was evil, is also the source of power. So you get the word, it comes from Draco, and we are the people from Draco, so we are the Draconians, which I'm going to mention that in actuality the people in extraterrestrialism are calling the negative Draconians that's coming in. That's nothing but us rising up. But the word dragon, that's why you see the word Dragonheart, the movie Dragonheart. Okay.
I know it's really funny. I was reading a book on Ethiopians, and they consider the foreigners, the word they have for foreigners is Ferengi, and in this Star Trek, the Ferengis are these, you know.
You see, you get the movie Dragonheart, which you notice when the dragon died, he went back up into the star system and became a star in the system. What you see up there. Now, let me explain what's going on here because this is interesting. And he went back to Draco. And he explains about I'm from Draco, which means the height of heaven. So in actuality, I'm serious, but in I'm the star system serious. But in actuality, he was talking about the dragon just represented a race of black people that was staying in Europe at that time. It was actually the Moor. When you see Dragonheart. And so in Arthurian mythology, it's Merlin. So Merlin the magician just means the Moor. And it was teaching King Arthur. He was a Moor from Atlantis or Lemuria or Alchemoria. And that's what it means and stuff. See the movie Dragonheart. It should be coming. It should be coming on video soon. Also, should be coming on a video soon. Also, too.
Also, I just want to tell you, it's a book called Cult in the Shadow. It just breaks down all about the
Ophidian, Grant, and I'll Cult of the Shadow, but also, but the Dragonheart. See the movie Dragonheart. Also, you need to. I need to explain this to you. When you look into the stars, the planets up there, they say, well, how many stars are up there? They say it's so many until the white man don't even have a timetable or a system to count them. Now, what they are not really stars at all. It's a star in the sense of what we know it's stars. But each one of those stars up there represents a soul that's down here. That's a holographic universe that is not physical. It's only a reflection. It's inwardly. So when you want to ask the souls that are down here, which ones are that now, so those stars up there is actually the light of what you are. You are a star, and your illusion is a physical body. The physical body in the physical world does not exist. It's a series of illusions that do not exist. What exists is those stars out there, which is a light which you are reflecting outwardly, which is the only thing in the universe. It's just that you are trapped in this physical body, and you think this physical body is you. So the stars up there, every woman, every man is a star. Not every white woman, every white man, but every original person is a star. Well, we don't have that many original people on Earth. Well, it also represents not only the original people that's on Earth, but it also represents the original people, some of them that passed on and never returned to Earth. But in so much of what's really talking about, as far as the astronomy that they're talking about, that's fake. The only thing that's out there is stars. Now, the planets and stuff is a spirit that was created by a Daldabra. So now, if one thing about the illusionary world, if you go to a particular planet or you send something physical to that particular planet to take a picture or that star to take a picture, it is only going to take a hologram of that particular star. So just in fact, so the pictures that they get back are unreal. Even if they did send some satellite to take a certain amount of picture, something physical can only take something of the state that it is. So a physical thing can only take a physical picture. These two physical eyes can only look at things in a certain physical way. So the only way that you are able to see in the other dimension is looking through the third eye or the first eye, what you call clairvoyance, but basically that's only a fragment of what it really is. Because when we first came here, the physical world was dim. We can barely see it because it hadn't automatically slowed down to the vibrations. We only saw the spiritual world. As the vibrations slowed down, the physical world became more visible and the spiritual world became invisible. And it was only through initiation or a certain amount of energy, you born a certain way with a certain amount of faculties open that everybody has. But the real deal is those particular stars is actually us. So see, so these are things that you have to grapple with. We're not here in the physical, but we are here in those stars out there. It's kind of hard to play with. You understand what I'm saying? Because we're dealing with an illusionary type thing that we have been taught to be real. So that's why the line passes every time somebody dies, he becomes a star. So when you see the movie Dragonheart, when he died and the physical body disappeared, he went back to a star in Draco. You see what I'm saying? In a star in Draco. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what it's actually talking about there. Sirius is a star in the Tarot deck. The Tarot deck, a lot of people have shied away from the Tarot deck. The Tarot deck is a real deal practice that comes out of Atlantis by way of Egypt. The first Tarot deck was not talking about, you can read stuff with the Tarot deck, but each particular symbol, when you get the Tarot deck, you was talking about a shortcut. If you learn the symbols in the Tarot deck, you can also learn the symbols that you need to tap into a certain amount of consciousness. So that's what the Tarot deck was originally for. It later on became a symbol of divination, but the Tarot deck was introduced into England by the Moors. You know, but it comes out of Egypt by way of Atlantis and Lemuria, and those particular symbols of the Tarot deck, which has metaphysical meanings, go back for years. The star of Isis, Sirius, is also called the stone seat. Now, this is the metaphysical mystery that you got to understand here. Isis, the star of Isis is called the stone seat. The stone seat that they're talking about here, that the star of Isis is actually called, is called the alchemical stone or the philosopher's stone. So the star that they're talking about, that's the philosopher's stone, is also, the philosopher's stone is talking about melanin. Melanin has all the elements and the compounds of the universe all comprised into one stone. That stone is in your head. And if that stone is in your head, that is a piece of the original stone, so that's a piece of the original star. So Sirius is within you. The original Sirius is broken up into multidimensional pieces. You just see the reflection as the greatest star in heaven. But the other pieces is broken up and they came down here, and that's within you. And that's what you're seeing with all these stars out here, is the form of those particular pieces of the real star. And those particular pieces is within you. Everything that you think is outwardly is actually inwardly. And the only thing we're doing basically ultimately is explaining things which is inside of our bodies, which is explaining things of the soul. So when the white boy tells you the things that's outwardly and all those particular things, that is stuff that's in actuality that is off base and is keeping you looking without. But everything you do, you can apply to the vessel of God. If heaven is within and everything is within heaven and everything is within you. The universe, the mind is nothing but a multidimensional universe, a miniature universe. The Star of David is the Star of Sirius. The stone, the philosopher's stone, in the Bible they say the stone that the builders reject will become the cornerstone. That's nothing but melanin. The cornerstone, which is the foundation. The builders rejecting is also talking about a dollar broth, this particular God that wants you to believe that in actuality that you are rich and you are a person that is not worthy of anything but worshiping, but you are not God's. And also the builders rejecting is also talking about the white boy. This rejecting you will become the cornerstone. Also, that particular stone that they're talking about is also the apple in the tree, which is the tree of life, which is also called Darth, which is also called the star, which is also Sirius, and also what it's talking about is melanin. So when God said, that particular God, the devil actually said, don't eat from every tree but the tree of life, or that particular fruit off the tree of life, which is Darth, he said, you can be down here as long as you don't tap into your melanin and become God, because that particular God was the devil. Check? So the Star of David and all. So the Star of David, or the particular David that they're talking about, the David that they're talking about is actually you. That was so, that's actually you also too. Now, so the white boy is coming in, he's saying that the extraterrestrialism, he's saying that the Draconians are coming and they have taken over, they're going to take over everything. The Draconians don't mean nothing but us. The reptilians that everybody is scared about, the reptilians is nothing but black people, the original Kundalini race, which is the ones with the serpent and the caduceus that I talk about, that you see, which is the Kundalini energy within inside of you. The original Kundalini race is the reptilian race. These are terms that you'll see that the New Age is coming in, and they're saying that these particular negative ETs, the negative ETs and stuff, that's nothing but us. The ones who have the original Kundalini power. The original Kundalini power. And that's the That is the reptilian race. And so these are things you got to understand. There ain't nothing negative coming outside of nothing to get nobody, because the negative shit is all down here. And it's called the doggone white boy and this particular entity that he has that he's trying to keep alive. Nothing, anything that's coming to tear the white boy up has got to be my friend. You see what I'm saying? The original Sirius is called the sun behind the sun. Our sun is only a reflection of a greater sun, so it's a hologram called beauty, which in actuality it doesn't exist. The real sun that exists is inside of you. I mentioned that last week. In the book of law they say, is God to live in a dog? Is God to live in a dog? They say no, but the highest is of us. So dog is called a dog star, but the highest in the universe is of us. They're talking about us. We are the highest in the universe. We are the highest in the universe at this particular time because because the bottom becomes the top. I'll take the first and make them last, and the last and make them first. That's on all levels. So since we came into hibernation, we became the actual top. In the ancient, in the Native American, Sirius is also known as the bighorn medicine wheel. The bighorn medicine wheel is what Sirius is. Recapping some things in this book that just came back out is Murray Hope, which is the hardback cover of the book, which is a must-read and a must-get. I think she has one copy. She got 2 copies back there. It's called The Sirius Connection. It used to be called Ancient Egypt and the Sirius Connection when it first came out. Then it went out of business. Then it went out of print. But in here she has the article from the actual book Thrice Great Hermes, which is Thrice Great Hermes is the, let me see that I bring it, is the $50 book, 3 books in one on the Hermetic text, which is the original text coming out of Egypt. Which is the original text coming out of Egypt. Hermes is the Greek word for Tahuti. And all, and this comes by Egypt by way of Atlantis, because they say that this particular information came from the flood. So now, in the Hermetic text, in one of the actual parts, she rescued a page out of here, which is the article in the British Museum that's printed in this particular book. Even though this book is now out of print, and stuff, well, shoot, it's so damn late. What time is it? Hell, you can shoot. You know, you can, hey, whatever the deal is, the brother want to, whatever, you can call him on back, shit. It says, in this particular part on page 209, and like I said, they have the one here, they talk about a particular article in the British Museum that the white boy got out of England, how to build your buildings around the star system Sirius, which you give temples, obelisks, and pyramids, and you build it around the cycle of Sirius. They took that particular article, and when they say we want to build a new world order city, the main one and stuff, they took that article and they fashioned a new Atlanta, Georgia, off of the ancient Atlantis, because this comes down to it from Atlantis. They fashioned that around that, and that's why you got pyramids, obelisks, temples, and all that on every building. Yeah. And it's in there, and that particular article, which is also 102 in this book, The Sirius Connection by Murray Hope, which by far is one of the great books that you actually need to actually get. Also too, the Necronomicon is also talking about the great old ones which used to rule at that particular time of Atlantis and Lemuria, but actually came from another realm of the cosmos. And the great old ones that they're talking about here, in actuality, they trace their origin and they come from Sirius also too. But in this particular part, they talk about this, the idea that a race of lions existed from the star system complex. Now this is the psychosis of the white man. He will say lions, he'll even say canine, anything than to say the black man. You see, so it's the idea that a race of lions existed from the other space and time, but actually she's reading metaphysically. If you understand the symbology of the lion, which is the Sphinx, and the Sphinx is also based on the number 19 that Sister Tainetta Muhammad talks about in the Nation of Islam, and the Sphinx is also called Allah on both horizons, and 19 is that, and the Sphinx is also called Heru on both horizons. Then you will understand that the lions that they're talking about is us, that lion-type people are the Lion of Judah. You see what I'm saying? The Lion of Judah, and that's what they talk about. The idea that a race of lions existed in the Syrian star complex in some other time, there are deeper implications that resonate with the genes that we have inherited from our Syrian forebearers. who were responsible for the growth of our solar system in which we live. Professor Hoyle probably says that the stellar influence of the earth which we manifest via personal group of genetic codes, but those of the Syrian gene, the cat lion crystal gene, is called the strongest. That particular Syrian gene that they're talking about, the cat lion crystal gene, is nothing but melanin. Is nothing of melanin. This is in her chapter called Lion Power. In her chapter called Lion Power, that she talks about, which is a valuable book to also get. Although the book was $14, now the book is $22. They put it in hardback and they blew it up a little bit, but still yet, any in-print book is worth getting at this particular time also too. You will hear Elizabeth Clare Prophet talking about the god Sanat Kumra. First of all, Elizabeth Clare Prophet got her teachings from a Moor. She got her teachings from a Moor. As a matter of fact, one of their ascended masters is called El Mori, which we'll be dealing with next week. And Sanat Kumra was actually, they talk about him, they show this particular picture of this white man. You know, anytime they do that and all, like Saint Germain. Saint Germain was a black man that was taught, was a black man. I believe they say he was a man that was taught by the Moors in Spain, but in actuality he was a Moor, and he was a great teacher. But Sanat Kumra of Sirius was in actuality a ascended priest from Amen. So in actuality, with Elizabeth Clare Prophet in them and all, they tapped into some things. They got their teachings from a Moor, as well as the Book of Mormons. John Smith copied all his shit from a Moor. And as a result, he turned around and said that the black race was evil to cover up for what he copied from the Moor. We'll get into that next week also too. So the Mormons got their stuff from an ancient group of black people that was here that taught John Smith. That's where you get the word Mormons. Check. That's where they get it from. That's where the Moors got the same from. My friend named Asim Hotep broke this news to me in Barter's bookstore, and I said, oh, you know, that's interesting, because I was thinking about this particular Book of Mormon all last week. And I said, where did they get their particular information from? So they were saying that Jesus Christ appeared over here in the Americas and that whole 9 yards and stuff like that and all. Well, in actuality, the real Moors was actually, I believe he was either talking about the Moors, or the Moors were saying, hell, we are all Christ. So whatever the deal is, the Book of Mormon and this type of thing, that you can send off and get one for free. That they just changed that particular one and said that the black man was evil. That was the cover up that he got the shit from the black man. Just like the beast always does. You see? Ain't that something? Mormon. That's what it's talking about. Might I add that I say Jimi Hendrix is a very spiritual brother that we know and all. They call him the voodoo child because his whole thing was that way up, and what he was doing was putting white people in the altered states of consciousness, and they were jumping out of windows and going crazy when they heard his particular music, and the Illuminati decided to get together and kill him. So the girl administered drugs to him. They said that it was heroin and all this, but he actually died because the girl that he was with killed him in the hotel room the night before he was supposed to take the trip back to the United States and hook back up to his doggone blues roots and come back and stuff at that particular time. So so that's interesting. You said that there's also a book called Jimi Hendrix Star Child that's out. That's out also too, that deals with that particular thing, which Jimi Hendrix also talked about the people from under the earth. He also talked about aliens, and they even got pictures of him meditating where he took his band down and actually they were sitting on the beach meditating. And all this type of thing here, and he talked about ETs and all of that type of thing, and they said he was saved earlier. I think it was either a car wreck or whatever. He was saved earlier. They saved his life earlier. Some ETs supposedly are either some high celestial beings, which is actually us. Saved him earlier also too. The word Harry is Arabic for the word Sirius. The word Harry. So then you get the word Hare Krishna, which means the black god of Sirius, Hare Krishna, which also means Sirius the Christ, or the star of Christ, which is also in you. So you hear the Hare Krishna saying that now. They're talking about a black man, but it also means the Christ star, which is also in you, which is the Star of David, which is the star in the symbol of, in the surah of the Quran, which is the surah of the Quran. The word Set, Soot, means Sirius, the first one of an incalculable God from all time. But remember now, the metaphysical thing of that is all that which has been is broken up, and it all exists in us. Serious scriptures of the Book of the Dead. There's several things you can get certain serious scriptures of the Book of the Dead. One is, I set up a ladder to the gods. But I am one of them. And I holler like a goose until they hear my prayer and report it to Sirius. You see, and report it to Sirius also. Sothis, which is the goddess Hathor. Also, they said that the New Year's Day, a baby is coming in between the knees of Sothis, is also talking about when a certain end of the world cycle and stuff, your particular baby inside of you, which is your dormant egg, the baby of the egg, which is called melanin, the Akasha, the Buddha Rupa, will open up between the knees of Sothis in New Year's Day, and that particular baby that they're actually talking about. Sothis is also the goddess Hathor, which is negatively known as the golden calf portrayed in the Bible, which in actuality is the actual Adalabroth, this particular entity that I told you about, as well as the Roman government, talking negatively about ancient scriptures in the of the ancient world, or the ancient symbolism, or the ancient God, the one Sirius. So they talk negative about it, and they mix it all up. That's why in India, a cow is sacred. You see what I'm saying? Because that was a symbol of the divine mother and all that, or the earthly mother. So Muhammad understanding this because his father was a damn Cushite. And Muhammad knew mysteries before he so-called received the book in his ear. He ain't received no book that they didn't have in the damn Arabia from the get-go. Honorable Elijah Muhammad tells you that the same so-called angel Gabriel that whispered in his ear was a tall black man that was living. So it wasn't nothing but a damn person from the mystery system of the Cushite empire of Arabia that taught him some shit, and he made around and turned around and said in actuality that it was the angel, it was the messenger said it was a black man that lived there, because that system was there, because the gods that was in Arabia, the Cushite people, his father was a Cushite Arab, which his father was a black man, so he didn't learn no more to put in the Quran that he didn't know growing up. And his father and them knew about the star system Sirius. That's why in the book, in the Quran, it says, in the Surah of the Star, it says, this is the God who created both heaven and hell from one single ejaculated semen. He is the God of Sirius. Why? In the Quran, in the Surah of the Star. That Surah of the Star, they got the moon, the star and the crescent, the star and the flag is the star of Sirius. And which is also the black dot which is in you, in the Surah of the Quran. Also, they talk about the cow in the Quran. So he tried to recorrect what the doggone Bible had thrown down, which was ancient symbolism, that he had already known, for the simple fact that it was taught to him, and doggone Bilal was one of his doggone teachers also that directed him in the whole 9 yards. And Bilal wrote it, and it was a Bilalian creation that he took credit for, after Bilal hauled ass back to Ethiopia. And this is the stuff that the doggone white Arabs know in Arabia now, and they don't want to come out. It was a Bilalian creation, because Bilal was not a slave. They make him a slave, but Bilal was his teacher. And he couldn't read or write till the day he died, so how the hell he gonna write a damn Quran? It was written by Bilal, and Bilal was a doggone Sufi master. Sufi meaning what? Woolly head one. Check.
Is the draconian reptilian?
Huh?
The draconian.
Reptilian is a symbolic term. It's not a physical snake people. Reptilian is talking.
Reptilian is meaning desirable being.
No, see, you got to realize, when they're talking these things, they're talking about these things in symbolic. The reptilian is nothing but this picture right here that I'm showing you of the Kundalini energy within you. They're taking this and throwing it around and making you to think it's these particular entities that is different. Yeah. That's what the deal is. It's nothing but you. You are a reptilian, which is talking about the energy. The snake that crawls up the tree and eats from the apple, the black dot. It's metaphysical, and if you don't look at it as metaphysical, you're always running around in circles and stuff. That's right. And that's the whole key behind. That's the key behind it. If you don't look at it as metaphysical and all. The blue men from Sirius, in Peter Tompkins' book, the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. He talk about some blue men from Sirius, the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. That particular book. He also wrote another book called Secret of the Obelisk. If you ever get your hands on one of them, they print the secrets of the pyramids, and they print mysteries of the Mexican pyramids, which all, so you know, they show you the original pyramids who had the white limestone casings on it before the Arabs took the white limestone casings and built damn Cairo out of. They took them off of the pyramids, and the pyramid used to shine for miles and miles with that white limestone casings. But the spiritual the spiritual guy by the name of ancient Egyptian priest by the name of Ptah Sepsar, I think his name is. I got it on one of my tapes. I got to go back. Who reincarnated as a person that you know of as Maurice White of Earth, Wind, and Fire, set the record straight in the fall of 1987 when he had the actual Japanese artist to do the re-rendition of the actual pillar casings on the pyramid on the album cover, All in All. Check. So you see that. Yeah, it's also on that one too. So it's also, if you can't find an album, go to Wax and Facts. They always have the albums. They'll get you an album, and if you can't find an album, get the CD. But that particular rendition. But also get Peter Tompkins' book, Secrets of the Great Pyramids. Peter Tompkins' book. Also the mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. He talk about the blue men from Sirius that came and walked the earth that started everything. The blue men from Sirius is not talking about blue in the fact. It's talking about a blue-black person, because the Africans used to be so black until when the sky hit them, they reflect a blue tint. So therefore, it was also called the blue men or the blue gods in India. Later on, as India came and had a miscegenation, and the people came in and took over, the white Aryan races took over, and all, and you got a caste system, they took the gods and made them a light blue tint. But anytime you see the blue gods in India, that's talking about the blue black man of Africa, of Kush, Indus Kush. Of Ethiopian, because Ethiopia. And so when you see the blue black men of India and the blue black men of Sirius, they're talking about the same ones. Anytime you see these blue gods, that's nothing but you on the earth. Everything comes back to you on the earth. Harmachis or Harmaku also means Horus of the star. It means Horus of the star. Now Horus of the star, you are the Heru, or the hero. Also the star, the hero or Horus of the star, your physical body is known as the Heru. The star is also on the inside of you that they're talking about. It also goes back to black dot. The mistress of all mystery system is the mistress of melanin. That's the mistress of the complete mystery system. Is Isis say, I am the veil and no one has lifted my veil. The veil is talking about the triple blackness of space, and the triple blackness of space is in you, which is talking about the black dot melanin. That is the mystery of all, and that's why you are embraced into a melanin war right now with the white man, the vampires stealing your melanin. It's all based on what's on the inside of you. You see, all based on what's on the inside of you. That's the mystery system that the so-called fake-ass Masons is coming and telling you that they got all these profound Masons, but they don't do nothing when they go to the lodge. They just sit around and eat chicken and drink liquor and drive cab and shit, because they don't have no real deal knowledge and stuff, because they're talking about this particular black dot, which is also the astronomical counterpart of the black dot of the star within you is the star system Sirius, and that's when Honorable Elijah Muhammad, before Master Farah Muhammad left, he took him outside and pointed up to the sky and said, that will be your witness bearer. That particular star in the south. But they say when the black man rises in the south, it's all over. And as you can see, the south has risen. One key thing is that as of this particular year, there's a big hardback cover book called The History of Master Farah Muhammad that's now out, and you can get it at Khan's bookstore, which is Farrakhan's bookstore, the Nation of Islam on Martin Luther King Drive. I saw it when I was up in New York, and it's about $26, but it's the first time a real serious study has been done with that. Also, like I told you before, the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still was a movie written based on a book called Stranger on the White House Lawn, which is talking about Master Farah Muhammad and the whole thing that went down with him when he came. So in 1957, after visiting Malcolm X, which is recorded in the Luminards, by Neil Wilgerses, after taking the documents from Honorable Elijah Muhammad's briefcase and all, they created the movie in 1951, The Day the Earth Stood Still, and it's the movie on the life of Master Farah Muhammad. You see what I'm saying? After the 1947 fake UFO crash in Roswell, which is the Germans had these UFOs that they had built with Hitler. Check. And all. Raheru Kahuti and Harpocrates. What is the terminology of this? Raheru Kahuti, you'll get this in Crawley material. Raheru Kahuti and Harpocrates. Harpocrates is the baby of the egg, the Buddha Rupa, the black dot, the black seed that rests inside of you. That rests inside of you. The manifestation of that is Ra-Heru-Kahuti. So when your black melanin manifests, you turn into the Christ energy, Ra-Heru-Kahuti. And that's the difference between universe A and universe B. Universe A is the universe that you know right now lying dormant. Universe B is another dimension which you would turn into with a twinkling of an eye, which the Bible even tells you that it's going to happen in a twinkling of an eye. You see what I'm saying? So now we're talking about going back to our original statement of all the techniques we got to have. We're talking about the energy getting to a certain apex, which it is now, and we're waking up where it happens in the twinkling of an eye. You transform into the greater cosmic beings and back to the gods that you used to be. You see what I'm saying? In a twinkling of an eye. You see what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about here. The constellation which Sirius was the chief star, was once named the Phoenix. So when you see the Phoenix, that's what they're talking about. The constellation of Sirius was once named Phoenix, the Phoenix constellation that they're talking about here. We're dealing with a double current, the term used to denote the twin streams of energy that forms the terrestrial sphere Earth under the Aquarian age, and the white and red fields of the magical creation and the destruction of that represented by Horus 93 and Mayat 696. And their perfect polarization of energies is 789, is the number of the draconian current of Awas, embodied by Awas. So what we're talking about here is a double current, and all we're talking about both male and female energies coming back together, and this is what you have now. You have the Eon of Heru, which is the Christ, and Eon of Mayat, which is the one which means Mahdi in Islam, Tiamat, land of Mayat in Samaria, and all, and it's talking about the end or the karma, or it also means the end or restoration or redemption that we're talking about here. Doth, which is also the black dot, which is also in the tree of life, is also around the actual number 50. The number 50 also is sacred to the Egyptians because it's talking about 50 hot days of the summer. 50 hot days of the summer. The number 50 is also talking about Sigi ceremony or somewhere in that particular area, or it's also talking about the 50 gates of understanding. So this goes back to what we're talking about here. What we mean with like the 50 gates of understanding. The Kabbalah teaches that until you reach the 50th gates of understanding, you can't understand what's actually going on. Moses hit 49 of the 50 gates of understanding, but he quit sleeping with his wife. So as a result, he didn't understand that the 50th gate is also talking about the bridegroom, and it's also talking about a reunion back into the spiritual energy, which is also the soul of everything. So the 50 gates of understanding they're also talking about, which rests in this particular sphere here, which is Bina, which is understanding. With that particular one that they're talking about there, which is in the world of Saturn, which is the black planet, until you reach that 50th gate of understanding, you don't understand what's actually, you will never really get it. Now, what do they mean by that? In this particular book, I don't know if she has it anymore, but what happened was this woman, Eva Lencia Stratton, put out a book called Celestial Ship of the North, which she took the works of Gerald Massey and the works of Blavatsky of the Secret Doctrines and Isis Unveiled and combined them into two books, as well as two books, and she put out this particular book of part 1 and part 2. As a result, the governments around the world banned her particular book, and this particular book was banned up until the fall of 1993, and it's called The Celestial Ship of the North. The Celestial Ship of the North. Now I want to read something to you on page 29 in this particular book that is very key. On page 20, the page 29 of this particular book, they talk about that the Negroes were thought to be the mythical sons of Ham or Cam, which means black, the Hebrew derivative of the Egyptian god Sebek Kronos. In the second phase of the son and the mother, who became planetary known as Saturn, whose color is black. So they're saying Saturn is also called the black planet because each planet also has an alchemical compound is inside of you. And Saturn is also called a black planet, which is also representative of melanin. And it's which astronomically, Saturn is of great importance to the Negro race today because it indicates a bringing together into a new condition in an earthly new development which has to do with Africa, where Saturn has always been particularly potent. Astronomically, the polarity of Saturn must be polarized in Africa by the Negro race. Now, she was saying this somewhere back in the 1930s, that Saturn must be polarized in Africa by the Negro race. Saturn can never reach its highest bridging highest expression until the new cycle, until bridging periods, talking about a bridge, which you connect Saturn and Jupiter. Also through the Negro race, which is also belonging to the most innermost past, and a few remnants of correlating races remaining, which talking about there's only a few remnants of the stuff that has this particular knowledge. So she's saying if this thing was supposed to go on, she was speaking saying that this bridging period, which is a sacred dance or some type of ceremony, has to be repolarized in Africa by the Negro race. Well, we happen to know that that was manifested in 1994 with the Siggy ceremony, because the Siggy ceremony was also to bridge both Saturn and Jupiter together. Saturn is called the planet, or the black planet, which is cosmic power. Jupiter is called the God of light. That's where you get the word Jupiter, Iupita, or Jupiter, which is you get the word Jupiter, which is the J of that, and Zeus, which you get the word Jesus, which you get the Greek word Jesus from. So Jupiter, what they're talking about here, which is actually the actual planet that they're talking about, had to been polarized. It was polarized in 1994. Now, on April 23rd, what happened? The Dogon did a Siggy ceremony. The same time they were doing the Siggy ceremony, haphazardly, black people had the Freaknik here in Atlanta. They had the Freaknik all them years, and they welcomed it the year before. It wasn't until after the Siggy ceremony that the government got in on it with Dogon, the guy Vernon Jordan, who was under the head, under Dogon President Clinton, and they went to the Boule meeting and said we must stop this. Because they knew the actual astronomical and metaphysical representation, even though haphazardly, what is the odds of the ceremony that the Africans was looking for in 60 years, and the same day that went on, the people in Atlanta was having the actual Freaknik. So they was dancing on that part of the thing, knowledge-wise, and they was haphazardly dancing, but either way, it's the same energy doing the same shit. That's just partying the way we know how to party. You see what I'm saying? Partying the way we know how to party. So they bridged, well, what happened? They had that on July 23rd. What happened later on that year? That represented Saturn. What happened later on that year? They came and say so-called a comet hit Jupiter on July the 16th of the same year, which was also a form of something that was so phenomenal, so phenomenal that it happened. You see what I'm saying? So two things happen. So we also talking about things that is lining up, not in mythology, but things that is also lining up in the news. You see what I'm saying? So now, the Bina represents Saturn as also the 50 gates of understanding. So we also talk about when the Dogon did the Siggy ceremony, it represented the 50 gates of understanding. They say Israel, which is us. It's the lost children of Israel. In Egypt, it's the lost children. It's the lost children of Ra. In Islam, it's the lost tribe of Shabazz. Same thing. They say Israel is in exile. But Israel cannot return back to the promised land or the glory or the redemption until it goes through several stages of gate, and the last gate being the 50th gate of understanding. So when you had the bridging periods, it also symbolized the year 2000 based on the Dogon, and I follow them than the cracker. And it also represents that the energy is already here, and it's just a matter of time. So with me doing this lecture is only a refresher course on what's about to happen. And every day I see some shit destructive happening to black people, I know it's more and more to the end. You see what I'm saying? Because remember now, nothing could, if it wasn't for us to be hurting and sorrow and nothing and suffering, wouldn't be no need for nothing to end. Everything would be copacetic and cool. You see what I'm saying? For the mere fact that you got all this stuff, white people eating black people that I explained in the earlier thing, is because it's over. What's that, sister?
I just wanted to ask, so when they say going back to the promised land, they don't mean physically going back to Israel?
No, they're not talking about physically. The promise, metaphysically, it's talking about your soul. The whole earth is, Holy Land is where you stand. Right. The whole earth belongs to the black man, who is God. So why the hell he gonna pick one little piece of doggone? You know, every holy, but we had holy lands all over. The Native Americans got their holy land. The ancient Hebrews had their holy land. You understand? But the original Holy Land for the Hebrews was in Ethiopia. Remember, the crackers were trying to go to Ethiopia first and Uganda at the source of the Nile. They picked that before they picked Israel. You understand what I'm saying? They picked that before they picked Israel. So they're not talking about a physical land. Now, it's funny because the whole Christian world is worried about what goes on in Israel with Shimon Peres and all that shit. And it ain't about that. They should be worried about what goes down in America with black people. The Illuminati knows for the simple fact they oppress black people. But the people, when you see all that's going on TV, you will see all of them. You'll see Pat Robertson. You'll see your boy, the boy I always talk about, Jack Van Impe. And Jack Van Impe, you'll see all of them. But all of them are looking that way. But they say from the east to the west, so shall the Son of Man rise up in the west, on the western bank. So what the deal is they're all looking there, and the Israel that they're talking about is the lost nation of Israel. They said, well, Israel will become redeemed when Israel become a nation again. When did Israel become a nation? No, that's when the fake Israel became a nation. Black people were known all over the world as just black people. We didn't know nothing about race because we was all black. It took the white man to come in and introduce the race thing to us and scatter us all over the place. But when he scattered us all over the place, they said when we came into slavery in the West, we became a nation. In 15-something. 1515 or whatever, we became a nation. And that particular nation is from 80 million people in Brazil, black people in Brazil, all of your Caribbean, and the part, the head part is the black people here because we have the knowledge here. The nation that they're talking about is the head part that in Africa is the main body. But the key is the nation that they're talking about a lost tribe. You see, a lost tribe from all parts of the world that the slave trade went around the world and took all black people, basically, and put them in this one area here. And we made up of all those doggone tribes that was in Africa, united, and became a nothing people. So they're all looking for the doggone over there, and so everything is going down that way, and it's fooling them. They're looking for what's going on this way, and they don't even know that they are the oppressors of the real Israel, and they're giving assistance to them damn devils, and them doggone devils there is the biggest devil on the earth. You see what I'm saying? And they ain't got nothing to do. And the real nation that everybody's looking for is right here. Now, one thing happened was the Illuminati that was also in on with Hitler, they established and had to rewrite the book of Psalms that was written for black people over here that will go through all this trial and torment that we went through in slavery. They said, well, shit, if we keep this up, naturally, if these particular Jews, or these white European Jews, it's the fake Jew out of Spain, if we don't give him a history of dying and being murdered, then we're going to notice the black people. So they said they got to do something about World War II, and a part of the whole thing of World War II was also to establish a history of a people suffering that was not the original people that suffered thousands of years before them, or hundreds of years before them, with the slave trade on back into killing us for years. So they created this particular suffering of these particular, they gave up a few of their people just to write them into a history that was not theirs. So now when you say the Jews suffering, you automatically say that's right because they suffered in doggone in Germany. That's the rendition of the white man looking at a script and making history real to go along with that script. That's what they talk about in the messianic tradition. A little book called The Messianic Tradition, where the white boy literally goes through the script of the Bible and creates history to coincide with the Bible to throw the rest of the world off to keep the shit away from us. You see what I'm saying? So this is the real nation that they're talking about. The real nation that they're talking about. Which that real nation also, and this is one thing that you got to see, this is one thing that throw you off, and I'm telling you. Now you know me, I study Egypt, I study everything. But one thing I am sure of, there's only, see, all this would be, this is one thing we got to stop, and I want you to listen to me. All this would be a thing that we say, we still don't know this shit is true because we haven't seen anything historical recently that can bear witness to this. There's one historical event that came true in history that if that happened the way it did, then you know that the other part would happen on time also. And that other part of that historical history is what? They say in the later days, Israel would have to receive a forerunner that would purify the nation before the Christ comes. And that forerunner was the Elijah. Now all around the world, or in Egypt, it's the forerunner is Anpu or Tahuti. And all around the world, they talk about it's Enoch. But around the world are John, which has never been historical, but there's only one historical event, and that particular historical event did happen. The Elijah Muhammad, which in actuality, in the Messiah script, it is written by the Hebrews that he would come back as an Arab. Not a white Arab, but come back under the banner of Islam. That's to throw half the crackers off. So the white man, the real Jew, he knows for one thing that first of all, the Jew over there, they're going along with the scripture. But they know that damn well that they can't do nothing until Elijah comes and tells them and announces the coming of the Messiah. You see what I'm saying? They ain't received no Elijah yet. So they know that in actuality, they got to start telling their people something soon. Because there are people that are saying, well, you know, the whole world is talking about the return of Christ, return of the Mahdi, but we can't do nothing yet because Elijah ain't came. You see, now so they done started talking about some of the Lababa, which is the Christ. Well, fuck. Wait a minute. No, that don't right, because that's not right, because they say Elijah is supposed to be the forerunner. Which is also, if you get the book, the Armageddon script, there's a whole thing on the Elijah. There's the priest Messiah, and there's the king Messiah. The priest Messiah is the teacher, which is Elijah. The king Messiah is also the one that's coming, but it's in you. But so we received the actual forerunner. So that's one thing that all came and purified. What do you mean by purify the nation? Before he came, we didn't know the white man was the devil. Like they said, and one thing key about it, he told people white people was the devil when they were still lynching niggas. So that means something. That means, now that's something. So some people ask me, they say, well, you know, man, why don't you just cool down on the cracker? Well, I'm like this. If a man can come and tell you that the white man is the devil when they was lynching niggas wholesale, at least I can do is tell you the white man is the devil when we can get away with some freedom of speech half the damn time. You know what I'm saying? Now here's the man, look at the concept of this. I say, wasn't this nigga saying the white man the devil in the 1930s? And they was lynching Negroes? And you mean to tell me that we can walk around here and I can't say that I can at least conveniently tell you the white man the devil and don't do it? That means I'm a bigger coward than anybody. Check. You see what I'm saying? So this is very interesting. Now, dealing with this, you need to get a book called Angels and Aliens. This is the key. By Thompson. I forgot his last name. And he explains this, that what you call UFOs is in fact advanced beings that can materialize into these particular super vessels. These vessels are not exactly physical as the white man would make you appear to say they are. You see what I'm saying? Because these things are spiritual and they are not just subject to the physical laws of this particular planet. That's why they can go into other dimensions. You see what I'm saying? So, the book Angels and Aliens somehow gets to that particular part of that particular entity, those particular entities, which is actually light beings. You see what I'm saying? Also, you need to, in the book The Lion Path, they also talk about the whole lion path all culminates into, they talk about the Heru Christ that we were supposed to come. They say when it comes, it's going to look like a big mothership, or basically a particular ship. That means we're also talking about something that is beyond the concepts of science that the white man has, based on the mathematics that you're talking about. He don't have the mathematics to explain nothing spiritual. You see what I'm saying? Or baby knowledge. So then what we're talking about here, we're talking about something that's on a greater plane. So the white man is now coming out with all these particular movies and stuff, and they always show you some stuff physical, and they always show, why is it they got the same type of image for every alien you see is the same big-eyed type person?
Isn't there a cloud headed this way, like it's a gas cloud or a dark melanated?
Well, they talk about this particular, they call it a cloud, but they call it a ship over 100 miles long. Right, yeah. No, over 100 miles long. And they can't pick it up based on radar, but they do say it's coming from the star system Sirius. And it also says that such conglomeration of physical power would not be put together to pay us a friendly visit. We must accept the worst. You see what I'm saying? We must accept the worst. So therefore, if they're saying, they said it was 500 miles long, excuse me. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Excuse me. As a matter of fact, they can be as big as they want to be. They can be big as this planet if they want to be. Hell, if a planet can float through space, I know that they can make it any kind of way it want to, because it's not based on space and time, so it can be whatever way it wants to be. And that's the God realm, on how the God realm operates also too. It operates on that particular realm. What's that?
I just want to say, if this solar system, the Milky Way solar system, is the 18 galaxy solar system, the next is the 19? Did you say 19 or 18?
Yeah, but let me tell you.
But there is, the next galaxy system, there is more advanced civilization.
This is the deal. This is the key.
Their spacecraft is no spooky though.
But this is what I'm trying to say is this too. This is the deal. You gotta look, see, you gotta look at this particular part too. You have to look at what the ancient people were saying. The ancient people never spoke. Now, here's some people that have 360 degrees of knowledge. White man got 32. And yet he gonna give you all this damn Milky Way and this particular solar system, and you would think it's more advanced. Seemed to me that the Egyptian priests who knew the shit, if that stuff was real, they would have talked about that stuff. But they all talk about, really they don't even give but one chief star in the whole book of coming forth by day. You don't even get Pleiades even mentioned until the Greeks come about. But my point is they only, why is it that the Quran gives the chief star, the book of coming forth by day gives the chief star? Why do they give just one chief star in the whole book of coming forth by day, the oldest book in the world? That is because the simple fact that what they realize is what you call the solar system and the planets and all that shit ain't that. Them gods. Them gods. The messengers say, shit, we put them there. Which means that's us. So I'm saying is you, see, the thing about it is, they got us thinking, see, the white man got us thinking that everything is based on his laws and the way the things say it is. But this motherfucker now, he's still cutting on people to operate. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And only a little bit of stuff that he even try to learn is stuff that's bent towards destruction, because real spiritual stuff he can't tap into because you got to have melanin. So my point is this. The concept on where they are teaching space, you got to look at the ancient thing. They talk about one great brotherhood. You see, the brotherhood. The great white brotherhood, which no, the great white brotherhood is something that was brought out by the Moors. It's not talking about white people. It was talking about the crown chakra, which you got to be black to have the crown chakra. So that's a Moorish term that St. Germain talked about, which don't have nothing to do with the great white people brotherhood. So they're talking about a particular brotherhood. They talk about brotherhoods, the celestial sphere, but they hardly ever, if you notice, talk about all these particular Milky Way galaxy and all these particular galaxies and this type of thing. Why they don't talk about these particular galaxies? Because ultimately those priests knew that that was just a damn hologram. It doesn't exist in the form of what physical science is trying to tell us. That's what it's called. It's called physical science, and physical science is only based on the physical realm. But how is it, if it's only based on the physical realm and you're trying to explain laws of the spiritual realm? And that's the thing that we have to get out of. Because all the other stuff that they talk about, we are from this particular galaxy. We are from this particular star. That's all bullshit. The real thing is it's not even stars, it's dimension. I came from this dimension. I came from this plane. That's the real metaphysical talk, which means if you see sliders, same earth, different dimensions. And that's what they talk about the hereafter. Just a different dimension, but the same damn earth. We ain't going nowhere.
What is the
We'll check for instance.
A group of American astrophysicists, they send them in West Africa to investigate and to spy with because those Dogon were so primitive.
Well,
they wonder how did they get this technology.
Well, in actuality, they knew. In actuality, the real thing is the secret societies. In John Stockwell's book, My 25 Years in the CIA, he said, hell, John, he said he spent 25 years in Africa, and he said out of all the other destabilization and everything physical that you think, he said the most important chief thing of the CIA that he was in is to try to seek and search out underground secret societies in Africa. And through the Peace Corps, through the World Health Organization, and through different ones, is to seek in and to search out underground societies. You see what I'm saying? And that kind of thing here. And learn more of the damn culture. And that's why they established fucking Amnesty International. You come up in here to get one nigga out of prison. And the fools come and run and give the mugs every little bit of shit information they want on the government. So what they do is they come and get this nigga out of prison for you, and then they come in and destabilize your government. And that's what Amnesty International is here for. It's a spy organization. To get all the information on the government so they can be on the inside and they can get volunteer niggas that's in other countries talking about getting one nigga out of jail. Hell, he a political prisoner. Let that motherfucker die up in there. He know who the devil is. To get one nigga out of jail, you give them all the information on your government, and they'll get that nigga out of jail for you, and then they topple your government. So now going back to what I was saying, as far as the physical laws and stuff, they don't apply in higher science. You see what I'm saying? They don't even talk about the planets as I'm from this particular galaxy and this type of thing here. That's Hollywood. That's Hollywood. You see what I'm saying? We came from this and what you call it, this type thing. That's Hollywood. The real thing is holograms, and outside of hologram, there's life that exists in other dimensions. That's right. Other dimensions. That's the same dimension. How is it that you can be in your house and see a damn ghost? But the ghost ain't in the damn physical. You just so happen to look in the dimension that ghost is, or that ghost can come into your dimension if you can see. We're talking dimensions here. We're talking about high science. So we're not going nowhere. The earth going to be here. That's the key. See, the key is not to get us and take us to no planet. They say that all planes will become together as one. And we're not going nowhere. The earth is going, they say this is the kingdom. You got Jupiter, Saturn, and all them, and what? They come down to Malkuth, the earth, the daughter, which is the kingdom. So if this is the kingdom from all these particular worlds, that means that all of this is going to come into one realm, a paradise, a earthly paradise, but it's on earth. Osiris, I'll read something to you. See that I bring the book. Osiris, wait a minute. Read this. I always read this in my thing. I want to teach this and understand this. Okay. It says that the Quran is later than the Christian New Testament, therefore most nearer to our times. It has some references and an addendum to the prophet of Jesus of Nazareth, which means you're supposed to read two damn books together. One complements the other. So now we're saying that one book, like the Bible, they came in and carved up the Gnostic scriptures, but like the guy that wrote the book, Ahmed Osman, Moses, Pharaoh of Egypt, he said, when I was reading the Bible and I couldn't find certain things in the Bible, I went to the Quran. So you're supposed to read the Torah, the Quran, and all the stuff and put them all together. You see what I'm saying? So it says, that strictly is a laden of terrible warnings of the final destructions under the surah called the Star. And it is him of the second creation, and he enriches and causes to pass. And he is the Lord of Sirius, who destroyed ancient Atlantis, which is talking about Atlantis. That's one particular one. The people, now it says also too, he's saying that that's talking about the Noah deluge. And it says the sun is not given to overtake the moon, nor the night overtake the day, but each is own spear in both the journey on. Okay, now, also the sign that we bear is posterity in the full-laden ark that made vessels like it, and we embark. And it's talking about these particular arks. Throughout the Quran, the great repetition of the flood and many references to the destruction of the stone-charged winds yet refers to a future ark, or arks, rather than the ark of the Noah deluge. The ark that they talk about that was supposed to carry you to the next world, that they was talking about arks, which is flying arks, which is UFOs. And it says, note, the association that the Lord of Sirius of the Star, and we can say is Sirius itself. In pre-dynastic Egyptian times, he is known as Osiris. Take the word we, the raw we. Isis, Osiris, and Heru, perhaps an entire remnant of an Osirian race, a godlike men, immensely powerful, influential, and universal. Now, what do they mean? They said that in the star in Egypt would be called Osiris. Osiris is Greek for the star Sirius. Now, if Osiris, they say, lived in the underworld and lies dead in a mentor, they're talking about the earth, first of all. So if Osiris is Greek for Sirius, then where is Sirius? Sirius is now the earth, because all these planes and stuff comes down to one part, and that's this 10th sphere, which is now the earth. So what was up is now down. It's like an hourglass. So now we're sitting on heaven. And what you call up is up. And so now the heaven that you talk about that you think is up is actually down. And everything is now the king. What you say now? Got a break? You want to change it over? Okay, change it over because we got to change it over.
Santa Claus, right?
Yeah. Let's keep rolling. If I'm going too fast, we'll all slow it. We'll all get it in question and answer. So we're talking about this is the heaven realm that they talk about. Now also they call the earthly paradise of the highest particular grade is called the Black Rite of Sirius. You'll get this on page 74 in the Sirius Mystery and throughout the whole book. And throughout the whole book. And it says it attempted to explain the mysterious black rite of Isis at the highest degree of Egyptian mysteries. Mead cited that the magical papyrus, which I have already quoted, he explains that the black rite as being connected with Osiris, a dark god, or the Lord of the perfect black, who is unseen of the mysterious black. The black rite of Sirius is what? If we talk in metaphysics and inwardly, the black rite would be when you get to the melanin stage. When you get to the actual melanin stage and all. So they talk about the black rite of Sirius. That's the melanin stage of the whole thing. The midnight, seeing the sun at midnight. Well, what is the sun at midnight? If you're standing out there in midnight, the sun they're talking about is inside of your head. In the book, The Golden Ass, which is a book that survived through Greece of Apuleius, he initiated into the Isis mystery, and he said, I saw the sun at midnight. That's talking about the black sun that's inside of you. 3 more bits of data that come to me recently, and recently, and it says that I want to get this part here about the black rite. They talked about it in here too. They mention it in this particular book. Cosmic Trigger, but hell, basically he's piggybacking off of what Robert Temple says in his book, Serious Mystery, that the black rite being the highest part, the highest part of the mysteries. If you ever get a hold to this thrice great Hermes G.R.S. Mead, when it comes back out for $50, they'll go and they'll give you the complete rendition of the black rite. Now, also in the version of the world, when Asclepius, which is the god Imhotep, is talking to Tahuti, and Tahuti is telling him that Egypt is going to fall, and what is now the temple in the heavens and the gods of heaven will be one big graveyard, and he told him that the pious man, which is the righteous man, will be looked on as a common criminal, and the wicked man will be seen as wise, and he said death will be preferred to life. And he goes into this whole thing, and he said that the people won't even look up in the heavens and see the stars anymore. They won't even recognize the stars anymore, and all of Egypt will become in vain. Will become in vain, and will look like one big graveyard of temples and tombs. And Imhotep starts to crying and say, well, damn, because he's telling them about the future. He said, well, will we ever get out of this? And he said, yeah, Mayat will be established again. He said, where? He said, in the West. He said, well, who are these people that will establish it in the West? He said, there's be an extremities of Egypt that was here will be built in the West. We know that the new Egypt is the United States of America because the Bible, the one that they're talking about, which is the evil empire of Exodus, is talking about now. He said, well, he's saying the extremities of Egypt will be built in the West. And he said what? There's going to be, saying basically there's going to be a kingdom that's going to come out of this empire. And as Nostradamus says in his complete scriptures, in the world being near its end empire, in the world being near its end period, the kingdom will be converted into black nations. And will be converted into black nations. So he said, well, the kingdom will be converted into, will be in the West. And he said, well, who are these people who will do this? He said, they now rest into the Libyan hills, which just mean an African hill. And he said, these particular people would have been hit in the head, taken across the Atlantic, left for brain dead in the Western Hemisphere, then rise up and will reestablish Mayat again in the West. Now, clearly, if the doggone, if the Christians and the fake Jews was not just into just reading one little script that they got as a little book and read everything, they would surely know that they are not the ones that's going to establish this. It's going to establish this. But in actuality, the real head rabbis of Egypt know this particular thing. The real head rabbis know this particular thing. Huh? This is in a small book called A Version of the World. Is that out of print too? Okay, the next time look for a book called Hermetica. It's by the same company that put out Gnostic magazine. That Gnosis book? The little blue one? Yeah, that's not it. Yeah, I have the you know, I got a copy of that, but then again, the best one is in the 3 volumes. This is out of print too, so there's a, okay, there should be one in that particular one, and there's another one he put out by the little company that put out Gnosis. Before that book company goes out of thing, order as many Hermeticas that you can from that little blue book. Remember you said that book there, that Gnosis book there, will be out, after they run out, they ain't gonna have no more. 27 left. Go and order some of them Hermeticas, because if the company going out of business, order some of Hermetica by Walter Scott, buy that from that same company.
Hermetica by Walter Scott.
Yeah.
Is that the one? Is that Hermetica?
That's the raw scriptures. Okay. But the one you want to order, a little small book that breaks down a lot of the stuff, where it's just straight, where he just break it down and translate it straight, is in a little blue book. And get that particular book where he also talks about that too. He also talks about that too, and all. A few more things and all before we go into a few more things before we go into some stuff, and let's see what we can do here.
I have a Dogon question before you get to
Yeah, what?
The question is, the Dogon symbol have a 2 square open, the opposite side joined with the 1 line, like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Notice downstairs.
Yeah.
1 line right in the
Yeah.
Yes, sir. What is the metaphysical meaning of it?
Well, it's just actually mapping out the constellation of Sirius on the Earth. So they actually mapped it out based on looking at the stars. That's a road map to the soul, and that particular part too. It's a road map to the soul. This particular book has been a helpful book to me throughout the years. They got one of them left, and it's called The Lion Path. The Lion Path and all. They have one of them left, which is a valuable book. And it says this. One particular part here. Let me get the particular part here. It says, April 1994, which is the Siggy ceremony, it says, Sothis and Horus celebrate the Sab-2, celebrate their 50-year heroes Gamos, a holy union. So Isis is going to be known as, in that particular part, is Sothis, is Sirius, and Horus, which is the Sirius, and Horus would be Sirius B. And it says 50-year heroes Gamos. Such close timing between the solar system, the Sun, the Earth, Pluto, and Neptune, and Sirius of the Sophic star system occurs once every 90,000 years, giving some inkling and stunning rarity to the evolutionary opportunity of the human race during the last 2 decades of the 20th century. And that April 23rd was that particular date that they dealt with that. Also, your ninja, they also explained that your ninja in here is also representing melanin from the outside that they deal with, as well as the word Allah, Al, which means sun, and S-O-N and S-U-N, sun, and La, coming from the word Layla, or the T drop from Lot, which means Sothis, which means the mother. So Allah is a twofold word of mother and son, mother and son, also too. Mother and son, a twofold word of that also too. So what we're going to do is, to get the ball rolling, we're going to go into a question and answer, because I don't want to, we're going to go into a question and answer and all, and stuff, and so we can get some things going and all, because I want to get a lot of that on the tape now too. That's why I said I will go short, and then we get some stuff, and that's a lecture within itself, and that's when we really get rolling. So the lecture just started now because your energy is what you call it all. So let's go into some question and answers. Give me some questions. Okay, you and then you. I know you had a lot of them. Go ahead. No, go ahead. You go ahead first. Yeah.
Okay, when the Dogon people were getting the knowledge to calculate the solar system, where they're the normal extraterrestrian, what's happened? Did they live together with them, or they were hiding, or?
No, it goes like this. Let me explain. The Nomos came to Earth. They came to Earth millions of years ago, built Atlantis, built Lemuria. Atlantis went down, and when Atlantis went down, it spawned a group of people called the Dogon, called the fish people. Now, if the Dogon don't exist, why is it you can go into the damn encyclopedia and look up Dogon and they'll show a fish man. The Dogon is the ancestors of the Dogon. So when they talk about the Nomos and they talk about the fish and the Dogon and all that, they're just talking about their ancestors. So it wasn't that they have to live among the Dogon. It was hell, they was there from the get-go, and it was a lineage down to the Dogon. Other than there's some people visiting the Dogon. The damn Dogon are the Nomos, just like all the Africans are the Nomos. Nobody visited them. The white man comes with the concept that they were visited by extraterrestrials. That's to throw you off to say that black people aren't extraterrestrials. They weren't visited by extraterrestrials. They are the extraterrestrials. That's the remnant that's left today, which is the whole black race. And that's the key. You see. So where did they get the information? It's just like your daddy coming down and leaving information behind for you. And when you come up, aren't you the same person as your daddy? It's the same thing. Those are the Nomos. It's just that they didn't have the physical faculties that trapped them into the body that limited their power. But it's the same people. And it's probably some of the same original Nomos if you understand reincarnation, which the Gnostic scripts deal with reincarnation, and the Christian Bible takes that out because they can't. Certain laws, if they explain it, it would mean in actuality that it would be more than just, man would be more than just this slave that's supposed to be ruled over by a God that's supposed to show mercy to them.
And my last question is, when you look the Dogon people themselves, even right now, they look so primitive, so uncivilized, that they have the higher technology knowledge.
Let me explain this about...
They can even make a tomato can or needle for themselves.
Right. Okay, let me explain that to you. Okay, let me explain that to you. What we call, first of all, the word primitive means primal. And because a person does not utilize the physical functions of the world does not mean that that particular person is inferior. It means quite the contrary. That person is superior. That means that that person, hell, you the inferior mug because you got to have a light switch. You got to have a can opener. You got to have all this shit to even function. And when the cracker cut off the lights, 2 days it can't damn live. I know because shit, West End got knocked out, what was it, Friday? For all night until 4 o'clock that afternoon, and you think you're in hell. So who's superior? A person that don't need those things or a person who do need those things? So what Western civilization has taught us is that the more physical things that you have and the more physical things that you are dependent upon makes you more advanced.
They die with a headache.
They die with
a headache. They can even make aspirin for them.
They don't have to make aspirin for themselves. They don't have to make aspirin for themselves. They don't have to survive. See, you got to realize. I think see the concept. See, when we deal with the concept of what we call rational, logical thinking of what we think it is, you got to always deal with the opposite. So everything that we are taught in this society that is supposed to be advanced is actually civilized barbarism. So who is the most advanced man? A man that can live in the damn jungle and don't need nothing? Or a person that got to have every damn gadget in the world? And got to have every damn gadget in the world. So what I'm trying to say is who's to say those people are primitive in the sense of savage? You see what I'm saying? That means the man is most advanced. So now that's also looking at black people. We have come to a primal state. We can run a business or a state of our own. That means that's positive. That means that we are going back to the primal state where we're supposed to be dependent on more spiritual things than physical things.
That's a regression.
It's not a regression. It's not a regression.
We regress.
No, it depends. See, it's not an aggression. See, what's happening here is no, you're not processing. No, listen. No, you got to realize, you're not processing. No, listen what I'm trying to say here. This is what you got to start doing. We don't process. What it means process? You're thinking from the conscious level of what has been basically taught. We don't process any doggone thing and stuff. If you just take time to just think of it for 1 minute, you understand what I'm saying? There's a degree of understanding. So you ask the first question of, I need a certain amount of things to unlock a certain amount of things. The question is you need those particular things because you don't have enough confidence in yourself to think the thing through, and your own self will unlock it. So when you say in process, if you just look at the situation of everything that you think is negative, it's only negative in opposition to a negative society. So who is the most advanced man? If this level is on its way out, and you got a person that is submissive to this level and rises on this level to every degree of what he can be. If he's being a captain of a sinking ship, that means when it goes its way out, he goes out too. Now, if you got another person that's rebelling against this level, and everything that he does on this level comes out wrong for him, that means he's most suitable for the next level. They say God inflicts pain and suffering on the ones that he loves. And but that the one who is weak of spirit and strong of flesh, he allows no pain to be afflicted on him, and he permits life to go along with ease with him, so that he can use up everything in this dimension and in this level, and won't be nothing left for him in the next world to come. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas us, the suffering is not necessarily a suffering, it's actually going against the grain of a system that is diabolically opposed to the spiritual laws of the universe. So if we're going against the grain, that means our home is in another dimension where we're all everything. You understand what I'm saying? So when we say primal or primitive instinct, we're only registering that based on the white man and his technology. He got all this damn technology, but yet he can't get along with nobody in the fucking world. Never had and never will be. So I'm saying, man, that's a hell of a technology that I want. You got everything else. You can thread a fucking needle. You understand what I'm saying? But you use that same needle to poke your brother in the ass. So we talking about civilized barbarism here. And so that's what we're dealing with. What's that, sister? Yeah. What they mean is they're talking about a spiritual union. Man is not man now unless man is half female. So obviously whatever the thing they were talking about is metaphysical to say that he didn't tap into the innermost part of his feminine side of self, which is the highest part of the cosmos. That's one aspect. The other aspect is when they said he stopped sleeping with his wife and all, it probably was one of those type of things where the patriarchy set in. If the patriarch is said and he's outside of the priesthood, see one thing about real things. See the thing about you can tell what they say Masonic. You can tell it's Masonic is fake in this thing because in real Masonry or what you call mystery system, you can't have a mystery system unless you have an equal proportion of women. The women was a balance, so they had women in the mystery system also too. So when you see a thing with just man and stuff, and some of the stuff that's talking about sexual tantra and getting the higher levels through divine sex and all, you know that can't be no real mystery system. That's patriarchy, and mainly it's a fellowship. You see what I'm saying? Hell, the white Masons in Europe got down 33rd degree women Masons. Annie Besant, C.W. Blavatsky, and they got a whole crew. If you get the book Ancient Mystic Rites by C.W. Ledbetter, they got women all through their stuff. The Golden Dawn Society, which is a Masonic society, got a whole book called The Women of the Golden Dawn, which Dion Fortune was one of the Golden Dawn people. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, well, that's, well, you know, all religions are against the order of everything. That's bondage. You see what I'm saying? That's straight up bondage. What's that then you?
I gotta say this to this brother right here. I like to know what's more backwards when you have a civilization that creates technology that destroys the earth, destroys everything that's toxic to the earth. Whereas people in Kemet, they were working on developing technology that went in harmony with the earth. You see what I'm saying? See, man, or I say white man, wasn't ready to have that kind of knowledge, because if they were, their technology would not be destroying the earth as it is. So who's more backwards? A society that's going to continue perpetuates the destruction of the earth, or somebody that's getting along with the earth? You see what I'm saying? So that's not primitive and backwards.
Well, see, that's
crazy to destroy the environment you got to live in.
Well, see, that's why we must ask ourselves, what are we really looking for?
Right.
What we have to ask ourselves the fundamental question of what is our purpose and what are we looking for? Are we looking for something just to equal the white man's society, that we can have all the glories that he so-called have, or are we actually looking to transcend the whole earth, period? And so most people get into consciousness and revolution and all the kind of thing because they just want what the cracker got. And they feel that they'll feel it being unjust. That's the 1960 way of doing things. So we say, dealing with the certain things or the certain movements and stuff. So some people will make this statement here. When are you going to get out and do something? You are saying these particular things. When are you going to get out and do something? What they don't realize is this. We got out and we did some of everything we wanted to do in the 60s. But only one problem. We did things without a blueprint because we didn't have no knowledge. So ultimately we found out that we were just doing things. And it didn't amount to the hill of beans. You understand what I'm saying? So the key is, the key is what we're talking about here is, what are we really looking for when you come to consciousness? Like a brother came and all, and he was saying, well, brother, that's all good in Philadelphia. He was saying, brother, that's all good, but what do you say we need to do? He was being a little facetious, I think. He said, what do you say we need to do? He thought he had my ass. He said, what do you say we need to do about all our young brothers and sisters on dope and all that kind of stuff? I said, I don't know, let the motherfuckers die. He couldn't understand the concept of what the hell I was saying. I was saying, no, man, you don't understand. I'm not in a damn civil rights meeting. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not in a social program and type stuff. I'm not in no black empowerment for no destiny shit. This is not what we about. We about one thing, ending the world. If you ain't talking about apocalypse, you're really not talking about nothing at all, because everything else is futile. Now, yes, we can talk about different things about what we can do to sustain ourselves, but I figure they got about 400 groups doing that now. It's got to be somebody that's talking about rising the fuck up. So it depends on the concept of what they're talking about. I say, well, shit, that problem too big and shit to save somebody off of dope. Hell, I can't even pay my own goddamn rent. How the fuck I'm going to save a nigga ass off of dope in damn Philadelphia or Decatur as that type thing? So the concept on what we're talking about here is different than the concept of what we talk about of all the liberation struggle systems that didn't work for us up until this time that we keep rehashing over and over again. We're talking about going to the total opposite. If a house is burning down, you got to get out of the house. It ain't got nothing to do with patching up nothing and all this kind of thing. So the concept of what we're talking about here is, and this is not getting at you, I'm just talking about, you raising good questions. See, people don't know. You raising good questions to spark the thought. That's what you're doing, and that's really good. We need more of that for the simple fact that's how we get the motor going. Everybody agreeing on the same damn thing, somebody wrong. You don't know whether I'm lying to you or not if we don't get it out where you can cover all bases. So that's good. The key is like I say, it's about ultimately, yeah, we can talk about certain things to sustain yourself. That's why I say we do the money rituals and do certain amount of things to do those particular things while you're here. But the ultimate goal is we supposed to be talking about redemption at this late stage when all the people around us is acting according to us rising up. People are killing us because they know they're going to rise up. That's the reason why they say we got to do these particular things by the 1990s, because they knew that a certain amount of things was going to happen. So therefore, it's got to be a group of people that really start.
My point was, if the black of Africa,
yeah,
okay, African black, they have the technology like the Japanese.
Right.
That they didn't have no knowledge, spiritual or cosmic knowledge.
Right.
Like they have all black people in the world, they will say, this is our brothers. But right now, there is a lot of black who are outside of Africa. They just don't like black African. They say they cannot do nothing.
Yeah, but see,
so
okay.
They are so primitive. Yes, I am American, but because my ancestors are African, but I was born.
I understand where you're coming from.
Just by being shamed, because those people over there, they are primitive, economical, bankrupted, and then we got to deny them. That's my point.
So I'm saying, but what does that have to do with us getting out of this? Yes, I can tell you the same thing about black people over here. Negroes over here hate Negroes over here. You understand what I'm saying? If you go If you go to damn the Caribbean, it's the same thing. And like Marcus Garvey said, wherever I go, it's the same situation all over the world. I understand those particular problems that is happening based on Africa, but we got to look at the whole situation based on getting out of this. You understand? Yes, those things do exist, and Africans are in retreat from Africa. That's why the French government got to kick all them damn Africans out of there. They talking about they got the niggas got to leave in a year. All of them, citizens and all damn near. Why? It's because those people are in retreat from Africa. But then again, we can't too much blame them. The cracker came and destabilized the place and got colonization and all. And we understand, but it's not a matter of trying to build Africa back in the physical. That shit is over. That'll never happen. This is Andromeda strain, whereas once you lose it in the physical, in physical intellectualism, you never gain that back. I guarantee. You never gain that back. The only thing is to go to the spiritual level. So we doomed when we talking about anything else as far as building some stuff and all this kind of shit. Where we gonna get it from? We doomed when it comes to the revolution by fighting the white man. Who the hell we gonna buy some bullets from when we run the fuck out? We ain't got no iron smelting plant. We don't know we don't even know how to make no gunpowder. What we gonna do? Steal some motherfucking firecrackers and open them shits up and try? Come on, man. So what? And stuff like that. So what I'm trying to say is we're talking about a whole nother level on what we're talking about and stuff like that. This brother here, then we, yeah.
You had said something earlier about them using the body parts, the extra body parts, as ground beef.
Yeah.
I had talked to somebody from the Humane Society that said they have thousands of cats and dogs that they pick up off the streets. Is it possible that they're using them as well for like ground beef and this?
They say that they use everything, period. Remember now, you can eat all kind of, you can eat rats, you can eat cats and dogs. The damn Chinese show you that. Show you that shit. You can eat that kind of stuff. But the key is and like I said now, the white people will tell you, if you wanna eat Asian food, if you go in a place and ain't no Asians up in that motherfucker, turn your ass around. Go to Chester Bridge Road if you want to eat good Chinese food, because the Asians will be up in there eating. See, that meaning that stuff there, they just cook for America, especially in the black community. You understand what I'm saying? Like the fried rice king. Now, I ate some veggie lo mein and some veggie egg foo young, and I swear to God, about an hour later, you supposed to be hungry again, about an hour later, you damn near had to put me on a fucking stretcher. My head was about to explode from all the MSG, and you know this food something messed up. You can take the I can go to Chester Bridge Road, and they got these particular Chinese place, and there's a smoking Chinese place, a family, in the Peachtree Battle place. Everything they cook is awesome. But that's where you see all the rich white people going. A little old small place in the Peachtree Battle Shopping Center. You see all the rich white people go in there. You see what I'm saying? And you can take that food and get the doggy bag and take it home and put it in there, and as soon as it get cold, you can take it and eat it again. You can eat it damn near cold. You go to that fried rice king in these black places, you can take that food and put it in the refrigerator, and about an hour later, you can see a big slab of grease separated from the damn food. So I'm saying that stuff is killed. But based on what's called and all, anything is edible. So listen, this cracker here, I tell you, man, this man is about money. And if he can find a meat substitute and a rat and stuff, that's why you don't supposed to eat no hot dogs and all that kind of stuff. I mean, if you're going to eat some, I would stick with some fish. Because, you know, a lot of that, they still catch fish and all. Some people saying, well, you know, that's all out of the thing. But still, yeah, you got to take the less of the damn evil. What you call it? Because even plants and shit, you know, you don't know what this cracker doing. So, you know, I'm saying if you're going to eat some meat, stick with the fish and all. But I'm telling you, basically, anything that they can put meat products in and all that kind of thing, and then ground beef, shoot, what you think all that damn E. coli shit? Now, they didn't have no E. coli and all that 10 years ago. Now, everybody hurt me. That's because that ain't even the real beef and stuff. That's a lot of human products and stuff and all that'll rot in a damn day. Hell, a human, shit, that nigga dying about a couple of hours, he starts stinking and shit. I mean, you know, because we got more toxins in our bodies than the cow. A cow is a vegetarian. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like that and all that. So we eat some of every damn thing. Plus, you talking about all the processed chemicals we eat and all the damn medicine. Fucking Tylenol, Sorbine Jr., all kind of shit up in us. And then they putting that stuff in the meat and all. You know what I'm saying? Damn crack. Oh, you know, crack. You know, so I'm saying you eating everything, you know, like that and all and stuff, you know. So that's the trip. What's that, bro?
What are your thoughts on, I recently found out that the Pope went to a place in France to bless the grave of Clovis, who was one of these Merovingian kings, who in the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail claiming that they were descended from Christ and
Yeah.
get back the throne of France and all of that. So the Pope, so the whole Roman Catholic thing is trying to join up with them. So that seems to me to be some kind of, and then you said France is exterminating the black people from their country. So it seems like they're trying to.
Yeah, but see, the Holy Grail, Holy Blood, Holy Grail is white people have a deficiency to get historically inadequate when they want to, when it's feasible. Now they're talking about a Celtic, and the Celtic come from the Celtic Druids, and the Celtic Druids and that is the ancient black people of Britain. And so now the breakdown is you got a mutant that was in Britain, and they thinking because some of them actually think that they came from that descendant and stuff. And you still have a little element that's mixed in there, or every now and then you got a 1% black that look white. But for the most part, you're talking about a mutant that was created and thinking in actuality that he's a lineage from Jesus Christ. In actuality, you know what I'm saying, the metaphysical thing that was talking about a Christ that is to come, and basically it came down through Atlantis, and actually it was reintroduced to them to the Moors, through the Moors and all this type of thing here and all. And so that basically, you know, you got a lot of ignorant white people that literally think that type of stuff like that. So the Pope just doing some stuff. The Pope ain't nothing but a person who is to come and faith and authenticate things that is not his. So they put the Pope up there and say, you want to be the person to validate things that is not ours. So he authenticates all kinds of, you see the hat he wears ain't nothing but the damn white crown of Egypt. You see what I'm saying? So that's all the Pope is, and those particular people is to legitimize.
Right. So what I'm saying is that this is part of their plan to fabricate or to pretend that they are.
They're just keeping up the lie, basically, what they've been doing the whole time. So every now and then they got to do things that supposedly historically add up to some things. You see, they add up to some things. Well, see, now what the Pope doing, doggone, going and blessing that, when they were supposed to be the people that were supposed to be the oppressors of certain cultures that believed in the Holy Grail myths and all this type of stuff, and that was supposed to be in paganism to them. What the fuck is he going doing that? That lets you know that that whole thing is just a political thing, and it ain't got nothing to do with spirituality whatsoever.
Isn't that part of Europe, something about I read where Europe, the Europeans were chasing the dragon out of Europe? That's like goes back to what you were saying. Anytime you see the
dragon slayer, when you go see the dragon heart when it comes on TV. Dennis Quaid was a dragon slayer. He was killing dragons. The dragon slayer only is a representation of when they killed all the black people out of Europe. They usually would eat them, but basically also when what's his name chased all the snakes out of Ireland, which is the snake people. And also when you see the movie and you see Sean Connery saying he's the last of his kind, or the last dragon he was talking about the last Moor, or the last black person that was in that particular area that they killed off.
My question was about the money ritual. Could you get into that?
Yeah, okay, we're gonna give you that we're gonna give you that before you leave. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna give you that one also too. What's that then you? Okay.
You know how I was saying, like, they have secret societies, like they won't let a black person get beyond a certain threshold when it comes to real serious money. I'm talking Oprah Winfrey type.
Yeah.
Do you think that also holds true for people like, say, Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan? Because I can't see them allowing themselves to be humiliated, you know, with that image public. I don't know personally.
If you notice, most people that get super rich in this society is fools. Anybody with some virtuous quality, they don't let get rich. Mike Tyson, on the other hand, they thought was a fool, and he hooked up with Don King, who is brilliant. He said, if I was such a cracker been trying to throw me in jail since the 1970s, why they ain't been able to do it? And every other cracker done went to jail. He hooked up with Don King, he hooked up with doggone Spike Lee, and he was hooking up with some things, and that's when they threw his ass in jail. Then he became a Muslim, and that's why they denied him of some things. He was one of they boys that they let get, every now and then the machine break down. He was one of they boys that they thought was going to be a dummy, and he had more brains than they thought he did. And they misconstrued him. You understand what I'm saying? But basically, the only people that ever truly really get high. You understand what I'm saying? It's hand-picked. They ain't worth the damn air they breathe. Oprah is a nobody. They always, and they make sure that they make sure that these people, they don't get for so much money until they bend over backwards. They call them in a damn room and basically literally say, you gonna do this or you gonna do that. And these people agree to it. And that's when they start making more and more money than whatever and stuff like this, these kind of things. So they don't let these, they are sure that anybody that they make real super rich and famous, they got to be a freak or a fool or some kind of thing like that. They don't never let nobody this real deal. You understand? And if that person becomes real deal and wakes up in the process of having all that money, if you notice, they always destroy them.
Because they have files on, they have some dirty files on you, or fabricate some files.
Yeah, and all, but they just look at your action and stuff. They just destroy you and all. So they never give those people that kind of money and that kind of thing. That might not even be the real Oprah Winfrey. You understand what I'm saying? Because remember the first one tried to lose weight and she gained this shit all back and she tried again and again. This mug here just a damn skinny woman.
Yeah, she looks totally different.
And skinny.
Like they had this basketball player like Ralph Sampson,
Yeah.
7'4",
Right.
college player of the year, 2 years
Yeah.
in a row, MVP, and well, he was rookie of the year in the
Yeah.
NBA. But his mother, I heard, had kicked Red Auerbach out of their house because he came and made a low bid when the kid was in
Yeah.
college. And she kicked him out. You know you don't do that to Red Auerbach.
Yeah, and plus, you know, when Ralph got in there, Ralph went and started going to the damn Boston Celtics ass on the float in 1986. He started fighting them crackers, and that's the crackers. And if you notice, after that, you know, he disappeared and all. Ralph Sampson was nobody's fool. He was up in there, and I think he was saying, you know, this is a bunch of Uncle Tom niggas. Even my man Dr. J, who was my great idol, this faggot-ass nigga done sold out. When the boy stood up and talked about saying that he embraced Islam because he don't stand for the American flag as a tyrannical government, even on what's his name, you know, he owned the thing. He said something a little negative towards him and all. You see what I'm saying? So all them Negroes, man, they don't let them Negroes ride up. But what's the name? He became super big. Dr. J was always this great talent. But he became this particular entrepreneur and all that kind of thing when he said he was a born-again Christian. They automatically know they can goddamn keep your ass in. You see what I'm saying? And so now what's his name was the same way. Beating niggas behinds and doing all kind of stuff. Went to Muslim and all that stuff. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. But they either cloned that nigga ass or whatever. Next thing you know, he got white women, and now he talking all kind of junk about the people all up in there. So what it is you know, if you get up there, they make sure that everything to get up there is nothing but a cracker. Yeah. And virtually. You know, what's that? Oh, that's right. She was you was first, yeah.
Cool. My question is about the concentration camp. I had heard, Nancy, you heard this. Before this year is out, they're supposed to round up all the blacks by gender, sex, and take us all to the concentration camp. First, before they take us, they're going to get the leaders first.
I would believe that something like that can possibly happen. Number one, why would I believe that? I believe that they didn't have the Atlanta Olympics to do all of that workshop to not do anything with it. Number two, I don't believe that they know that they were successful in doing this for the last 5 years. So therefore, it's just like, you know, and like I said, you know, it's like a tree. You chop it down and then the next part come down. Before it hit the ground, hell, that part that was high is very low. So basically, they just went and they just basically wiped out the underclass. I'm telling you, see, we don't know because, see, the thing, we're busy. We're not observant people.
We are not.
And plus, we don't have the ability to look back. But see, I have an ability. I can go back to 1990 right now. And so what I do is that I can actually go back in time in my mind. And I know in 1990, they had more people, black people here, underclass, was all over the place. I mean, it was tons of people. When I say underclass, I'm talking about people that was, they wasn't homeless, but you had a lot of people that didn't have a whole lot of money, but they had whole neighborhoods of people. Those people are gone now. They have a few that's around, but the masses, we don't see those because we don't see them because we tend to forget things. We can't see what was in 1990, 1989. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is they wipe them out first, and so they're coming for us. Very well, it might get to the point where he might get scared enough that he might say, damn it, we got to go over it. Never think that this cracker won't say that he don't go over it. You understand what I'm saying? that he won't go over it. He can very well he can very well do that.
When you do it between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the morning, that's what I heard, that's when they would try to do it.
Uh,
Hours of the morning.
Well, I would suggest that they would do it at that particular time. You see, I think that's how they was able to clean out all those people and put them on those trains at night. As a matter of fact, one of the guys that used to come into the lecture, he said that he was working in the projects over in Herndon Homes, and he said a big truck pulled up, and he said he was a security guard. He said, "You don't supposed to be here. I'm sorry, you got to leave." And he said, police came and said, "It's all right, they can be here. They're working with some things. They're supposed to be here." And he said that these crackers, they pulled up and all. And he said, and he quit. And then when he came back about a year later, that whole project is closed down. And the people are gone right from under their nose. As a matter of fact, they done level the buildings. There was right beside the Ashby Street Station was a whole project complex. It's gone now. It's not even there. They done tore down all of that particular thing. And I'm talking about, I've actually seen a whole project in operation with people in it. And I go back a month later and all the people gone. You see what I'm saying? So yes, we've gotten so far in the hour to they have done things so covert now, underground, until now they can come up and hit us and we saying, well, hell, we didn't see it coming. Hell, it's been here. It's been here, but everybody is into making money, and basically that's the problem. Let me get this sister here because she asked, and then you. Reggie Lewis was killed.
And Ron
Both
Brown.
when Ron Brown was killed, we know they took him out. Plane fall right out of the sky, just like they did Mickey Leland. It's under the same program. But Reggie Lewis came down with brain cancer. He bought Beatrice, and then he sold that. And he was a wheeler and a dealer. And so basically it's like, we got to take this brother out. So they took him right on out of here. As will Harry Washington and everybody else and stuff. If they can't slander your name, then they just take you out and stuff. And the whole thing with Ron Brown is he was getting ready to hook up all the brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. He had a deal that he was going to bring them out of poverty. Because, they got a lot of resources over there and all. You see, you go to Jamaica, you can't work you can't work over there not unless you are black. Basically, the way they got it. You know what I'm saying? The way it is most of the people who work in most of the hotels and stuff is black. You see what I'm saying, like that and all. So they got a thing and stuff that they can do it that way. So he was gonna bring them out of poverty. That was him. So they just took him on out of the sky. You see what I'm saying? Took him right on out of the sky and all. And plus because they tried to frame him up and indict him a couple of months before, and they couldn't do it. So they said, well, if we can't do it this way, we got to just go ahead and kill him. Because I think he had tapped into the power circle, although he wasn't into the inner chamber of the power circle. He knew enough about the power circle to put two and two together by being the head of the Democratic Convention to realize that there ain't no such thing as no Democratic Convention. There's two branches. There's a conservative branch, and then there's a semi-conservative branch, which is the same thing. It's the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Because now every Democrat now saying, we're not liberals. Well, what's wrong with being a damn liberal? But that's letting you know it's all the same thing. It ain't got nothing to do. It's all Illuminati. What's that, sister?
They have an 800 number so that you can call in and register to vote. There's other people want to keep tabs on where you are and how many.
Well, see, the voting thing is, black people didn't sign up for census. So in order to keep a tab on people and stuff, they tell people they need to vote. And so that makes your boy in on this shit. Fucking Farrakhan. He registering people for concentration camps. Because you can't, you see what I'm saying? That's all what that is and all, because that's what that's dealing with, you see. And now they got, the BET, they got rappers and stuff talking about vote and all this kind of stuff here. And yeah, everything is, in the fingerprints and everything is in the system. Now, really, nothing, now listen, this is the law. The only thing that is supposed to be fingerprinted is a criminal record. That's it. You don't supposed to have a fingerprint, not unless you broke the law. Now that's the law. But now they ain't passed shit in no Congress to be fingerprinting the motherfucker. But they fingerprinting people, and the thing about it is because people don't challenge it. You see what I'm saying? People don't challenge it. You don't supposed to get fingerprinted unless you broke the damn law. That's and in order for them to proceed in doing that, they got to pass a law to do it. For the mere fact that they didn't pass a law, there is, you know what I'm saying? But then again, on the other hand, there is no such thing as passing laws. Basically, this is a tyrannical government, and you just do what the fuck they say. Because even when you challenge the law, you're going to find out, hey, man, there ain't no laws. We don't follow them shits. We do what the hell we want to do. And by you not being a citizen, because, okay, if you keep on doing it over and over again, and you go to court, and it might be a year or two, after a while, when you fight all that stuff, they'll come around and say, listen, you're not even a citizen. That shit don't even apply to you. You better do what the hell you want to see. You just lucky you living. You see what I'm saying? So that's also, too, you 3/5 of a human being. And basically, that's what it is. You know, you had a question?
Yeah, when we first came to America, for a green card, they think right there on the green card.
Yeah, well, you know how that going on. You know they're gonna tap. You know they're gonna do that with people on the outside and all. They can legitimately get away with that type of that type of thing too.
I first moved here. I moved here like 1994, and my roommates had an argument. I broke the fight. They arrested us all and fingerprinted us, and I didn't even do anything. So told me I had 2 misdemeanors.
For what?
For breaking up the fight. They said I was doing.
See, what? That's not even a misdemeanor. I'm saying they just did the, you know.
Then they gave me disorderly conduct.
Yeah, see, all that and stuff. You know, basically they can do what they want to do when you go down there.
Unless you have money and you can hire
Yeah, they can do what they want to do. What's that?
Okay, in order to become president of the United States, you say the president got to eat some part of the human Negro flesh.
Yeah, he does all that.
That's a cannibalism society.
Well, they are cannibals.
Just in Somalia, they drug one United States American soldier on the floor. They cry out to all the world that Somalia is so and so and so and so.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the question is, all the rest of the world, do they see what really is going on here by eating human flesh?
I know.
I know the American Constitution don't protect black men.
The rest of the world, the rest of the world, including the people inside of America, America can do no wrong. America can do no wrong because America is seen as the greatest place ever was.
It's always right.
It's always right. It's always right. So the rest of the world is in a doggone, in a daze too. And that's the thing about what make America the worst country to ever live is the ability to appear to be right when other ones can't even get along, get away with that. You understand what I'm saying? And they point the finger at everybody else also too. So that's what makes it. What's that? Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Yeah. The world, I did a whole series on that last Sunday, and what it was is based on the Gnostic scripts, which was the original Christian scriptures that were stolen from a group of people, stolen by the Roman government, and then they killed those people off and claimed that their particular thing was real. Their one talks about a God that created the earth called a Dalabra, which is an entity that ain't God at all. It's an entity that up under God. There's this low-life entity, and he created the earth, and this is his placenta, and they sent the gods here to rise up and take the earth from him, and his whole thing is set against you doing that, so you have to pray to him. And all of your churches and stuff, you pray to that particular God. I am a jealous God, and I shall have no God before me. You see what I'm saying? That they call him the supreme being. They got a whole chapter in that book, The Gods of Eden, up there. The supreme being. That's the devil. You see what I'm saying? So this is a prison camp and all, but we were sent down here to redeem it. In actuality, that's why he's been trying to keep us down. What's that?
Yeah, since we're dealing with things on a metaphysical
Yeah.
level, do we actually physically have to be alive to help or something like that? Can dead people help us? I ain't talking about spiritually dead. I'm talking
Yeah. The spirit world have a certain part in doing things also too. But the chain of command is the ones that is on the earth, that's living. So we're like the key element and all. that's living and all, because it's written into the script that way. We put the law that way. You understand what I'm saying? We put the law that way and stuff. You see. So basically, but all of them have their own thing to do. They have their own thing to do. As a matter of fact, in the book, The Egyptian Heaven and Hell, they even talk about when we meet back up with the ones that have passed over and have a big party and all of that type of thing. Also have a big party. Also, you, then you, then you. What's that?
Okay, what I was going to ask you was last lecture on Sunday, you mentioned something about the lower entities out there helping you as far as reaching the higher levels. A lot of different books you read that, you know, dealing with the lower entities is a negative connotation, a negative thing. But I just wanted you to speak a little bit more on that.
I was just talking about that go-tier spirit you was talking about, right?
Right, that's what I'm talking about, basically.
Yeah, that go-tier spirit, and it was just like the tree of life. You would have the higher Sephira, you'd have the higher realm, and then you'd have the lower realm, and the ones in between would be the ones that you would connect with. You see what I'm saying? Oh, damn, that's... you'd have the higher realm, lower realm. So this middle triad, which would be those particular spirits that you would connect with, because it's the closest to the earth, or the closest to that. So it's a chain of command in the particular spiritual entities also too.
The level of consciousness?
And also the level of consciousness is also dealing with the chakra system also too. And all. That's why your heart chakra is one of the most important ones and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because this has to get right before you even go to that particular part. So it be operating in the middle pillar of the heart chakra also too. So that's what it's also dealing with. It's a concept of more of energy, and what you do with the energies more than it, because the spirits is also formulas too. So that's what they were dealing with now. A good explanation is they got that one, but there's a big one, a Crawley one that they got out. McGregor. That's one too, yeah. If you just read that that's a good one, the illustrated go-tier. You just read it real good also too. And it deals with that also too, which was also brought up in the Spain by the Moors also too. You sister, this sister back here, then you. Yes.
During their lesson 5 revealed that said that all the students will be given a test, and those not passing the test will be kicked out of the school system.
Right.
And they will pass out ID cards, and those ID cards don't want to allow for in.
Right.
And then all these students who are kicked out will eventually end up in the orphanages.
He said that about the orphanages too?
He didn't say that. It's not written in the bill. But, you know, they closed a lot of schools, and they refurbished these schools, spent a lot of money in these closed.
Yeah, they had what last
schools.
year they had so many how many I said on my tape one time? I said it was damn near 16 black schools closed that one day last year in the Fulton County area, all around and all that kind of stuff.
They're closing them, but they're spending money to refurbish these schools. So these are probably the orphanages.
Those are actually concentration camps they're going to put them into too. They said that the concentration camps will be schools. It'll be the original holding tanks would be your first holding tanks would be places like your stadium, your football stadium. That's why all major sporting stadiums, the Omni, the Dome, the Fulton County, and even the other one is built in the black neighborhoods. And so those are the first holding centers too, as well as the schools. All they got to do is put a damn fence around it and put some damn guards on posts, and that's a concentration camp, you know, like that and all that kind of thing here.
I asked one of the teachers over at Sarah, when are they getting the test?
Mm-hmm.
And he said they haven't told them yet.
Yeah, so you know.
What grade is it?
All grade.
But you know what? In actuality, and I think it's kind of mean-spirited, but in actuality, I kind of like shit like that because our people so goddamn hard here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I go home, you go places time and time, and you try to tell people, listen, they don't want to listen, So hell, they say let the wrath come down on them. In the Peace of Sophia, they say those Negroes who reject initiation will suffer because some of our people are just hard. Some of our people don't get it. But some of our people are just stiff-necked. and mean-spirited as far as what you call it, and all, you know, so it's good for some of these Negroes to damn let the cracker come into the wrath. So I welcome the wrath on some of these Negroes. Even if you kill them, well, they don't really die, but hell, if the damn physical body ain't agreeing with the spirit, then release that soul and let it get on another dimension to help us. But to just be down here and just be a fool, and like the Gnostic scripture say, a fool is a fool, both good and bad, and that good and evil. So they was talking about the white man being evil, and they was talking about the good black people just good by nature, but they still fools. So you know, sometimes I wish that kind of stuff and all, because our people, the masses of them, you can't tell them nothing. They just think that they in paradise. Oh, that too. Well, you know, naturally. Yeah, that too. But I'm saying, you know, our people. Well, they've been doing that for years. No. When this thing really go down and stuff, they got enough Russian troops and enough European troops over here now to do what they're gonna do. They don't need no. Our people are. All that they say when even Steve Copeland say, don't worry, the Uncle Toms, the police officers, and all them Negroes, once the concentration camp, they're gonna be right up in there with them. You understand what I'm saying? They do that type of thing also too. He gonna be right, well, he a clone anyway, so you know, hell, you know, they can still have him outside there. He'd be supposed to lull all the rest of the black people to the camps and stuff like that and all. But I'm saying, you know, I welcome it and stuff, because you know, our people, and see, my thing is this here about even some of the Uncle Toms. Some of our people might not be as blatant as an Uncle Tom, but deep down inside, they got the same thing. They will buck dance in a minute for that cracker in a minute, for some cash or for their position. So even though they might not be this blatant Uncle Tom, that verbally, and you can see his actions, he's always some, you know, this particular white Negro as the prototype, but basically, we got a Tom race, really. Our race is a Tom race. You see, yeah, I'm saying the whole thing is, I understand that we were all conditioned to be that way. We're not looking at this thing and saying, we understand, it's not our real nature. You understand what I'm saying? Everything that we are negative is because of conditionings. We talk about that in black psychology. We want to get that straight also too. But then again, on the other hand, some of our people, they are so intertwined with the government, and so sometimes it's just going to have to just be the cracker just coming all out and saying, hey, I'm the devil. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the devil. And see, and the eyes will be open. He's going to be revealed. One thing that's going to happen is they're getting ready to turn against the media. See, the government is getting ready to turn against the media and say that the media is the fault of all the negative stuff that's going on, when in actuality the media is just actually a reflection of the country. But the government is going to actually turn against them, and one of the big things they're going to do is they're going to come out with this OJ killer. And when they come out with this killer, which is Kato Kaler, that's who to kill him. That's the man who killed him. That's the man that was on point in the house and everything else. He's the main conspirator. I think the whole LAPD was in on it, because it took them so long to clean up all the stuff. It took them, what, 12 hours to call the coroner. So there was a whole conspiracy, but but one scapegoat, if it's 5 or 6 people doing it, you know, I always have one leader. That's like damn Charles Manson. Although he didn't kill nobody, he's credited for all the murders. So Kato Kaler gonna be that person, and then they're gonna say, well, we think that the media went too far. They already did it with the Richard Jewell thing. That's for a reason that they jumped and kicked his ass like that, didn't find nothing on him, and now they talking about they wrongly rushed to judgment. Well, they said the same thing with, and they're gonna say, well, the media is becoming a too big an entity that's controlling things. And in actuality, the media is a faction of the Illuminati anyway. It's just that they are going to throw the media in there because people want to believe that America is generally good. So they're going to take any excuse America give them. So they can say, oh, well, that was the media messing up.
So then would the government have actually take more control over the media?
Huh?
More direct control over the network?
No, the government is the media.
I know what I'm saying is if they come out with that excuse and say the media messed up, we need more controls over it.
Then probably it would be like Russia,
right,
where it would be basically you see the seal in the middle, because in the movie Handmaid's Tale they showed you that the Illuminati seal that was in on the TV every time they said something. What's that?
I just want to say, now, everybody, I guess you all have kept up with what happened with that RFP.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. Now, Brother Bo Money Show, as you know, was free up for football, and he was suspended for 1 month. I was suspended for 1 month. But now coming on Wednesday night or Monday night sometime with Bo Money's format for y'all.
Damn. Is any chips left in
They
here?
gonna give y'all the white one.
Oh, you that's about gone. You ain't got no chips left in here.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I just want to get a this bullet. And you saying he gonna be talking conscious?
Nah, he makes jokes about it.
Left is called left, alternative left, somehow left.
Mm.
Which is basically a watered down version of what Bo Money was doing.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't know his
I
name,
don't know what his name
but yeah, he was making
Mhm.
fun of everything.
So you know,
Oh,
that's
it's already on.
Yeah, I heard him. Yeah, he was talking about the CIA thing with the cocaine and all that, but he wasn't taking it seriously. You saying you really believe that?
so sometimes they'll come in and they'll say certain amount of things and it'll be a government person countering all of that.
Wednesday night.
The movie Ricochet showed that. In the movie Ricochet, they got a guy blaming everything on the trilateral, and they're making him look like a fool. Right in the movie Ricochet with Denzel Washington. It's them damn trilaterals, which it is. But they make him look like he's an extreme crazy man. They did it right, and they do it on several things like that also, too. You see. That's coming from Delbert Bell's book. Face was at the bottom of the well. Derek Bell's book, Cosmic Flop. Good book. I mean, a good thing just to show us in anything other than a damn joke stuff. You know, like that. Give me some more questions. Okay, what's that? If you want to do it, you can do it. The main thing is to just look over it and keep reciting it until it works into your subconscious. You understand what I'm saying? You're really telling yourself that. You're telling your inner self that. You put your name in that. You read it. You see it. It tells you, you know, what to do. And basically, that's to get to the subconscious part. If you want to, you do it every morning as much as you want to do it. As long as you just come so familiar with it till it's first nature. Okay. Huh? Yeah. But it's also working into that subconsciousness. And what?
My son was asking me about the other night about, he said he didn't feel like praying anymore. He heard you saying like, we are God.
Right.
So what he said, well, what's the purpose in us praying?
You don't supposed to pray. You're supposed to invoke or give homage to the entities that you know. But as far as just praying and shit, ain't nobody up there gonna answer you if you just sit down and you might as well tell it yourself. Ain't nobody up there gonna answer you because you are the one. You are the one who is to come. And the one that you praying to up there is the devil. I wouldn't let him know that I'm in trouble because he gonna send you more damn hell. He know this is the motherfucker I got. He done announced to my ass that he in trouble. Cause that's a dollar, bro.
So he should have, what should he do?
Well, he can invoke things, command, or he can tell himself, I need this, I need this. Think positive. But as far as the prayer type thing and all that kind of thing here and all, I mean, it ain't no purpose in the way the traditional thing and all, that's begging. You see?
One of the concepts that they don't teach over here when they teach about Orishas and Yoruba and stuff, but traditional Yoruba know, they say the most important deity, the most important God is what they call Ori. That's your personal God. That's your highest self. The one that knelt with you when you decide to come to earth, you know, death and all that. They say every morning you should wake up and pray to that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That's it.
Because can nothing else help you? Nobody else or nothing, no OCR, no
Yeah.
no nothing, unless Ori gives us permission.
And basically that prayer is more of a summons
Oh, all right.
than it is the traditional prayer. So you can pray to that, but be in so much as it's a summons. It is. You calling on it. It's a call. You know, what's that, sister?
It's not a question, but earlier I heard you talking about Green Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a friend who gave birth last year, and me and another friend went to visit her.
Mm-hmm.
And after we were leaving, after visiting her, we pressed lobby to go to the lobby, a regular elevator,
Mm-hmm.
to go down to the lobby. So we talking, so we're not really paying attention when we get off. We turn the corner, we walk in, and then I kind of realized we wasn't in the lobby. So I look to my left and see the room with the dead bodies in it. We in the morgue. And this person comes around the corner
And I said, yo, we gotta go. So we went right back on the corner, found the elevator. I couldn't have pressed that button fast enough. But it was like we pressed lobby, how we end up in the morgue.
You know, that's a death camp there. That Grady ain't no joke. I mean, how can you go to an emergency room and gotta spend 16 hours just to be waited on? I mean, I've seen people go to the emergency room in Grady on a Friday night, and they go at 9 o'clock that night. Hell, it might be 6 or 7, it might be 9 o'clock the next morning before they get waited on. You could have died and reincarnated in hell, been back there, hurt again by that time. I mean, you know, that's a death trap there. Really, really is. Give me some more questions. Okay, this sister here, then you.
Okay. When you're talking about this vampirism, what is there that an individual can do or learn that will make themselves less attractive to?
Well, you don't have to worry about that. You already shield. Once you get into a certain a certain awareness and stuff, you can protect yourself basically just by putting light around you, and your own mind can signal that you are not even on that realm that they even will be vulnerable to even happen to you. Mostly, if you notice, most of everything happened to dead people, even Afrocentric and conscious people. And there's a bunch of people in the Afro, you ain't never heard of nothing really happening. Take for instance, you got a whole bunch of scholars. Now, this is just the Afrocentric community. Maulana Karenga, Asa Hilliard, a whole bunch of them. You ain't never heard of nothing ever happening to them. Only person that shocked us was Amos Wilson, died recently. But that was basically of regular causes or whatever. Basically, the people that's aware, that's awake, they're basically protected. They're basically protected and stuff. You don't never really hear anything happening to people that's conscious. You have a lot of things happening to people and a lot of people you see, you have a lot of things happening to people running their damn mouth and really ain't into nothing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of political figures and people like that and all that. But basically, once you get to a certain realm and all, you're already protected. You ain't got to worry about nobody doing that to you. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole thing. Your higher self, you got 2 or 3 entities around you to protect you at all times. You just got to find out what that entity is. Basically, that's why it's good to a living system that's still working, and when you're dealing with the Orishas, you need to find out what your Orisha is and whatever other Orishas that's related to you, and then call on them, because those are the ones that's protecting you. You see what I'm saying also, too? Protecting you. And basically, the conscious people, the conscious people basically are really protected from a lot of things based on your own mind and the realm you're in. See, when you get into a certain amount of consciousness, you go into another dimension. You are in a whole other dimension than other people. You see what I'm saying? Take for instance, like when a sister was trying to get a reading on me from Charlotte, and she went to this psychic, and the psychic couldn't read me because I wasn't on the same dimension that he was actually reading, because the dimension is based on your conscious level too. So based on that particular dimension and all, the one cannot read me. So in actuality, it's like you here, but you're almost invisible. You're almost invisible to basically policemen, cops, and everything else and stuff. Because, you know, if you on the right path and just be sincere on what you're dealing with, and not just just dropping in, just want to deal with some stuff just to say, hey, you know. And basically, it's basically a genuine love for your people and a concern for your people also too.
That's very true, because I went to a reader, and she was a black woman. She was real good, and I heard a lot about her. And I went to go get a reading on her. And she said, I can't read you. They won't let me read you.
Right. Right. It's like one of my boys, he went, and AWAS was with him. And he was up in New York. And he went in he went into this psychic woman. His friend went to the psychic woman. He was just tagging along. And this woman, she couldn't even speak English. She was a Hispanic, but she was into that Santeria, you see. A Hispanic woman. And she came out and she told the guy, she said, I can't read you. He said, why? He said, because that friend with you, he got a damn black man that's so ancient and old until it's a disrespect for me to even do anything in this mug present to read you. Now, you're going to have to come back when he's gone, because this man is so powerful till it's disrespect for me to do anything spiritual while this particular entity is in here, out of respect for him. And this was a white Hispanic woman. She said, I can't do nothing. You have to get the hell on and come back, because this brother here is so damn ancient and so powerful.
So I'd have to get in contact with her.
Yeah, basically, it's no, you can deal with Sister Afrikiti, try to understand, or she can tell you who your Orisha, or try to direct you to the point of finding who your Orisha is. You understand what I'm saying? It's, you know, and then try to understand that and all. And basically, I would suggest that, you know, always, you know, build an altar to your Orisha also too. So there's several things and all to, you know, protect yourself. But I don't think this is not a thing to, these meetings are not a thing to make a person scared no more than it is to say that we are at the time that we have all been waiting for, that we see his drastic moves and know in actuality, even when we thinking we're not doing anything, we're actually doing something. You see what I'm saying? Because he is getting so drastic. You see what I'm saying? Getting so drastic and stuff till it's unbelievable. So I don't think it's, you know, you know, it just so happened that a lot of our people have suffered from it, but then again, on the other hand, the spirit world gave up ransomed some of our people that they had already known that those particular people were going to be the type of people that they were going to be anyway. They wasn't going to get with nothing. So therefore, they ransomed some of them just to protect the ones who are about something. This is not to be arrogant and elitist, but you got to have a certain amount of group of people that know something. You know what I'm saying? That know something, and let all the rest of the fools try to go and march and figure it out politically and sit in food drives and feeding the homeless and all that kind of stuff. And although that's considerate and caring and all that kind of thing, but that ain't the real deal, I'm saying, when it comes to what we got to do. You see what I'm saying? So give me some more questions. Okay.
What do you think about those brothers and sisters who want to plan to go back to the continent?
Huh?
Those who want to go back to Africa?
I mean, for spiritual purposes, I mean, I don't see the difference. I mean, it ain't nothing but a big landmass with black people on it. I mean, really spiritual ain't got nothing to do. That might be something personal, but on a spiritual tip, it don't make a hill of beans where the hell you are, and especially not Africa. I would say, in actuality, the place to be is right here in the United States, because we are privy to most of the knowledge that's going on. But Africa, I mean, you're just gonna be walking around with a chicken with the head cut off. You ain't gonna have nothing to study. You ain't gonna have nothing that's gonna really make a difference and stuff and all. Just be around a whole bunch of black people and all. And I mean, oh yeah, you want to get one of those? Yeah. And I mean that's all right when it comes to, you know, just doing something on a social level. But I mean, you know, big deal. I mean, you know, hell, all them niggas in Africa is dead. So I mean, you know, and it's not nothing being negative. I'm just saying, you know, it's just that there's a certain energy base and a certain command central. We in the, you know, this Galactic Federation right here. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, basically, it ain't gonna do nothing, you know. Just go back to Africa. Just, you know, you just go back and, you know, you might have a peace of mind and all, but that ain't liberating nobody. You see what I'm saying and all. What's that, brother?
I had a question about it, but okay, Europeans they get melanoma through skin cancer.
Right.
From the ultraviolet rays of the sun.
Right.
And you know we absorb that. We absorb that
Right.
ultraviolet rays of the sun. And although the brother is a hologram, it's a fake sun.
Yeah.
So is it the rays from the cosmos Sirius that's actually going through the sun?
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the rays from Sirius that's killing them.
Yes, killing them off.
And it's also our energy that's killing them. But it's the energy on the planet, because it's the rays from the Sirius, actually the sun inside of the earth. The central sun that's killing them and all, than it is the sun here. That sun there only borrows light. It don't have no light. It has to borrow light from Sirius and trap it in the hologram and suppose itself to be the sun. So the energy that's coming from the sun is Sirius energy. You understand what I'm saying? But that's just it's just a dollar broth as far as you looking at that as the illusion. But it's only a reflection. It has to reflect light from the greater sun, which is actually Sirius. So that's what that particular ray, even Devil Blair talked about, there's a certain ray that's going to be coming from the higher realm that's killing them off. And that's what's actually going on. You see what I'm saying? Actually going on. Whereas this thing is way worse than people think it is. They're saying that they cannot walk out. They're saying it's so bad now that anybody that's white that walks out without sunscreen is crazy. You see what I'm saying? That too. What's that, sister?
I told him the other day, I don't know how this, I forgot this, a gray got on my bus the other day.
A gray person?
Yes. This old man done You don't see
Yeah.
him often.
Right.
And he's very tall and very slender, and he looks like what you would consider those lean-headed people they show on TV, but he looks like a closer to human version.
Yeah.
He always wears sunglasses, and every time they walk past you, they reek of death. Like you can smell them.
Yeah, that mean they rotting and stuff. That's the people.
And everyone on the bus cannot take it. I mean, everybody had to literally get off.
Yeah, because he's literally rotting. Yeah, that's what's happening to some of them. He's supposed to go underground at that particular time, and they're supposed to create his duplicate, which is a clone, to come back up and take his place. You see them? You see what I'm saying? And then that clone has to have melatonin to survive.
Yeah, the woman isn't as bad as him, but he just gets older as a couple, because you can't take
Yeah, that clone has to have melatonin to survive. So that's what's happening. Just like the same thing happened to the guy in Philadelphia. He refused to go underground, and everybody there had seen him as this gray person. He's a dark gray man.
So most of the white people up here are clones.
What we got was, it was like 85% of them is you know, they say they pumping out these things here. They pumping out these, they dying fast as flies, but they putting the duplicates out.
How long does it take to do?
The way they got this thing here, the quickest time I heard was 3 days. 3 days and all, but I can imagine it can be, huh? No, yeah. Well, see, what it is yeah, they can duplicate everything as far as memory and everything. You see what I'm saying? Because that they can duplicate all of that. You see what I'm saying? But if you clone a whole family, they don't have to remember. You see? But I'm saying they can pump them out in 3 days, and it might be faster than that. It might be faster than that, but they got that technology, and they do that. You know, there's a cloning center in every state. Every state.
Okay, now with the sun being a stargate and the rays coming from Sirius, now a lot of black folks need a detox. So how does that rays affect them as well? Because
ultimately it's spiritual. Ultimately, we're talking about a sun that's on the inside of them that is protected. So in actuality, the detox and stuff that they were talking about was based on being in a system to do a certain amount of practices. You know, you want to do a certain amount of practices. But when we talk about in the overall factor, see, we're so late in the game. We so late in the game and all until it would not affect them to the point, because we're talking about a ray. And let me tell you what's going to happen. Once we get our light, the ones that's close up on the scale, their light will be turned on by being that close to you. You understand what I'm saying? If our light is being turned on by something that's, even though it's inside of us, but it was a certain energy, can you imagine what happened when your light turned on? Transform the whole world, and it'd be like a doggone domino effect. That's how, but it's going to be so fast. It's going to be so fast and all. So that's how it's going to be, also too. Chain reaction, but I mean, this thing can be like as soon as you come in contact with somebody. But then again, on the other hand, when your light turn on, you become God, you'll have the power to turn a person's light on, because you will see beyond the flesh, and you can just basically see that person and turn that person's light on. When you become God, because so each one, you're going to be doing part of that work yourself, is damn turning people light on. You know what I'm saying? Just everybody you see, and not only that, you'll even see some white people who have the black dot. The ones who do, you will be able to tell. Or anybody in the other race, because you'll be able to look past the skin and actually tell what needs to be turned on, and that also, and that'll also be a faction or what needs to be done.
Sometimes that's annoyingness that's not necessarily seen and perceived, but it's annoying.
Yeah, it's annoying, but once you become God, you literally be everything. You'll just see, know, do everything. It'd be a whole nother realm, you see, a whole nother realm and all. And I asked her what it's going to be like. They say it's so remotely alien to us, as far as we can't even perceive of it until any knowledge that we got of it and all is just hitting the surface. We talking about something that's so miraculously awesome and stuff until, you know, it's just that bad. So I mean, you know, shit, I want that myself. Hell, something that's so damn bad that you know, you just, you see what I'm saying, that you can't even imagine it. Anything, you take everything that you know of as pleasure in this world, and that will only be, that won't even be that'll be on the 0% scale of what we talking about. Then you talking about some bad stuff, you see. What's that?
You know, I know how you live your life.
Yeah.
For real.
Right.
As far as transcending materialism.
Yeah.
And like, you know, how long did it take you before, like you don't wake up scared, worried about what's going to happen to Bobby Hemmitt 5 years from now, 10 years from
No.
now. You don't see a Mercedes ride down the street and be passionate desire for that.
Right.
You know, did that happen in a twinkle, or was it a gradual process with you to tear yourself away from the dollar?
Oh, it was like a damn near twinkling of an eye. I turned 28, and I didn't want to do nothing. But see, the thing about it is, I understand how it happened. In order for me to do it and all, I basically was constantly getting knowledge. You see what I'm saying? So the knowledge did it.
Change your subconscious.
Changing my subconscious and stuff like that and all. It did it and all. And so I left one career, and then I was going into the art career, and then I could only draw the face on the picture. I could not complete the whole pictures in this whole 9 yards, and then I would do that. And it just basically, it's just a matter of, you know, it's a matter of just literally just dying. And basically, you on that road yourself, because the simple fact that, you know, the more and more you find this instruction, and the more and more you tell yourself, it's going to seep into the subconscious and all. And really, it's a freedom. It's a freedom not to worry about nothing. And see, it's good for you because your children are older. Right? So that's good. You know what I'm saying? But it's good not to worry about anything. That's a damn freedom and all, you know. That's a freedom and all, you know, like that and all. Huh? Well, let's put it this way. No, let's put it this way. This is the key about that. Look and actually see if you want children, because basically that's what somebody told you needed to do all your life, or do you actually want it? If you don't want kids, see, the thing about it is, let me tell you, this is what the deal is. This is what the deal is. If you don't want children, you got enough people having them for you not to want any. Basically, they train the woman to want the child when they put the doll baby in the hand. So basically, you go to mother school and you be trained to be a mother. Right, you be trained to be a mother. You trained to be a mother from a certain age on. Now, when I was about 3 years ago, I was turning 32, and I couldn't understand why they sent me the sister that I'm with. She damn near 10 years younger than me, and I fought against it and the whole 9 yards. And then when I thought about it, we thought about it after getting through the whole thing and finally being together about 6 or 7 months down the road, and I realized that the sisters that was my age, they was all trained into that biological clock, and I got to have a kid and all this kind of thing here. And they sent me somebody, she said, I have no desire for no children ever. You understand what I'm saying? And I looked at the thing and I said, the only reason why I would even conceive of a doggone child is because somebody trained me, because that's what you're supposed to do. You understand what I'm saying? But that's what you're supposed to do. And when you really look at it, a lot of people don't really want children more than they like the idea of having an object. It's another possession, because because really when you really look at it, a child ain't really nothing that's enjoyable. That's some of the worst shit in the world. Waking you up at night, cleaning shit. Then when it start walking and all, you literally got to be a jailhouse warden, because this shit pulls down everything in the house. So you are actually a slave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's right for blacks to even have children.
Right, because see,
the poverty that we in, I mean, how you gonna raise a child and you don't make no
like I said, I didn't speak that much on it last week, but a dollar bra says, the Gnostic said, contrary to what the Christians were saying, because the dollar bra was saying, bring more souls down here so he can trap them. The Gnostic was saying, hell no, we don't want no damn babies. They was against childbirth.
Yeah, but the Native American Indians, like they tried to enslave them at one time. I was reading somewhere the women, they were just getting
and that kind of stuff. Right, they was against childbirth, so a lot of things that we were trained, really when you think about it, you basically, a lot of people want babies, it's ego purpose why you want a doggone child. Why you want a child and stuff. Want to look like and all, and stuff. And the more spiritual I got, the more and more I can look at children and go, ooh, you got some hell on your hands. And so, you know, you be like, oh, I love a baby when it ain't mine. You kiss it off, but you know your ass. Like I went to my brother's house, you know, he a little baby, I kissing and hauling and play with him all. But I know I can get the hell on and go to hell home. And so one reason why I'm able to maintain the stuff, because really I didn't have no children. You see what I'm saying? It's bad enough. So, and I'm not saying that that was negative if you had them, but what I'm trying to say is, you as a person, in your mind sometimes you be like, I don't want no damn child. But the way you were set up, your social life around you is you feel that you got to have one because that's what you think you're supposed to do. That's not necessarily true. As a matter of fact, it takes inches off your life by even having one. You can tell it ain't that normal because the hell it take to come here. You see what I'm saying? Well,
I just want to add to what she's saying. You know, what it is to America is such a real sexist country.
Yeah.
And I mean, it just don't really treat women very well. And I think if a woman don't have a child or she doesn't have children,
right,
she's married, she's looked down upon.
Plus, this is a possession country. This country is based on possessions. These children are objects. That's why the white man, how the white man is, the white man likes a child because the child is not yet a human. Now, let's look at this thing. It does not have the mind, it does not have the ability to focus its mind to function in a way that it can conceive higher thought at the time. It has to grow into that. So they like it when it's an object, just like that TV up there and it's cute. When that thing starts possessing a mind, like I said, everything is backwards. They hate grown people, they love children. You see what I'm saying? They love children. And they say we got to teach the kids. That's backwards. You make a healthy adult and then the damn children will be healthy automatically. You see what I'm saying? I'm healthy because I grew up in a healthy environment. My mother was pretty much a strong, stable person. You understand what I'm saying? So I didn't come up with a whole lot of pathology, and especially the male. And we know this. Me and my brothers, my 3 brothers, we all got friends. And they talk all that old shit about the boy need a man at home. We got friends to this day that's damn near psychologically crazy. And all of them is based on their mama let them be raised by their grandmother. And they all messed up. So I know it's based on their mama being in the house when it comes to that male. You see what I'm saying? I got a friend right now, this brother, he got a $30,000 a year job, $30,000 a year job. Brother tall, real dark skin. That, I mean, he looks pretty decent. He can get any woman he wants, but he can't keep a woman no more than 2-3 days. Because he messed up in the mind. He fucked up in the mind. And it's based on the whole, so what I'm trying to say is this all backwards and stuff. But don't feel guilty if you don't want one.
How will you keep populating the earth?
Because, first of all, the whole thing is not to populate the earth. The whole thing is to get off the earth. That cycle is already passed. You see what I'm saying? Reincarnation is a trap of the soul in a prison house where it's trying to get back to the heaven realm, but this particular entity keeps forcing it to come back to the earth. So the kids not even bring nothing down here. You see what I'm saying? We got enough sickness on the earth as it is. Let's say, well, hell, if we didn't have no babies, we wouldn't be in this situation because we would all be gone. That's why, you see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, but see, you can't be thinking. See, right now it's not feasible to think as of 10, 20 years down the line. Because if you think 10, 20 years down the line, that means in actuality you can never really bear witness to nothing now. You can go, oh, I'll wait on that shit. Or I'll see what's going to happen, because you're thinking of what you're going to do in the and you're not thinking of the now. See, if you think on the now, you would act serious on the now. That's why I live every day, one day at a time. And it's really getting, I'm telling you, it's really getting even worse and worse for me. Every day I wake up on this mug and shit, you know, it's really getting worse and worse to me. You know what I'm saying? And in a while, I'm getting ready to cuss out every damn thing. I mean, it's bad now, I'm telling you. It's bad to know all this hell is going down. You know what I'm saying? and you getting this hell going down and stuff, and the spiritual stuff ain't adding up. Not to the point that you know it's there, but I'm saying the results. And although I know the other dimension and all that kind of thing here, but I'm saying it gets to the point where it's, come on now, this thing is getting too bad. I'm tired of living like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of living like this. But the only good part about that is 10 years ago or 5 years ago, I wouldn't even be in this stuff to even know that this stuff is actually happening. So now the stuff that they used to do for years and years in the dark, I mean, we can actually see it happening before our face, so I know it's over. I'm telling you that this thing is, it's like a radio needle. And you fine tune it and you just ain't hit the right station. That's how close we are to unlocking this thing. It can be tomorrow morning. And that's how close we are to unlocking it. Because like I say, the time is run out, and we're in this way station right now, trying to, in the dark, trying to look for an opening. And it's just a matter of putting my hand right in the right spot to find out, okay, here go the opening. It's just that here and now, right now is the time. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even worry about no future thing or down the road. What's that?
I know I found myself for a while. She doesn't want it at all. I know I've been conditioned because I do want one, not now. But, you know, I just wanted to, I'm just curious what it's like to give birth. But at the same time, I had ego reasons for it. So
Yeah, I'm saying, but I
share what I knew. But now I'm to the point where I'd rather share what I know with people my age than to share it with a person who barely gonna remember it 5 minutes later.
But you'd be surprised that depending on what type of child you bring forward.
That's true too.
Because you can bring forward, if you're mate and you both understand the application of divine science, you'll bring the God child forward. You will bring them down.
You see.
Who's coming down, and it won't be left you blind. And therefore, you can, the telepathic communication will be at birth.
See what I'm saying?
Just don't let that shit that come down crying and shitting and pissing throw you off path, because that's gonna happen, and that's promised to you. What's that?
I know, I am a preschool teacher, so I work with kids every day. And this year I'm turning 30, and when people realize that, they're like, what's wrong with you? You don't have any kids.
Right.
And I get that question asked of me all the time, and I'm like, I don't have any because I don't want any at that point.
Right. Because you don't want any. And basically it's a condition and all, because we basically live our lives to please other human beings.
Not that, I'm not saying that I never want kids. Up until now, I just don't feel that I need to have kids.
Yeah. You know, you know. But I ain't even putting the possibility, because that's how a woman gets pregnant. Do you know if a woman don't want a kid, if she genuinely don't want a child, it won't come forward. The only reason why a person gets pregnant is because they want a child somewhere in the future. So but for the mere fact that they can even visualize them having a child, they get pregnant. They get pregnant. You don't. There's mental birth control where you can do it and do it as long as you want. And if you genuinely don't want one, the astral realm of those babies that's choosing to come, they'll say, well, that person don't want one, and they won't come down, because they know you're gonna kill it any damn way. But those people and a lot of them they have, because they want one initially, and then and it just comes prematurely. They you know, like that. Now what's that?
I just want to testify. You know, I want a kid. I got a 17-month-old daughter. You know, of course I love her to death and everything, but you on a conscious path. I mean, you're trying to grow and you're trying to learn. That might not be the move for you. You're not sure, because number one, I used to read 3 hours a day. I used to work out 2 hours a day. And I like meditate, do all that stuff is out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, you constantly gotta watch, and if your mate doesn't understand, that makes it worse. I literally don't have time. I have to fight for time to study. I'll be up to 1 o'clock in the morning, reading or studying or meditating or whatever, knowing I gotta get up to go to work like 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because, you know, just
it's just
rough. Maybe when she gets older, I know it'll be better.
Yeah.
But right now,
like my brother, you know, it was, you know, it was one thing, but when the baby came, that's him and his wife whole world. If it's not the baby, it's the damn resources that they got to have just to maintain them babies also too.
And they buy a bunch of stuff that, I mean, I know people who have kids, and the baby's not even here, and they got about $2,000 worth of stuff.
Yeah, right, you know. And then and I'm telling you now, it's hard to get a doggone child that when they get 2 or 3 that you actually like, because grown just happen to just be their damn nature now. I mean, damn. I mean, you know, my little, there's a one that's only about a year old and stuff, and she's still cute. But the other one, she's born in '93, and I want to bust her in the damn face right now. I mean, she's just as smart as she can be, and she considered one of the nice ones. You understand what I'm saying and all? And I can't stand no grown child and all, but she just, I be like, you know, you get the hell on from around me because I really don't like you. She's 3 years old and I know that and all, but I mean, you know, it's a whole nother realm now with these particular ones they got out here now, boy. They grown by the time they come here, they already gone. Okay, all right. So give me some more, is that it?
But, you know, I just want to comment on the weather. You know, like you were saying about the weather.
Yeah.
Like, don't go by the calendar. It's like we went from the summer.
Now look at here.
Like
I'm going to tell you something. Now look.
Look how we dressed.
You know what? You know what? And I was going to mention that in the lecture. Now, it's interesting. This is like New York weather, where you go from New York, where they say, well, you know, when it go from one to the other, when it get to the other, you can hang it up. You know, here you know that you can. Here you know that you got till November before it get cold. You know, you got till November, and then it's off and on up until December. You see what I'm saying? And that's the end of December because you got hot days there, and then January come, you know, and you can say, you know what I'm saying? But you at least we say November where you got up and down, but never before September is out. Never. I've never seen. I've been down here. I've been here 10 years, and I have, and I know this is one state over from South Carolina, which is basically the same two states. It's the same weather, and I'm telling you, in all my life living in the South, I've never known it to become cold like it is, damn near freezing. I'm freezing in September. Basically, September just left, last week. And it was cold, it started getting cold last week. That's some amazing stuff. I've never seen that in all my years of being here in the South, and I was raised in the South. And I could always count on having another good month. You know, another good month. You know what I'm saying? I can always count on that. You know, but this thing here, man, it's getting, and it ain't letting up either. But you know what? It's been a cold summer. You know, summer has not been that hot like last summer. It hadn't been really that hot. Last summer was blazing, but and I said this summer, I said, you know, it might be a cold winter because it was a little warm, but it was fair all summer. It wasn't real super hot. We didn't have real hot days. You see what I'm saying? And man, shoot. But see, and it's funny how this thing, last year, it was all, 94, it was all these fires. Last year, it was all these hurricanes. And this year, it just straight out, hell, I don't know, we might get some snow in doggone November.
About it, the Weather Channel 15, the Weather Channel.
Yeah.
They predict mid-70s, and the next day it'll be in the 60s.
Yeah, this thing is crazy.
So they can't track it. I bet, because I watch it.
They can't even track it.
They can't track it. And they stopped giving about 2 weeks ago. They used to give the average temperature for this time of year.
Yep.
They used to always, they stopped doing that 2 weeks ago.
And see, I'm used to having short winters. I mean, we just got in the summer, and that thing passed so quick, and now we back to winter again. I'm telling you, it's this thing here, and it's interesting you said that. What's that, sister? Go ahead.
I heard you on the radio one time.
Yeah.
Because I remember a long time ago, I mean, I've studied a lot of different
Yeah.
things, and they always say you're on clean for 7 days.
Right.
And you were saying the opposite, and I just wanted to explain that.
About clean for 7 days?
No, they were telling, I was always told, and I always read in these little stupid scriptures that you're unclean and it's so dirty.
That's all a part of the people stopping the spiritual energy of the woman, the menstrual. And even what's the name? He got this wrong. Laola Africa said it was a time when the woman didn't have the blood. That's not true, because now I got the damn Gnostic scriptures to back it up. And them scriptures come from Atlantis, and they said that, hell, do you know how they, and I'm going to speak on this next week, do you know that when they threw us out of the Garden of Eden, the so-called Sadala broth, and it was like a barren land, they said that she was able to think of animals in her head and take her menstrual blood, and she created the plant life, animal life, and all this shit here. And they even talk about that ISIS, who brought wheat. That's also talking about as a science of creating all this plant life and animal life and the insects and stuff. That shit was all created through menstrual blood. And they talk about that in the Gnostic scriptures.
They contradicted something in the Bible because in the beginning, if you read the first 5 books of Torah, anytime they wanted to purify themselves, they kill an animal and put blood on them. But at the same time, women have blood naturally formed from themselves.
Right, ain't that something?
They're gonna say she's unclean, but
she's unclean because that was all created by homosexuals in the Roman Empire. Right. Yeah, and then they changed it all around because we talking about the Roman Empire. We talking about the Roman Empire. We talking about the heart of homosexuality, Greece and Rome. So when they got hold of the damn Gnostic scriptures and wrote the first 4 books, you see what I'm saying, of the New Testament, and even this particular nomadic culture that some of the Hebrews had gone nomad and stuff, and they started hating the women. They made all that stuff negative, and it's based on homosexuality that started creeping up in the last parts of the ancient world. You own your most spiritual self when you're dealing with the menstrual.
That's the first measurement of time.
Yeah, that's how they calculated time. Everything was on the menses. And well, hell, it's the moon monthly. They say the strong blood is of the moon monthly. The book of law says there's blood, but the most sacred and strong blood is of the moon monthly, which is talking about menstrual blood. That's why, you know, does the lamp of the goddess talk about the menstrues in there a little bit? I don't know if they do, but there was one book that came out called Her Blood is Gold. Laura Owen came out. It was a burgundy book, and the shit went out of print as soon as it came out. Lilith, as well as on the book called Sister Moonlight. No, Dark Moon Mistress is the one you need to buy.
And also a book called Taboo Ecstasy of Evil. They got a whole chapter on the magical properties of blood.
Yeah.
And they talk about how it's the whole in Africa.
Yeah.
Whole
Christopher Hyatt and them. Yeah.
What's the name of that book?
It's called Taboo Ecstasy of Evil.
Ecstasy of Evil. It's talk about sex tantra, and by Jason Black and Christopher Hyatt. But another book is called Dark Moon Mistress. Dark Moon Mistress is the name of this book, and it deals with the menstrual thing. It deals with the menstrual thing. I don't know. Dark Moon Mistress is one. The one, Her Blood is Gold. It went out of print as soon as it came in. It was in print for like a year, and Laura Owen was her name, and it went out of print. And it went out of print. But the one you want is Dark Moon Mistress. There's one called Sister Moon Lodge, deals with the menses. The real deal books is called The Wise Womb. Those books are out of print. The Wise Womb and Great Cosmic Mother talks about a little bit too. But so it's all backwards and all. They just they had to stop that now, because a woman, when she be on her period, she can do a lot of spiritual and mystical things. You see what I'm saying? Mystical things and all. She can really unlock a whole lot of things. Even Carlos Castaneda talks about that in his book called that wasn't Don Juan. It was called No, it was one more. Huh? Don Juan. It was a circle something.
So that's why the fact is told women to stop touching holy books on their period.
Yeah, that's all based on homosexual men, especially the Arabic. When that white Arab came, the white Arab says it's more sacred to enter a man than a woman. That's because the white Arabs have real homosexual thing going on. You see what I'm saying? And then the Roman Empire, the Greeks, and all of them. So when they translate the scripture, they made all that negative against the woman. They made all that negative against the woman and all. You see what I'm saying?
So what kind of
what you saying?
things do you do to like invoke blessings on yourself and get yourself into a high level during that time?
During that time, there's certain rituals you can do during the menses. I think that book there, Lamp of the Goddess, should have something in there. But basically what you can do is you can write your own damn ritual up. Huh?
Write it up with a...
Mistress of Isis.
Write it up with a blood, write it up
See, this thing I showed you, this... Oh, I suppose they told the people. What I wanted the people to do is once you study that and study that ritual, take that same format and write you a ritual out for yourself. If you ever write you a ritual out for yourself, it's more powerful than the one you get from somebody else. Because you actually, your own higher self is telling you what it wants you to do to do it now. Start writing you some own rituals out. And don't say I'm making up stuff. Just do it. Just write your own rituals out.
No, okay, since he's asking about the blood, what does she actually do with her blood?
You know.
Flush it down the toilet.
No, you're supposed to do something, a ritual.
Hell, even when it's, you know, I'm saying there's several things to do. I mean, you know, we modern people, and I wouldn't dream of drinking no menstrual blood, but they used to do that shit in the ancient times. But then again, it's based on your mindset on what they used to do. But I mean,
People always writing books about them having oral sex with women in their period.
get your a lot of there's some good witchcraft books.
They tell us not to enter a woman on her cycle, and yet they'll go around and they'll suck.
Yeah, that's shit. That's some of the time you get your most energy when you do it. Hell, shit. I mean, some niggas be wanting to do it anyway. You know, they be say, hell, I put on a rubber. I don't give a damn. You know, so. Hell.
I mean, I understand where it's coming from spiritually, but I know me.
Right.
And I know it's been here, but I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I be in so much pain I can't walk, and I don't want to hear it's your diet because I don't eat no
Yeah.
area, none of that.
Right.
I just be in pain. I don't want to think about anybody even being near me. So, you know, I know that's the most.
You gonna realize how old are you?
I'm very young. I'm 20.
See, I went through that till I was about 23, and a nurse told me there's some kind of tube that's real small and you grow out of it, and it all happens one day when you get older.
I mean, it only lasts for like 1 day now, 1 or 2 days, but it makes me so mad because I could be accomplished.
But you got to realize this part too. You got to realize this part too. The bleeding part is only half of it. You still have a cycle that consists.
I don't like the pain.
I know what you're saying, and
I hate the pain.
I know what you're saying, and also, I mean, you know,
I mean, I wouldn't care if it was that long. I don't really think it's that long.
What about the cycle we noticed?
Oh, you always have a cycle. You continue having a cycle. It's just that you just don't bleed no more, but you still have a cycle. Hell, niggas have a cycle.
They do.
Yeah, men have a cycle and all. I'm starting to notice it now. Hell, it took me damn near 34 years, 35 years, but I'm starting to notice that I have a cycle too. You know, it's just that it's so subtle, you have to literally think about it and all. And plus, we suppress things so much until, you know, we don't know sometimes. We just don't feel like being fucked with. That's a cycle. That's an actual cycle and all, and I really haven't tapped into it. But men have cycles too, because in an incarnation, you could have been a woman in another life. So therefore, on the other hand, you still have a cycle. Everybody has a cycle. Huh?
You go into, we want to.
Well, there's certain, you know, certain rituals, certain way of thinking, certain things that you want to manifest and stuff. You can buy. Yeah, that was one of the things I was saying. You know, to get, you know, to do a ritual, dress in red, and then get your red pen and write down what you want to happen while you're on your cycle. Just dress in red. And I guess that'll be all right. You can put on some clothes anyway, so you might well. So just dress in some red and get your red pen and write down what you want, and stuff like that, and then dress in that red and stuff, and burn a red candle. Take it and put it on the shelf and put a red candle on top of it. You know, all red. You know, basically, you know, and that you know, focus that power, that energy of that cycle, and it should manifest what you want. You see, manifest what you want. And women who don't even have bleed anymore, they know when their monthly used to come on and stuff. Basically, they can time it basically from other sisters and stuff. You see what I'm saying? But you basically knew the time and you had your monthly, you know. So basically, you can do it that way also too. But that's a sacred thing, the menstrual cycle. Very sacred. Very sacred. There's another little book called Dragon Time. See, can you order some of them? A little menstrual book called Dragon Time. Real Dragon Time. It got a lot of shit on the menstrual. See, can you order some of them if they still got it? You see. Oh, I'll tell you where to go. I wouldn't advise you to, if she could get some stuff out of, she can get some stuff, I would tell you to utilize this store. But I would tell you what I want you to do if you want to find some stuff on menstrual. Go to this feminist bookstore in Little 5 Points. And go in there. They got a whole section on menstrual. I think you need to go over there and just go and just look through the section and just see what they got, the stuff that you can order, because they got a whole section on menstrual stuff over there too, also too. This guy, the guy that wrote The Goddess Segment, his wife, Jean Houston, that's the one that Hillary Clinton consulted into. That's Robert Masters' wife, the guy that wrote the Goddess Segment book. She got a book called The Passions of Isis and Osiris. And it's dealing with the damn, it's a big, thick-ass book.
We carried them in here, but, you know, they like $20-something.
Oh, you sold them, though?
Yeah, finally.
Finally.
See what happens about when you mention all these books, these people, they be so excited, they be like, what's the name of it, what's the name of it?
Yeah.
And then I go out and spend my money for
Right, yeah, and so you're right. So that got to, some things you're going to have to special order, because that's a damn near $30 book.
I know.
You see, $30 Passions of Isis and Osiris, and it's got a lot of shit up in that little book, I got it and all, I stole it, but you know, huh, that's it. Yeah, okay, we check you later and all, and I guess we, you know, but I'm saying that to them and all, but if you want to still say something. You know, any more questions or whatever? Not, okay. It's been lovely. What?